This is Cerebral Cinema. Movies of the mind.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan. You know, right now, just about every large American city has a threat of communism. It's an insidious thing, dangerous, and a little bit frightening. In some cities, it's worse than others. Here in Los Angeles, where I work as a newscaster on radio station KOP, we feel that the threat is more than frightening. It's a menace that must be stamped out if our way of life is to survive. Most any day, you can turn the dial of your radio or pick up a newspaper and read where the Committee on Un-American Activities is investigating some well-known Hollywood celebrity. It gives you a queer feeling when you see those familiar names. You wonder who's going to be next and why. And you find yourself groping for an answer to this disease that is doing its best to undermine Americanism. Those were the thoughts that were running through my mind when I came into my office a few weeks ago and found the script for my 7 o'clock broadcast lying on my desk. I read it through and got a jolt that set me back on my heels. Just as I finished, my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, came in.
Hi, Chucky boy.
Hi. Who wrote this?
Who wrote what?
This script, my 7 o'clock broadcast.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Pappy wrote it. He asked me to leave it on your desk.
Pappy?
Well, sure. What's wrong with that? After all, Chuck, Pappy owns KOP, and if he wants... Where are you going?
Never mind. Now, you get at that typewriter and knock out another script. This one's out. See you later.
Okay, Mayor, it'll be on the air tonight. Goodbye. Oh, hello, Chuck. What's on your mind?
You know what's on my mind, Pappy. What kind of tripe is this you want me to broadcast tonight?
Tripe? Hey, wait a minute. I wrote that script.
So Carol said. Are you out of your mind, Pappy? It's loaded with red propaganda.
I know it is.
You know. Now, hold it, Pappy. This I don't believe.
Sit down, Chuck, and I'll tell you about it.
You better make it good.
Chuck, if you use this script on your broadcast tonight, there'll be a storm of protest that'll start your ears ringing.
Don't worry. I'm not going to use it.
As a matter of fact, if listener reaction becomes too great, I may have to go so far as to give you the can.
I've already told you
I'd hate to have to do it, Chuck, but after all, I've got the station and its policies to think of. You'd probably have a tough time getting another job.
Yeah, I probably would. Now, suppose we cut out the double talk and you give me the pitch.
Suppose that did happen, Chuck. Suppose I did have to fire you. And I would if you used that script. What do you think would happen?
Let's not try to find out.
I'll tell you what I think would happen. You're a pretty important guy. Your opinion carries a lot of weight. The communists know that.
So?
So sooner or later, you'd be approached. Maybe offered a job on some other station. They'd have a well-worked-out plan wherein you could be of service to the cause.
I'm still hazy on this, Pappy, but if you think that
Wait till I finish, will you, please? Now, if that should happen, you'd be in a position to put your finger on Mr. Big.
Mr. Big?
The FBI knows there's a big man here in L.A., a very big man. Maybe a high government official who's head of the communists. They want to know who he is.
And they think I can locate him?
It's a chance.
That I'm not going to take. What do you take me for, Pappy? It might be weeks or even years before I could pull that chestnut out of the fire. I might never do it. And all that time, I wouldn't have a friend in the world. I'd be despised by everyone.
But if you succeeded in doing the job, you'd have performed a service for your country that may be measured in human lives and freedom and a way of life we want to keep in operation.
It's a thankless job.
It might be, except to those who are close to you, like myself and Carol Curtis. After it's over, she'd know.
After it's over? Do you mean that even Carol wouldn't
No one's going to know about this, Chuck, but myself and the FBI. It's got to look like the real McCoy.
You sound as if you expect me to do it.
I do.
Oh, you do? Well, get this through
It's
your
a
noggin.
pretty good country, Chuck. Let's do what little we can to keep it that way. You've exposed plenty of other rackets. Why not this one? Is it because you don't like the idea of being inconvenienced a little?
Now, wait a minute. I never said
You've
anything...
had everything your own way before, with the police department behind you and the station behind you and every honest citizen in town behind you. Now that you've got a toughie coming up, what are you going to do, chicken out?
Why, you old goat, Don't let anyone tell you you're not a salesman, because you're not. I just happen to like you, that's all.
Which means you'll do it.
Which means I'll do it, Pappy. But only under the condition that if I'm stoned out of town, You'll give me my job back when I bring you Mr. Big's ears. Well, I made the broadcast, and the storm of protest began to come in almost at once. Studio phones were ringing before my 15 minutes were up. Carol Curtis was waiting for me when I got back to my office. This, I knew, was going to be the worst ordeal of all. I was glad it was first and would be over quickly.
Yes, that's right, Mary. Hold the calls until I let you know.
Hi, Glamourpuss. What are you holding the calls for?
I want to talk to you.
Okay, go ahead and talk.
I heard the broadcast.
Naturally, it's one of the jobs you paid for.
What's behind it, Chuck?
Behind what?
You know what I'm talking about. You know what those telephone calls were about. You didn't mean any of those things you mentioned while you were on the air, did you?
Of course I meant them.
But, Chuck, it was red stuff. It was un-American.
Don't be silly. It depends how you look at it.
Well, at least half the city's looking at it the wrong way. Oh, golly, I'll be glad when it gets to be 11 o'clock. Then you can tell everybody you were kidding.
I wasn't kidding. Now, look, you get paid to be my secretary, not my critic. Get over to that typewriter and
Stop it, Chuck. I want to know the truth. Did you mean those things you said?
Yes, I meant them. A man's got a right to his own opinion, hasn't he?
Not when it smells to high heaven of treason, he hasn't. Freedom of speech doesn't mean you can yell fire in a crowded theater.
Fire in a crowded theater, what a comparison. Look, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Now get out of my hair and go back to work.
No.
What do you mean, no?
I mean that unless you give me some explanation of that broadcast, I'm through. I'm not going to work for a red lover.
Oh, you're not. We get... Oh. Hello, Pappy.
I've been outside listening to most of this conversation. I don't like it. Chuck, what's your answer?
Answer to what?
To Carol's request for an explanation of your broadcast.
She doesn't get it. Neither do you. I say what I please, and no one tells me any differently. Now, will you two scram so I can go to work on my 11 o'clock show?
Oh, so you think you're a pretty big man, do you? Say anything you please, and no one tells you differently. Well, let me tell you something. There isn't going to be any 11 o'clock broadcast by Chuck Morgan. Not on KOP. You're fired.
Well, it was a pretty good act. Carol was convinced, all right. I don't believe I'll ever forget the expression of disbelief and horror and hurt on her face when I walked out of that office. It gave me a queer feeling of hopelessness, as though I'd been convicted of a crime I hadn't committed and lost the respect and love of the one person who was most important in my life. Which, of course, was more or less true. But I didn't have much time to think about it right then. Even though only 10 minutes had elapsed since I'd finished that broadcast, there was a small and angry crowd gathered at the entrance of the fenced-in parking lot. They were waiting for me. A studio cop was holding them back.
There he is, Red Lover!
This was worse than I expected. It wasn't going to be easy to take. I walked over to my car and got in. The crowd at the gate was getting bigger. Another cop had arrived. I decided if I were going to get out of there with my whole hide, I'd better be now. I started up and headed for the gate, moving fast in second gear. The cops opened a hole and I headed for it. Then I saw a woman break into the path of my headlights and I had to slow down. Someone pulled her back into the crowd, but I'd almost stopped. Like something came sailing through the air. If my car weren't equipped with unbreakable glass, I would have been knocked silly. It made me mad. I rammed on the brake, stopped within 10 feet, and got out. All right, you bums, come and get it. All right, I'll give it. That was a mistake. It taught me a lesson. They didn't come and get it. They came and got me. I was taken home in an ambulance and left nursing my wounds by a couple of unsympathetic interns. At 11 o'clock, I snapped on the radio. Pappy Mansfield came on what ordinarily would have been my last broadcast of the day with a special announcement.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is John Mansfield, president of KOP Broadcasting Company. I have an announcement to make that will interest you all. Charles Chuck Morgan was dismissed from his duties as a newscaster on this station early this evening. Most of you know why. For those of you who don't, I'll tell you why. Charles Morgan is a communist. He admitted it early this evening. And this station will have no part of...
Pappy sounded convincing. Too convincing. I began wondering if when the time came he'd be able to convince people I was a loyal American citizen and loved being one. That hopeless, not belonging feeling swept over me again. and it grew worse during the next few days. I hoped that Carol might phone, but she didn't. I tried calling a few of my friends, just to feel them out, and got a brush off in every case. But I didn't realize how seriously I was ostracized until I began looking for a job. That was the plan, for me to look for a job and get one if I could. I naturally started in on the other radio stations.
It's no use, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Adams told me if you showed up around here to have you thrown out.
You got a nerve coming around here, Morgan? Get out!
Are you nuts, Morgan? Think I want to lose every advertiser I have by hiring a red?
Now, wait a minute. Won't he even talk to me? Well, that took care of the radio stations. Pappy should feel proud of the job he'd done on me. So next I went to work in the newspapers. Only this time I decided to save myself a lot of humiliation by using the phone. The secretaries of the first two publishers I called gave me a fast brush. I expected the same from the third, the Los Angeles Weekly News Ledger. But I didn't get it. This was a surprise. The Ledger, a conservative weekly news magazine, was owned by a man named Travers Bullard. Bullard, a powerfully built, lantern-jawed man, had the reputation for fine principles and square dealings. When the secretary told him I was on the wire, he sent back word he'd like to have me come over for a talk. This was the first sympathetic piece of dialogue I'd had in more than a week. It sounded so good I turned into a Neeker Weber. I got down to the Ledger office in less than an hour, cooled my heels in an outside waiting room for another hour, and then was ushered in to see Travers Bullard. Hello, Mr. Bullard.
Hello, Morgan. So you're looking for a job, are you?
I sure am. Not used to hanging around doing nothing. It's not good for men.
No, that's right. Still feel the same way you did about things when you made that broadcast last week?
Now, look, Mr. Bullard, if you're going to hold that against...
Answer the question.
All right. I'll answer it. Yes, I feel the same way.
I thought you might. That's why I asked you to come down here.
Oh?
Yeah. I wanted to tell you face to face what a low-down, sneaking rat you are. I wanted to remind you that America is better off without dirty, stupid traitors like yourself. That I'm going to do everything in my power to see that you, and all like you, are thrown out on your ear. You're like so many others, Morgan. You take advantage of all the fine things that America has to offer. You come to accept these things as your rightful heritage, and it never occurs to you that it's your responsibility to help keep that heritage intact. Instead, you turn to some stinking, small-minded philosophy that isn't worth the powder to blow it. That's why I asked you down here, Morgan, to tell you what I thought and to do this.
Just for the record, I'd like to say that if you're an American citizen, enjoying the privileges that America has to offer, you're lucky. For the first time in my life, I was deprived of my heritage. And therefore, for the first time, I was knowing its real worth. Freedom of speech, freedom from fear, the sense of belonging, of knowing that I was a part of this great America, that what I said was important, that as an individual I was needed and wanted, and not a sheep that instinctively and blindly followed a leader. Now I was deprived of these blessings. I was on the outside looking in. I was the man without a country, hated, despised, rejected by the free society I loved. It was tough. I thought that if I ever got back my self-respect, I'd never again complain about anything that was American. One night, I was eating dinner in a joint down on Lower Vine Street.
May I sit down?
Oh, yeah, sure, but you better wait a minute. I want you to know who I am first. You might change your mind.
I know who you are. You're Chuck Morgan.
Yeah, that's right. Still want to sit down?
Of course. You look so lonesome and forlorn sitting here by yourself.
I guess that about describes it. I am lonesome and forlorn. Have a drink?
No, thank you. This is unbelievable. You have no friends?
No. I'm poison to everybody I used to know.
Then perhaps you'd like to meet some new friends?
Yeah, sure. Now, look, don't waste your time, miss. I tell you
Just call me Maria.
Okay, Maria. Don't waste your time. No one wants any part of me.
I think perhaps you are wrong.
Yeah? Well, then you don't read the papers.
Oh, yes. I read the papers every day and listen to the radio, too. Especially the news broadcasts on KOP.
Oh. I see.
Then, if you are sure that you do see, perhaps you would like to join me and some of my friends at a small gathering we are having.
When?
This evening. I'm sure you'll find many sympathetic people among those present.
Well, sounds like fun. Shall we go? We drove out to a small stucco house on a side street off Washington Boulevard in Culver City. There were a half-dozen people inside. Nice, ordinary-looking people. They all shook hands with me warmly. Nobody said anything about the broadcast that got me fired. In fact, nothing much of anything happened. Around 11 o'clock, the meeting broke up, and I drove Maria home. The next day, I met her for lunch. And 2 nights later, we attended another meeting. This time, it was at a house in Glendale. None of the same people were there, but this new bunch were just as friendly. One of them was a guy named George Zerba, and he gave me my first inkling of what the score was.
Nice bunch of people, don't you think, Mr. Morgan?
Call me Chuck. Yeah, they're swell.
How are things going with you?
Lousy.
Kind of tough getting a job when you don't happen to think along the lines of certain people, huh?
It's murder.
Need any dough?
Yeah, I could use a few bucks.
Here's 100. And don't worry about paying it back.
Well, thanks.
Forget it. Ever think of leaving L.A.?
Well, I may have to if I don't get a break pretty soon.
How about the East Coast?
It's okay.
There's a couple of radio stations there that could use a good newscaster with the right ideas.
Would they hire me, though? Every station in the country knows about me being fired.
It could be arranged.
I see. How about dough?
You could practically name your own figure, if you obeyed orders.
Who'd be giving the orders?
The big man himself.
When do I get to meet him?
Maria will let you know.
Well, this was it. Apparently, my indoctrination period was about over. Now I knew I'd been closely watched. I guess that my telephone lines had been tapped, and I congratulated myself on not having attempted to get in touch with Pappy or anyone else. I guess it was a genuine sense of loneliness that I'd felt that made my act pay off. Well, 3 nights later, Maria and I went to the Vine Street Derby for dinner. Been a long time since I've eaten here.
In the East, you will be able to go many places and hold your head up.
Oh, you know about that.
I know about many things.
I'm waiting for the answer to one.
Yes. You will be home tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock?
Could be arranged. Someone going to call?
Perhaps.
The big man?
Let us speak of him as the leader. And by the way, you will be one of the few who know his identity.
Well, that must mean that the job he has for me must be pretty important.
Extremely so.
He must be plenty sure I'm the real thing.
The leader does not make mistakes. You have been carefully checked.
Good. I'll be glad to get started. Incidentally, do I know the leader? You know, I don't want to get too much of a shock.
You will be shocked.
Then I do know him, eh?
You know him very well.
Well, that's very interesting. Well, until tomorrow night, then, a toast to the leader and my new job. The next day was the longest I'd ever lived. It was hard to believe that the ordeal of the past few weeks was nearly over. That almost as soon as tomorrow I'd be able to sit in front of a microphone at KOP and tell the world that I was an American, and glad of it. By 6:30, I was so nervous my hands were trembling. I went into the kitchen and poured myself a straight shot. I was still there when the door buzzer sounded. Well, here it was. I got up, feeling a sense of anticipation that was almost eerie. Then I forgot everything, in fact, but the job at hand, and crossed to the door. I knew the man who was standing there all right. Knew him very well indeed. It was Pappy Mansfield. Pappy, what the devil?
Never mind that now. Where can I hide?
Hi, do you realize that...
I realize everything. Get me out of sight in a hurry.
Okay, come in. In there. Keep away from the windows.
Good deal. See you later.
Yeah, see you later. You bet he'd see me later, the old goat. Didn't he realize he almost loused up 2 weeks of work on my part? I didn't have much time to think about it. Less than 2 minutes later, the buzzer sounded again. This time I felt it was going to be the McCoy.
Hello, Chuck.
Travers Bullard.
Surprised, eh?
Yeah, I thought that you...
Sorry about that crack on the jaw, my boy, but I had to make sure you were convinced I wasn't the leader.
You convinced me, all right.
And you convinced me and the other members of our little group that you weren't working a gag. You'll make a good member of the party, son. We're glad to have you with us.
Thanks.
Now, let's get down to business, shall we? You'll find all your instructions in this envelope. In 2 days, you'll leave for New York. One of our agents will meet you at the airport.
Anything else in the envelope?
One of the first things you'll have to learn, my boy, is not to ask questions. Just obey orders. But since you're new to the organization, I'll let you in on a few things. That envelope is loaded with information about the future plans of a couple of our biggest airplane plants.
You mean that you... But how?
The Los Angeles Weekly News Ledger is a big and powerful magazine, my boy. And a man as well trusted as I, well, there are ways. Now then...
Travers Bullard. Well, this is a day I never expected to see.
Mansfield. Morgan, did you... for 2 weeks we tried to trip you up. No, I don't believe it. Our organization is too perfect. We never make mistakes.
You've made one, Bullard, a beaut. All the evidence we need to put you where you belong is contained right here in this envelope.
No, you'll never expose me. Never. I've worked too hard. There's too much at stake.
Watch him, Chuck. He's got a gun.
Yes, I see he has. That makes things even. The man behind him has one, too.
You can't fool me with that one. It's too old and corny. Now stand over there, both of you.
Suit yourself, Bullard. If you figure that dying's better than prison. Look out, Pappy! It was quite a fight. Pappy had tripped over a rug, and Bullard, suspecting a trick, had swung on him, which was my cue to repay with interest that crack on the jaw he'd given me down at the Ledger office. Bullard, however, was a powerful man, and it took a lot of doing to get him under control. His gun went off in the fracas, but it didn't hurt anybody. He's still alive. Those of you who listen to my broadcast know where he is now. He's got a private room in a big gray building with iron bars on the window. Pappy and I got back to the station around 10 o'clock. Here's your office, Pappy. Now tell me, what was the idea of almost lousing up my good work by showing up at the apartment 5 minutes before Bullard arrived?
Because it occurred to me at the last minute that 2 witnesses to his dialogue would be more effective at a trial, especially with you having seemingly gone over to the Reds.
Yeah, I see, you're right. Well, as it turned out, the information contained in the envelope would have been enough.
That's right. Trouble is, I didn't know there were going to be an envelope. Well, anyhow, it's okay now. Oh, she's waiting for you in your office. Good night.
So long, Pappy. It's good to be back. See you. Hi, Glamour Puss.
Hi, Chuck. Your script's ready for the 11 o'clock broadcast. Want to read it over?
Oh, I don't know. What's in it?
The facts about you exposing Travis Bullard.
No kidding. How'd you know about that?
Pappy phoned me.
Did he now?
Mm-hmm.
I see you're all in a sweat about having me back.
I knew you'd be back.
No kidding. How'd you know that?
Well, I figured it out. You went ramming out of here that night Pappy wrote your script and yelling at me to write another. And then you came back and said you were going to use the one Pappy wrote. Oh, I'm not so dumb.
No, as a matter of fact, you're nowhere near as dumb
Don't
as...
you say it. Don't you dare. If you tell me once more I'm not as dumb as I look, I'll bring you with this typewriter.
You know something, Glamour Puss?
What?
You're a ham.
Why,
You're putting on an act. What you really want to do is bawl and fling your arms around my neck and tell me you're glad to have me back.
I don't. I don't at all. Oh, Chuck.
Glamour Puss.
Stand by for crime.
I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. You know, corruption in government is something that will probably always be with us. Let's face it, we have our share, I guess, just like every other large American city. There are a few of us who are in a position to do something about it. So we keep trying, with varying degrees of success and failure. There are other forms of corruption, too. In sports, for example, like that basketball business a while ago. And boxing. That's a story I'd like to tell you. You've heard of Lefty Luke Larson and K.O. McCready, light heavyweights, both of them. Well, last week they were scheduled for a 10-rounder in the Starlight Stadium. It was supposed to be a grudge fight, but I had pretty good information that the scrap was fixed, with Lefty set up to kiss the canvas. I tried for a week to get my hands on something concrete that I could use without a libel suit being filed and got no place. Well, on the night of the fight, I got back to my office just before a 7 o'clock broadcast and found my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, knocking herself out over something she'd been reading. All right. What have you been doing? Reading the Los Angeles weather reports or something?
Oh, hi, Chuck. Honestly, this is the funniest thing I've ever read.
Yeah, some of your own dialogue, I'll bet.
No. Look, this letter was addressed to the question and answer department and got to our mail by mistake.
Yeah? Who's it from?
Oh, that's unimportant. Listen, dear sir, I have a small ranch in the San Fernando Valley. For several months, I have been troubled by my neighbor's chickens wandering into my backyard and laying their eggs in my garden. This morning, there wasn't a single solitary egg there, and I want to know what I can do about it. Well, don't you think it's funny?
Yeah, I'm dying. Now, look.
Well, you don't get it, Chucky boy. This woman says she's being troubled. Get that troubled by these hens laying their eggs in her yard and now...
Yes, I get it. Now she's mad because they've stopped.
Oh, you do get it?
Some people's sense of humor. Did the Ducats come in?
What Ducats?
The Ducats to tonight's fights, of course.
Oh, yes, they're here. And you don't have to bite my head off. Hey, who's going to use the other one?
Other what? Where's that lighter fluid?
The ticket. There are two.
Oh, a friend of mine. Oh, here it is.
I see.
You know, Glamourpuss, I'm as convinced that tonight's fight is fixed as I am that the sun will rise tomorrow. It burns me up because there's nothing I can do about it.
This friend...
The fight game's always been pretty clean. It's a lousy shame the way a gambling syndicate can move in and put the fix on.
Maybe your friend knows the answer.
I don't think so. Glamourpuss, it's almost time to go on the air. Oh, listen, answer the phone, will you?
Chuck Morgan's office. Oh, hello, Bill. Yes, he's here.
Who is it, Bill Meggs?
Yes. He sounds excited.
Hello, Bill. How are things? What? No kidding. Half hour ago, huh? Yeah, I can get it on the show, but talk fast. There's only about 3 minutes to airtime. Take this down, Glamourpuss.
Okay.
Lefty Luke Larson, contender for the light heavyweight championship of the world, was found murdered in his apartment at 720 Citizen Street this evening. Well, I gave the local fight fans quite a shock with the story of Lefty Larson's murder in my 7 o'clock broadcast. But that was nothing to what was coming. At 7:15, I left the studio and drove out to 720 Citizen Street. It was a small apartment house located up against the hills in the Las Feliz district. 2 cops were keeping a crowd of curious people moving. Both of them I knew, so they let me inside. Larson's apartment was on the ground floor rear. Tom Brady, the medical examiner, was just leaving as I entered. Bill Meggs was inside, another cop, and a red-headed girl. She was sitting in a corner, staring dazedly at the floor. Her eyes were red, and it was obvious that she'd been crying. How's it look, Bill?
Not good, Chuck. The guy was murdered, all right. Tom says it was most likely cyanide poisoning, although he can't tell for sure until he performs an autopsy.
You got a cold, Bill?
Yeah, I'm just getting over it.
Oh, that's too bad. What makes you so sure it was murder?
It had to be. Come over here.
Right.
See that damp ring on this bedside table?
Yeah, a glass containing some sort of liquid must have been there not long ago.
That's right. Well, the glass is missing. If Lefty had committed suicide, it'd still be there.
Unless someone else took it away.
It isn't very likely that someone would come in and take that glass away with Lefty's dead body lying there in the bed without doing something about it.
Unless it was the murderer himself.
Unless it was the murderer himself, which, of course, it was.
I figure's all right. What's your idea what happened, Bill?
Well, we've checked around and learned that Larson left Mosley's gym around 4:30. He said he's going home to pick up his good luck piece and maybe lie down for an hour or so before the fight, which I guess is what he did. I figure he poured himself a glass of milk, sat on the edge of the bed, drank it, and then lay down.
Yeah. Well, couldn't he have carried the glass back to the kitchen?
Well, he could have, but he wouldn't have had time to wash it and put it away, not with that poison in him.
Yeah, you're right.
And he was found right here on the bed.
Who found him?
That girl over there. Her name's Lil Framingham. They were engaged. She says she called him here on the phone about 5:15. Told him she'd pick him up and drive him to the stadium at 6:30. When she got here, she found him dead.
I see. What was the good luck piece you mentioned a minute ago?
Set of rattles from a rattlesnake. We found them in his pocket. By the way, Chuck, I'd appreciate your giving me a hand in this. You know, I never was much of a fight fan. Don't know many of the people mixed up in it. You have to in your work.
Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to do anything I can. I don't suppose you came up with any fingerprints?
No. Everything wiped clean.
Another one of those, huh? You mind if I talk to the girl?
If she'll talk. She's pretty upset.
Thanks. Hello, Lil.
I loved him. We were going to be married. I loved him.
Yeah, I know. It's a tough break. But now we've got to see if we can't find the man who did this thing. Can you think of anyone who might have wanted Lefty out of the way, Lil?
I loved him. We were going to be married.
Did he have any enemies? Anyone who hated him?
Hate?
Yeah.
Anyone hate Lefty? Nobody hated Lefty. He was the swellest guy who ever lived. I loved him.
Okay, Lil. I'll ask Lieutenant Meggs to have someone take you home. We can talk again later.
Well, how'd you make out?
She's in a bad state of shock, Bill. You better get her home.
I intend to. Only kept her here this long so you could talk to her.
Thanks.
You, sometimes have a way with females.
Sometimes.
By the way, where's Carol?
She's back at the studio, sweating over typewriter.
Didn't want to come, huh?
Yeah, she wanted to. But I have to throw my weight around once in a while and show her who's boss.
Ha!
What do you mean?
Ha! Nothing. Only kidding. Well, you got any ideas?
Yeah, one or two. I'll tell you what. I'll take a run down to Mosley's now. I'll talk to some of the boys. Let you know if I pick up anything. I changed my mind about going down to Mosley's and went back to the studio instead. I remembered that out in San Fernando Valley, an old-time boxer named Babe Starkey, long since retired, had bought a small ranch and was operating it for the few bucks he needed in his old age. Most of the boxers, especially the young ones who came to town, found time to go out to Babe's and swap yarns with him. Babe knew more about fights and fighters than anyone. It occurred to me that he might have the answer to a few questions I wanted to ask. So the next morning, I picked up Carol around 9 o'clock, and we headed over Coenga Pass into the valley.
By the way, what kind of a ranch is it that this Babe Starkey runs?
Oh, didn't I tell you?
No.
It's a snake ranch.
A what?
A snake ranch. Didn't you ever hear of a snake ranch?
Oh, I've heard of every other kind out here in Southern California. Orange ranches and chicken ranches and cucumber ranches and avocado ranches. But never a snake ranch. What kind of snakes does he raise?
Rattlesnakes.
Morgan, you stop this car at once and let me out.
Oh, come now, take it easy, Glamour Puss. Chucky Boy won't let the nasty old snakes do anything. Did you say something, Glamour Puss?
No.
Well, why not? You're usually talking.
I was thinking.
With what? I mean, what about?
I was thinking what a shame it is that you and your friend couldn't go to the fights last night.
Yeah, it was. Oh, here we are. I remember those two gateposts well.
Chuck, this friend...
Turn into the drive. Hey, there's Babe.
Hello, Babe. How are you? Hey, Chuck Morgan. How are you, boy? Step down from your saddle, son, and squat in the shade a bit. Hey, who's that with you?
You've heard me mention my secretary, Carol Curtis.
I never met the young lady, but I'm sure glad to do it now. Hey, she's pretty.
Well, thank you, Babe. You're pretty, too.
Well, now, that's plumb decent of you to say that, ma'am. Come on, get out of there.
Where did you latch onto that Western talk, Babe?
Well, now, it's like this, Chuck, my boy. Figured as long as I turned rancher, I better talk like one.
Yeah?
Here, just you sit right down there in the shade of the sycamore tree, Miss Curtis. Make yourself comfortable. My, you are pretty.
Well, thank you again.
How's the rattlesnake business, babe?
Well, it's like this. I raise 'em and kill 'em and skin 'em and pack the meat in cans and sell the hides. Make a few bucks here and a few there. Not much, but it's kind of fun. Dangerous, too. Dang critters like to kill you if they get a hold with their fangs. How about me showing you around the place? Got some powerful built sidewinders.
No, thanks.
Well, we've only got a few minutes, babe. You heard about Lefty Larson, I suppose?
I sure did. What a shame.
Yeah.
Now, who do you suppose that would have murdered Lefty? He was a good boy. It's only a month ago he was out here. Spent the day with me. I give him some rattles for a lucky piece.
Tell me, babe, did Lefty seem to be bothered about anything?
Bothered?
Yeah, anything seemed to be troubling him? Was he happy? Did he feel confident about winning last night's fight?
Well, no, Chuck.
Or had the gambling syndicate put the finger on him?
Gambling? Hey, that's pretty dangerous talk, Chuck. You better be careful.
So they've got you scared, too, huh? Well, how's this for a guess, babe? Lefty came out here and told you about the syndicate trying to get him to throw the fight. He asked your advice because he respected you. And you told him to go ahead and throw the fight. That's true, isn't it?
Oh, no, Chuck, that ain't it at all. That ain't the way it happened. Well, I'm an old man, Chuck. This little acre's all I got. I can't afford to lose it. They got here while Lefty and I were still talking. They said unless I kept my mouth shut, they'd... Well, they...
Yeah, okay, babe. Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
You won't tell them, Chuck, huh? You won't tell them...
Not a word, babe. I'll keep your name out of it entirely. Now, quit worrying, will you?
All right, Chuck. Thanks.
Come on, Glamour, let's go.
Chuck, did you have to talk to him like that? He's so harmless and sweet.
Yeah, harmless and sweet. Get into the car, Glamour-Puss. Unless I miss my guess, I'll be able to announce the identity of the murderer of Lefty Larson in my 7 o'clock broadcast tonight. By the time I got back to the studio, I'd begun to wonder if I hadn't been a bit hasty in making the 7 o'clock broadcast a deadline. There's a lot to be done during the next few hours. But first, I wanted to have a talk with my boss, Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP. Pappy listened patiently while I explained what I had in mind.
It's a good idea, Chuck, and it might work, but you can't do it.
Good for you, Pappy. That's exactly what I told him. If he thinks he can...
Glamour-Puss.
What?
Drop dead. What do you mean I can't do it, Pappy? If my guess is right, we'll have one of the biggest stories of the year.
Yes, and if your guess isn't correct, I'll be minus one good newscaster. Nope, not a chance.
All right, Pappy, I'll make a deal with you. It's now 2 o'clock. I'll start from Mike Mosley's gym right now. If I'm not back by 4, you get hold of Bill Meggs and come looking for me.
Well, why don't we get hold of Bill Meggs right now and go down there with you?
For obvious reasons.
Name 3.
How about it, Pappy?
Well, I don't know.
Good, it's a deal. You stay here, Glamour-Puss, and wait for the phone to ring. When it does, it'll be me with the solution to the mystery of the boxing champ murder. Mike Mosley's gym was located in a loft over a pool hall on Santa Monica Boulevard. I went up a flight of outside stairs and found the door at the top unlocked. I went in. But the big cavern-like room was deserted, which was unusual. Most any day you could find a half a dozen more pugs working out here, their trainers and handlers all over the place. Fresh air had been a stranger in the room for quite a while. The place stank of stale tobacco smoke and sweat and rosin. I walked around the ring that was set up in the middle of the room and found the door that led to Mike's private office. I knocked, but there wasn't any reply. Then I heard a sound behind me and turned to find Mike standing there. Behind Mike were a couple of beat-up-looking kids wearing trunks and boxing gloves.
Hello, Morgan. What's on your mind?
Hiya, Mike. Your place looks deserted. What's that for, out of respect for a dead pal?
That could be. But I got another reason for shutting up shop, too.
Huh?
Yeah. I've been expecting a visitor.
Yeah? Who's that?
You.
No kidding. Now, why would you be expecting me, Mike?
Well, you got a habit of getting ideas, Morgan, and there's some of us in a fight game that don't like them.
Such as the fact that you've let the gambling syndicate move into L.A., and you bought yourself a couple of new cars and a place at Malibu within the past 6 months. Ideas like that, Mike?
Yeah, ideas like that. Ideas that you can't prove and never will be able to. So why don't you get an idea to talk about the Iowa State picnic on your show tonight?
Be a cleaner story than the one I'm going to broadcast.
Yeah? Oh, while you're here, Morgan, I want to introduce you to a couple of new boys I'm bringing along. Buck, come over here. Buck, this here's Mr. Chuck Morgan. He's a newscaster on one of the big radio stations in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a lot of other things, too, but I'm too polite to mention them. Now, Buck, I want you to show Mr. Morgan that right hook you was practicing yesterday. Slim, you stand over there. When I give the word, you demonstrate that left jab of yours. These are things Mr. Morgan likes to know about. Okay, Buck, let him have it.
Now, just a minute.
All right, hit him, Slim. Give it to him, boys. Maybe Mr. Morgan won't be so snoopy from now on. Give it to him. Don't let him fall down. Keep him on his feet. Atta boy, Buck. Once more, Slim.
When I came out of that one, I was in a cab heading down Santa Monica Boulevard. My face felt like a boiled beet. I put my hand up where my nose should have been. Ow. Cabby. Cabby!
Don't ask me nothing, mister. I ain't seen nothing. I ain't heard nothing. Just doing what I got paid for.
Who paid you? All right. Where are you taking me?
Any place you say, mister. So long as it don't cost more than $2.
Okay. Take me to KOP. I could tell by the expression on the faces of the people I met when I walked into the KOP building that Mike's boys had really done a job on me. Glamour Puss let out a yelp when I walked into the office.
Oh, Chuck!
Hi, Glamour Puss. Get me a drink of water, will you?
Oh, Chuck! Oh, you poor boy. What happened? Were you in a fight?
No. I got this way sitting under a sun lamp. Get me a drink of water, will you?
All right.
Carol, well, who's this? Chuck.
Hello, Pappy.
What happened? Were you in a fight?
Oh, no, not you, too.
Here's the water, Chuck.
Thanks.
And here's the first aid kit.
No, get away.
And don't you dare tell me you're all right and don't need attention. Now, hold still.
What happened, Chuck?
Oh, ouch! Now, will you take it easy, Glamour Puss?
Oh, don't be a sissy.
Some of Mike's boys worked me over.
Why?
I guess they don't like me. Ow!
I hope this will teach you to take someone else's advice once in a while. If you had let Bill and Pappy go down there
Shut
with
up.
you... I won't shut up. You're a newscaster, not a detective. Now, here, turn your head this way.
Obviously, he's not a prize fighter either.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you two something. I'm not bad at either one. You haven't seen those other two guys yet. And don't forget, it was I who figured out that fingerprint deal 2 weeks... Hey.
Sit still.
Let me at that phone.
What's got into you?
It must be the effects of the sun lamp.
I'll show you whether or not I'm a good detective.
Police department.
This is Chuck Morgan. Get me Bill Meggs.
Just a minute.
Hello, Chuck. What's on your mind?
Listen, Bill. Did you tell me that you didn't find any fingerprints when you dusted that room where Lefty was murdered?
Not a one. Why?
Think hard, Bill. Weren't there any at all?
No, only my own on it. Hey, Chuck, that's it.
You bet that's it, my friend. You got the address?
Sure I have.
Good. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. I got out of there fast, ignoring the protests of Carol and Pappy, and 10 minutes later, I was pulling up in front of an apartment house on North Hobart. Bill Meggs was waiting for me in the doorway.
Oh, what the heck happened to you? You been in a fight?
Yeah. I've been in a fight. Come on, let's go. The mailboxes gave us the number of the apartment we were looking for. It was on the second floor. We went up a flight of carpeted stairs and knocked on the door of 2A.
Try it again.
Yeah.
Hello, Lil. Mind if we come in?
Why, it's Lieutenant Meggs and Mr. Morgan. Why, no, of course not. Come on in.
Hello, Morgan.
Mike. Huh. Imagine finding you here.
What's the matter? You been
Yeah. You know Lieutenant Meggs, Mike? He's from headquarters.
So?
Mike and I are old pals.
Oh, so you men know each other. Mr. Mosley's been so kind to me since Lefty passed on. Some of the boys at his gym took up a collection and gave me the money.
When did this happen?
Why, Today, I guess.
How much money was there?
None of your business.
Mike, that is, Mr. Mosley asked me not to tell.
You can call him Mike, Lou. We understand.
What do you mean by that, crack?
Well, I'll tell you, Mike. You've got your coat off and your tie loosened. That's rather informal when the girl only knows you well enough to call you Mr. Mosley.
You're being rude.
And you're being stupid, Lil. Seems to me you got over your grief pretty fast. Yesterday you were too stunned to talk.
I don't like your manner at all, Lieutenant. I wish you'd leave.
Oh, we're going to leave, all right. And you're coming with us.
Why?
Because you murdered Lefty Larson.
I murdered Lefty. Oh, why, Lieutenant, you can't be serious.
I'm serious, all right.
You weren't in love with Lefty, Lil. You only pretended you were. Actually, you're in love with this two-bit chiseler, Mike Mosley. When Lefty wouldn't throw the fight and threatened to expose you, you murdered him. Mike's as much to blame as you.
How do you like that? I'm as much to blame. I wasn't even near the joint.
No. All you did was provide Lil with the poison and tell her what to do.
Well, now, ain't that something? You can prove it, I suppose.
We won't have to prove it. Lil's going to tell her.
Lil's drop dead, Morgan. Lil ain't gonna tell nothing to nobody. Like you said, she's in love with me. She does what I say.
Okay, Lil, get your hat. Let's go.
Wait a minute. Mike, are you going to let me take the rap for this?
Oh, don't worry, kid. I'll get you out of it.
You going to let them take me out of here without doing nothing to stop them?
Take it easy, kid. I told you
Why,
I'd get you out
cheap,
of it.
two-timing jerk. You're in this as much as I am. It was you.
Shut up.
I won't. You gave me the poison.
Shut up, I said up.
All right, Mosley, that does it.
Keep your hands off me, cop.
That was one I sure owed. Well, that settled that one. Lil gave a full confession, which of course implicated Mike Mosley. We guessed pretty accurately as to how the thing had been worked out. It was just another one of those cases in which a murderer thought he'd covered his trail enough to be very sure of himself. Will they ever learn? Of course, I had a lot of explaining to do to a certain blonde secretary and a gentleman named Pappy Mansfield.
Okay, genius. Gather round, Pappy. This is the moment that Chucky boy likes. The ham.
Glamour Puss, you're just sore because you didn't figure this one out yourself, huh?
All right. Now, if you two have exchanged the usual number of insults to assure each other that you're really in love, suppose you give it to us, Chuck.
Sure, Pappy. It was really quite simple.
Oh, you modest man, you. Go ahead and brag.
For the moment, Glamour Puss, I'm going to ignore you and talk to Pappy. It was like this, Pappy. Lil said she called Lefty at his apartment and talked to him on the phone an hour before he was murdered. Yet Bill Meggs couldn't find any fingerprints except his own, which were on the phone.
My guy. Lil had wiped everything clean of fingerprints, including the telephone. But Bill used the phone when he got there.
Uh-huh.
So both Bills and Lefty's should have been on that receiver.
Oh, my. And to think our Chucky figured it all out by himself.
Oh, say, Pappy.
Yeah, Chuck?
Those tickets I had for the Larson McCready fight. They're sending me 2 others for the Aragon bout next week, so we won't miss out entirely.
Oh, good.
Chuck,
Hmm?
was Pappy the friend who was going to use the other ticket?
Sure, didn't I tell you?
No, you didn't.
No, I'm sorry.
Chuck Morgan, I think you're dreadful.
Why?
You knew I thought you were going to take some other woman, and you let me think so.
Glamour Puss,
What?
you're purty.
Oh, Chuck, I think you're pretty, too.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Morgan speaking, KOP newscaster. Well, another of those unusual murders has occurred here in Los Angeles. Last week, a man's body was found on a lonely dirt road off Mulholland Drive, up in the Santa Monica Mountains. He'd been shot through the head with a .38 caliber revolver. He'd also been badly beaten. His name was Mark Adams. That's what made the murder unusual. Mark Adams was a partner in one of our leading stock and bond houses. He'd had a respectable, straightforward life since he'd moved here from Portland 10 years ago. Dozens of friends testified to that fact. He had no enemies. Robbery had not been the motive, because a sizable sum of money had been found in the wallet he carried. Why then had he been murdered and his body left in the lonely Santa Monica Mountains? That was a good question. I asked Bill Meggs of police headquarters if he minded if Carol Curtis, my secretary, and I called on the widow, Mrs. Ada Adams. Bill said, heck no, if we picked up anything to let him know. So Carol and I climbed into my jalopy and headed for the Adams residence, which was on Beddington Street. I guess this is it, Glamourpuss.
I really hope she'll talk to us. I wouldn't blame her if she didn't.
Well, if she doesn't, we'll come back another day. Ring the bell, will you?
All right.
So Carol pushed the bell button. We heard chimes ring inside the house. After a minute, the door opened. A woman of about 40, wearing a long-sleeved black dress, appeared. It was obvious she'd been crying. You Mrs. Adams?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Adams.
Well, I'm Chuck Morgan. This is Carol Curtis. We're from radio station KLP.
Oh, reporters. Well, if you don't mind,
We want to help you if we can, Mrs. Adams. Mr. Morgan has a reputation for aiding the police in these cases.
Oh, you're that, Mr. Morgan. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply
I understand perfectly, Mrs. Adams. You're upset and confused and hardly know what you're saying.
Yes, that's it, exactly. Well, all right, you may come in if you like.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Won't you sit down?
Thank
Make
you.
yourself comfortable.
Tell me, Mrs. Adams,
Yes.
can you think of anybody, any friend or business associate who would gain by having your husband out of the way?
Oh, no, there's nobody. Nobody at all.
Well, there had to be a reason for him being shot, Mrs. Adams. No one would be more apt to know that reason than yourself.
If there's anything you'd like to tell us in confidence, we'll respect your wishes.
Well, yes, there is something.
Good.
I know I should have told the police, but in the excitement, I somehow felt that I could keep it a secret. If Mark had died any other way, I could have.
Keep what a secret, Mrs. Adams?
Oh, it's horrible. Because of the way that Mark died, there'll be an investigation. They'll find out. It'll be in all the papers. The disgrace of it. Mr. Morgan, if I tell you, will you help me keep the secret?
By doing so, I'll not obstruct justice. I will, of course.
Do you promise?
I promise.
Very well. I know of your contacts with the police department. Lieutenant Meggs called to say you were coming out. Because of your friendship with Lieutenant Meggs, you can help maintain Mark's reputation, even though he is dead. Mr. Morgan, my husband was a hopeless dope addict.
If Mrs. Adams had told us that her husband was an escaped convict, we couldn't have been more surprised. I knew Mark Adams by reputation, had met him on one or two occasions. He was a man of integrity, good habits. Neither I nor anyone else, I was sure, would suspect him of being a dope addict. Still, a clever addict can conceal the effects of the stuff without much trouble. Except perhaps when he needed a shot and couldn't get it. Yeah, this was a motive for murder, all right. But we had to have a lot more of a story than we knew now. It's rather a startling bit of news, Mrs. Adams.
I know. It's going to come as such a great shock to so many people who knew and trusted Mark. You will try to keep it from the press, won't you, Mr. Morgan?
Have you told anyone else about this?
Oh, no, not a soul knew it.
Good.
Mark was very clever about keeping his secret. As you may know, dope addicts can do that.
How long had he had the habit, Mrs. Adams?
Well, I don't know for sure. It was about a year ago that I first learned about it. I'd been away for a few days and returned earlier than I expected. It was the middle of the afternoon, and I was tired after my trip, so I lay down for a nap. When I awoke, it was almost dark, and Mark was just entering our bedroom.
Blasted light.
Hello, Mark.
What the... Ada, what the devil are you doing here?
Well, darling, aren't you glad to see me? I caught an earlier train.
Yes, of course. Of course. Look, Ada, why don't you run downstairs and see to dinner? I'll be with you in a minute.
But, Mark, Mark, what's that you have in your hand?
Never mind. It's nothing. Now, look, let me alone. Get out of here.
Why, it's a hypodermic needle.
Well...
Mark, you're not... Oh, no, you...
Yes. Now you know. At least I won't have to fight that part of it any longer. Wait here.
Mark went into the bathroom. He was gone about 10 minutes. When he returned, he was completely relaxed, seemingly normal. I couldn't believe the change that had come over him.
I'm sorry, my dear. No, almost glad you found out. It's been pretty bad trying to keep my secret.
Oh, Mark, this is awful. It's terrible. How long have you...
It began in Portland, just before we came down here. If you'll recall, I didn't get that promotion at the office I was promised after old Hartley died. When Thompson gave the position to his son, I was pretty disappointed. A lot more so than even you suspected. I had to have some escape.
And so you resorted to dope.
I had a friend who used some occasionally. He assured me it offered complete freedom from care and that it was easy to break the habit.
Oh, Mark, you fool. Don't you know that it's more habit-forming than anything you could possibly have done?
I didn't then. I do now, much to my sorrow.
But, Mark, what are you going to do? What are we going to do? They'll find out sooner or later at the office. They're bound to. It'll be the end of it.
They won't find out, Ada. They mustn't. Not ever.
But how can
You can help me, Ada. Look, Ada, you must. I'm going to break myself of the habit. I've a vacation coming up. I'll go to a sanitarium. I'll take the cure. Look, I'll be off the stuff forever. Only you'll have to go with me, Ada. I'll need your strength desperately. Ada, will you help me fight this thing?
Of course I will, darling. I'll do everything possible. Oh, my dearest, we'll fight it together and win.
And did your husband go to the sanitarium, Mrs. Adams?
Yes, he went, and I went with him. We stayed a month. It was pretty horrible the way Mark suffered. But it was worth it. At least I believed so at the time.
Was your husband cured, Mrs. Adams?
Well, I thought so. I think Mark did, too. After the month was up, we came home, and for a time everything was fine.
Yeah.
Then I began noticing the inevitable signs. Signs I'd learned to recognize at the sanitarium. A brightness in his eyes, a controlled nervousness followed by complete relaxation. At first, I closed my eyes to those things, telling myself I was overly suspicious because of what had happened before.
But you knew in your own mind he was using the stuff again.
I had to face it at last. 2 nights ago, I started out to attend my bridge club. I drove around the block and parked across the street from our house. An hour passed, and then a man came along the street. His hat was pulled down, and both hands were deep in his pockets. I got down out of sight and waited until I heard him climbing the steps to our porch.
And then what happened?
Mark opened the door, but didn't turn on the porch light. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I knew they were arguing. After a while, they went into the house. I got out of my car and started across the street. I'd reached the sidewalk when I heard the shot.
Did you see the strange man again?
No. I'd forgotten my key. I guess I became panicky. I kept pounding on the door and screaming. After a long while, someone came, and then the police. I must have fainted. When I came to, I was lying on the living room couch. The house was full of policemen. There was blood on the floor. But both Mark and the strange man were gone.
And the next time you heard of your husband was when they found his body up on Mulholland. Oh, what a horrible experience.
How much of this have you told the police, Mrs. Adams?
Only that I'd forgotten my key and came back for it and heard the shot and began pounding on the door and screaming.
And you haven't any idea who the strange man was?
No, none at all.
A strange man could have been any one of several dozen dope peddlers in the city. Well, it's going to be quite a trick to keep this away from the press. The police will have to know.
Oh, but you promised.
Only if I didn't have to obstruct justice, Mrs. Adams. This dope angle not only gives a motive, but narrows the number of suspects down considerably.
But, Chuck, isn't this something you can do?
What?
Well, think of how terrible it will be for Mrs. Adams if it becomes known that her husband was an addict. It's she who has to face all those people, you know.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's talk it over with Bill Meigs. He's a good guy. Maybe we can dream up something. You can rest assured of one thing, Mrs. Adams. No one but the police will be told about your husband being an addict until we pick up his murderer. I didn't call Bill Meigs at once. I couldn't get the picture of the distress in Mrs. Adams' eyes out of my mind. Maybe somehow it would be possible to crack this case without letting it become known that Mark Adams had been an addict. I didn't know how. But for lack of something better to do and to give me time to think, I headed the jalopy up towards Mulholland Drive.
Was it somewhere along here that the body was found, Chuck?
According to Bill, it was about 100 yards down this road. Yeah, this is it. Well, let's get out and take a look around.
I can't imagine what you expect to find. The police aren't stupid, you know, and they've already been here.
I know the police aren't stupid. Yeah. Only seem to be one set of tire prints.
One set? I can see a dozen, but what if I couldn't?
All the prints were made by the same set of tires. Those were probably on the police car. What I want to know is, where are the prints made by the tires of the murderer's car?
And how did his body get here? You say there are no prints of a second automobile.
Well, I'll tell you how I think it got here, Glamourpuss. Look up there.
Mm-hmm.
That's Mulholland Drive curling around the side of the mountain.
Oh, I get it. The body was thrown out of a car up there, and it rolled down here.
Smart girl. Bill said Adams' clothes were torn, his body cut and bruised.
Well, then we're wasting our time looking for tire prints.
Maybe. However, the car up there probably stopped so the murderer could get the body out. Now, if the road had soft shoulders, there'd be tire prints up there, wouldn't there?
And you don't think Bill Meigs thought of that?
Sure I do. I think he's already made an impression of the prints and is checking them at the police lab.
Oh? What makes you think that?
Bill told me.
Why, you so-and-so. And you made me think that...
All right, don't get sore, Glamourpuss. I'm only stalling for time, so my conscience won't bother me for not reporting Mrs. Adams' story to Bill.
Oh, I hope when you do tell him he puts you in jail for a year for obstructing justice.
A year? Now, come, Glamourpuss. What would you and Pappy do without me for a year? Glamourpuss and I have been walking around while talking. I stepped behind a bush and saw something white lying on the ground. It was a page from a newspaper. Nothing unusual about that, except that this page was folded neatly and the date line was staring up at me. It was dated July 24th, the day Mark Adams had been murdered. I picked it up and unfolded it. It was a page from the classified section of the Los Angeles Observer.
Why so interested in a page from the Observer, Sherlock? Nobody ever reads that scandal sheet.
Certainly not a man of Mark Adams' high standing. Still, it could have fallen out of his pocket when he rolled down the hill.
Well, what are you reading?
Classified ad that's underlined in pencil.
Oh, this is a fine time to go looking for bargains.
Shut up, Glamourpuss. Let me read. For sale, 20-carat diamond ring. Bring cash to 222 Beddington Street after 9:30 p.m., July 24.
Oh, Chucky boy, you don't mean... Not at last. Oh, darling, you'd have to give me one that big. Honest, I'd be satisfied with just
Glamourpuss, will you stop that gibbering? Don't you know what this means?
Well, then you're not going to...
222 Beddington Street is the address of the Adams family. Whoever answered this ad in the paper is the man who murdered Mark Adams.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
All dope addicts need money. Yeah. Mark Adams, made desperate by his cravings, and probably decided to sell his rings, inserting the ad in a paper that he knew his friends never read, and naming a date for the transaction when he knew his wife would be at a bridge club. Well, I felt that the advice of an older and wiser head wouldn't hurt this situation any. So Carol and I drove back to the station and told our story to Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP.
Well, looking at it purely from a news angle, Chuck, you may have something. However, the police have got to catch your murderer first.
Unless I beat them to it.
You?
Here we go again.
Look, Pappy, I've got an idea. You know Bug Spencer, the gambler.
Sure, everybody does.
Well, Bugs has a penchant for rocks, diamonds. Big ones, little ones, medium-sized one. He owns a dozen of them.
Everyone knows that, too.
Now, it may be a shot in the dark, but it seems to me that a rock the size of the Adams diamond would make his mouth water.
Oh, so you're going down and ask Bugs, man to man, if he shot Mark Adams so he could get that diamond without having to pay for it.
All right. Be sarcastic. I'm going to ask Mrs. Adams to describe the ring. Then I'm going to find out if Bugs has it. If he has, I'm going to ask Bill to arrest Bugs and charge him with Adams' murder. That way we won't have to even mention the fact that Adams was a dope addict.
You know something, Chuck?
What's that, Pappy?
It's a hot day outside.
Yeah?
The thermometer's up over 100. There's a rumor around that today's heat will break all known records. Now, if this happens and you wrote a story for your 7 o'clock broadcast...
All right. I'm dying laughing. Just for that, I'm going to show you something. I was a jackass to ask anyone's advice. Go jump in the lake, both of you. Goodbye. I was mad. I got out of there and headed for Beddington Street. Rang the doorbell of the Adams home. Mrs. Adams, still in her morning dress, invited me in.
A ring? A diamond? Oh, yes, Mark did have one. A rather large one. Wasn't it...
When you identified the body, Mrs. Adams, did you notice whether or not the ring was missing?
No. That is... Well, I was too shocked. It was the last thing that I...
A ring, such as the one owned by your husband, was advertised for sale in the Observer. This address was given. The buyer was asked to appear after 9:30 on the night of your bridge club.
Do you mean that Mark sold the ring so that he could have more money to buy dope?
Well, most dope addicts are forever in need of money, Mrs. Adams. It's possible that ring buyer murdered your husband. If you describe the ring as accurately as you can, we still might be able to pick up the murderer and keep the knowledge a secret that your husband was an addict. I was still mad. Otherwise, I might have had the common sense to call Bill Meggs before going down to see Bug Spencer. But I didn't. I drove down to 9th Street and found the building where Bugs maintained his so-called office. I got by the dame at the desk and located Bugs' private sanctum. He was sitting behind a big horseshoe desk, as flashily dressed as ever. There was a diamond ring the size of a marble on his left hand. Two of his strong-arm boys flanked the desk on either side.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Chuck Morgan, the gent who talks in the radio without saying anything. What's on your pea-sized mind, Morgan? You want to lay a bet?
Yeah, I want to lay a bet that I can tell you where you got that ring.
Ah, quite a rock, huh? Brand new. Okay, what do you want to bet?
Oh, maybe 10 years up at Q. I may even go higher than that.
Yeah, how high?
How about the gas chamber?
Look, you saying I knocked somebody off to get this rock?
Where did you get it?
I bought it.
That's a switch on your usual practice. Who'd you buy it from?
A guy.
What's his name?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
Did he live on Beddington Street?
Hey, what is this? Who do you think you are coming in here and asking me questions?
Take
Get
it
out.
easy, Bugs. Take it easy. You know from past experience it's smart to answer my questions. Bill Meggs is on his way down here right now. I'm just trying to give you a break.
What kind of a break?
The man you bought that ring from is dead.
Okay, so he's dead. Let him be dead. Who cares?
He was murdered.
Okay, so he was... What do you mean, murdered? Oh, look, Morgan, I didn't murder nobody, see? I got this ring strictly legit.
Then you'd better start dreaming up some new alibis, because I've spent the morning busting your old ones wide open.
Well, how do you like that? Boys, did you hear what this punk said? He says we ain't got an alibi. Max, you got that bill of sale?
Yeah, sure. It is, boss.
Hand it to Morgan. Take a look at that, news hound. It's a bill of sale for a diamond ring, ain't it? It's signed by the guy who sold me the ring. All you gotta do is compare that handwriting with his, and you'll find out what a jerk you are.
Now, wait a minute, Bugs. This isn't
I ain't waiting for nothing, Morgan. You got your nerve coming in here shooting your mouth off. But I'm kind of glad you did. You know why? Because now I got an excuse to throw you out. A good excuse. And I ain't gonna be responsible for what you look like afterward. Boys, show Mr. Morgan the door.
It'll be a pleasure.
Bugs' boys had a peculiar way of showing me the door. I didn't see the door at all. I was unconscious when I went through it. I woke up in an alley behind the 9th Street building. The sun was beating down full force on my face. Flies were buzzing around a cut above my left eye, and I was soaked through with sweat. I got up on my knees and peeled off my coat. There was an outside water faucet and a patch of shade on the west side of the alley. I crawled over there and soaked my head into the cold water. 5 minutes later, I was in a phone booth talking to Bill Meggs. That's right, Bill. That's the address. What? Am I sure? Was I ever wrong? Yeah, I'm laughing, too. Okay, Bill, thanks. I'll be waiting. Well, I got in a jalopy and headed for Beddington Street to report to Mrs. Adams about the ring. She acted as though she'd been waiting for me and seemed almost cheerful. She was slipping on the jacket of her long-sleeved dress when she opened the door.
Well, you certainly made a fast trip, Mr. Morgan. Sit over there, won't you?
Thank you.
Did you find the man who bought my husband's ring?
Yes, it was Bug Spencer, the gambler, just as I thought.
Did he confess to murdering Mark?
Well, no, Bugs isn't the confessing type. Tell me, Mrs. Adams, why do you suppose your husband advertised the ring in the Observer instead of in a paper that a more, well, conservative and possibly wealthier type of reader would buy?
Well, I suppose he didn't want any of his friends to read it.
But didn't you know that most banks subscribe to practically every newspaper published in the city? Legal and probate notices are of great interest to bankers.
Well, I don't believe I understand what you mean. Did someone stop out front?
Yeah, I think that's Lieutenant Bill Meggs of police headquarters.
Lieutenant Meggs? Well, I'll let him in.
He won't be coming in for a moment or two. He wants to pay a visit to the garage first.
Garage?
Yeah. He wants to check the tire prints he made in Mulholland Drive last night with the treads on your tires, Mrs. Adams.
Tires on my car?
That's right. You see, when you parked, you wanted to get close to the embankment so you wouldn't have too far to carry your husband's body.
What?
The right front wheel of your car was in the soft dirt off the pavement.
No. No, you mustn't believe that.
Nope,
You mustn't
addicts
think...
are very clever and cunning, especially when they've had a shot. You must have had quite a jolt that night, Mrs. Adams.
No, I didn't. Well, you can't believe that. Everything I told you was true.
Oh, yes, the story you told was true, every word, only you had the characters mixed.
No.
It's you who are the dope addict, Mrs. Adams. You who went to the sanitarium. You who pretended to be cured.
No.
You who sold your husband's ring because he'd give you no more money to buy dope.
No.
The ring wasn't on his hand when you viewed the body, and you know it.
No.
He hadn't worn the ring for years. If he had, there'd be a mark on his finger, which there wasn't. How did it happen, Mrs. Adams? Did he catch you trying to steal the ring? Or did he find your supply of junk and wouldn't let you have any?
Yes. He took it away from me. I had to have some. I had to. Mark had seen the ad I put in the Observer. I got the gun out of the desk, and I told him I'd kill him if he didn't give me some stuff. He refused. He said he was going to put me away again. So I shot him.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Adams. Believe me, I am. Because now Mark isn't here to help you fight this thing. Hello, Bill. Come in. Well, sometimes the job of a newscaster isn't as pleasant as it might be. Bill took Ada Adams off in the squad car, and I headed back for KOP. Both Pappy and Carol were there, looking cool and relaxed.
Oh, hello there, Chuck. Back so soon?
What happened to your eye, Chucky boy?
I ran into a door.
Was it opened or closed?
That's the typical question. Well, Pappy, I've got all the facts on the weather story.
No kidding. How hot is it outside?
109. It hasn't been 109 since 1868. 5 people have died of the heat. 7 are prostrate, and a man fried an egg on Vine Street this morning.
Well, that's great, Chuck. Make a good story, don't you think, Carol?
Oh, I can hardly wait to hear it.
Oh, you just try hard enough, and I imagine you can stand it, Glamourpuss. Well, I've got to get busy and bat this out on my typewriter. I'll devote the entire broadcast to
You
weather.
will not?
What? What's that, Pappy?
All right. We apologize. We shouldn't have made you mad. Now, how'd you know?
No what?
Well, you'll have to rub it in, Chuck. Bill called and told us everything.
Oh.
We've been sitting here on pins and needles waiting for you to tell us how you knew it was Mrs. Adams who murdered her husband.
Oh, that. So you've been sitting here in this nice, cool office all this time while I've been out in the sweltering heat.
Oh, stop reminding us how you've suffered. What's the sweltering heat got to do with knowing about Mrs. Adams' guilt?
Everything. It's sweltering hot outside. Mrs. Adams was wearing a black wool dress with long sleeves. Why? No woman in her right mind would wear such a dress in this heat. There had to be another reason. She wanted to cover up something. Marks made by a hypodermic needle. Well, shall I write the story on the heat, Pappy?
Stand by for crime.
Chuck Morgan speaking, KOP newscaster in Los Angeles. You know, in spite of all the kidding that goes on between my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, and me, she's really quite a gal. I depend upon her more than I sometimes care to admit. She's an eager beaver when it comes to lining up feature stories for my broadcasts, which, when you have to dig up 2 features a day, is a big help. But every once in a while, Carol goes overboard in her attempts to ferret out these features. Like last week. She claimed she had a hot tip from a mysterious person whose name she didn't know and who told her that a big shipment of marijuana was scheduled to be smuggled across the border at Calexico. And if we wanted an 8-columned headline yarn, we'd better be on hand. Well, I wrote that one off to one of those crackpots that were forever phoning in and told Carol we'd cover the Iowa State picnic instead. 2 mornings later, I arrived at my office prepared to be greeted by Carol's cheerful grin, as usual, and instead found Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP, sitting at her desk. Hello, Pappy. Where's Carol?
Hi, Chuck. What do you mean, where's Carol? Didn't she tell you?
Tell me? What?
Well, the day before yesterday, she asked for a couple of days off, and I told her she could have them.
Oh, she did? And you did?
Yeah.
How do you like that? She's got a nerve. Who does she think she's working for anyway? If she wants to be my secretary, then
Now, just take it easy, Chucky boy. It happens that you weren't around when Carol made that request, And since I only happen to own this coffee pot you're both working for, she probably figured that I was next in authority, so she asked me for the leave of absence.
Leave of absence? That sounds as though she's going to be gone for a year. Where'd she say she was going?
Your phone's ringing, Chucky boy.
I asked you where she said she was going.
She didn't say, and your phone's still ringing.
How about that? I hire a secretary, and she walks out on me just when I need her the most. I ask you, how about that?
Chuck, answer that phone.
You know what I think I'll do? I think I'll fire that wench. Hello? She's got to understand that I'm the boss as far as she's concerned.
Someone's talking to you, Chucky boy.
Huh? Oh. Hello, who is it? What do you want?
It's Carol, darling. Now, listen,
Now, look, Glamour Puss, you're fired. Do you hear that? You're fired. Where are you, anyway?
I'm in jail at Calexico.
A likely story. Now, what did you say?
I said I was in jail in Calexico. I was caught trying to smuggle marijuana across the border.
Oh, you dope. You empty-headed dope. Pappy, kick that chair over here, will you? I think I better sit down.
Sure. So she got caught, did she?
You're not being funny, Pappy.
I think I am.
Chuck, are you still there? Who are you talking to?
A man with no sense of humor. Now, look, Glamour Puss,
I was framed, Chuck, and I'm mad and uncomfortable and disgusted. And you've got to come down and identify me because they won't believe I'm who I am.
What do you mean you were framed?
Well, I went across the border, and when I came back, the customs officials opened my suitcase, and there was about a ton of marijuana inside. Oh, and Chuck, the meals are horrible in this jail. Will you please hurry up?
Framed? Meals? Hurry up. Okay, Glamour Puss, I'll be there.
Anything wrong, Chuck?
No, not a thing, Pappy, not a thing. By the way, I'd like to have a 2-day leave of absence. How about it?
Why, sure, Chuck. Of course, you realize when you take a leave of absence, your pay stops.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Pappy, stop my pay. I'm leaving for Calexico. Calexico is a border town lying some 200 miles southeast of Los Angeles. On the other side of the line in Old Mexico, the town is called Mexicali, the names of both being a play on words. A bunch of years ago, there was a song written about Mexicali and some kind of rose. I can hear it now. As I recall, it won popular favor. When I pulled into town around 4 in the afternoon and went immediately to the customs office, Glamour Puss had said she was in jail, but I figured it might be a good idea to establish her identity before I went over to bail her out. I was pleasantly surprised to discover that the customs official in charge was a man named Dave Walker, whom I knew when he was stationed at Tijuana. Dave was sitting in his office with his feet cocked up on his desk, and there was a good-looking blonde babe with him. The blonde babe I recognized, too. Her name was Carol Curtis.
Hi, Chucky boy. Come on in and sit down.
Well, Chuck Morgan. How are you, boy? Long time no see.
Good to see you, Dave. Who's the babe?
Who's it? Okay, I'll go along with the gag. The babe claims she's Carol Curtis. She was picked up this morning trying to run some marijuana across the line.
I see. What's the rap for that, Dave?
Oh, 4 or 5 years.
Good. She deserves it.
Yeah. Say, look, Chuck, if you really want in on a big story...
Sorry, Dave. I'll see you around.
Chuck.
Who said that?
Okay, funny man. You've had your joke. Now, if you'll
I'm
just
sorry,
listen...
ma'am. You seem to have the advantage. Am I supposed to know you're a prisoner, Dave?
Well, look, Chuck, you don't have to...
There's only one thing I have to do, Dave, and that's get back to L.A. and report to Pappy Mansfield so I can get back on the payroll. I was asked to come down here and identify someone who was mistaken for a smuggler. Well, I haven't seen anyone to identify.
Oh, Chuck, for heaven's sake.
That expression sounds familiar, but I still don't know the face. Oh, there's just one thing, Dave. Was this babe actually picked up, and did you find marijuana in her suitcase?
Well, yeah, only it was a gag. You see, she wanted
That's
you
enough
to come...
for me. I've been sucked in on deals like this before. This time I'm bowing out. You have your prisoner and the evidence. Carry on, old boy. So long.
Chuck!
I went out of there and I was mad. I should have known the whole thing was a trick of Carol's to get me down here, just because of a crackpot telephone call. Well, it was high time that she understood that I... Then I stopped thinking along those lines and stood stock still, staring at a yellow custom-built convertible parked across the street. Most anyone in L.A. would have recognized the convertible. It belonged to Max Craig, the gangster, racketeer, gambler. As I watched, Max himself came along the street, got into the convertible, and drove away. So what was Max doing in Calexico? For my money, there was only one answer to that. Max was mixed up in the smuggling. Well, that would make a good story. I was on the verge of turning back to the customs office when a girl came running across the street.
Senor Morgan! Senor Morgan!
What? Rosita! Well, I'll be. Rosita Gonzalez. How are things? What are you doing in Calexico?
Oh, then you remember me, see?
Remember you? How could I forget? How long ago was it we worked on that wetback story? A couple of months, wasn't it?
Almost, I think. I am very happy that you could come this time. I think you will have a big story.
You sound as though you expected me.
Oh, see. Didn't Miss Curtis tell you?
Miss Curtis... Look, Rosita, let's duck into one of these saloons where we can order a beer and talk. So it was you who called Carol.
See, for many reasons I disguised my voice. You must promise to keep what I tell you very secret.
Sure, I won't say a word.
Gracias. First, you must know that I am a member of the Border Patrol.
No kidding.
Ah, see. As you know, my husband Jose was killed by smugglers some time ago.
Yeah, I had a hand in running down his murderer.
And for that, I am very grateful, senor. That is why I called you about the dope smugglers. It will make a big story, I think.
Well, that's fine, Rosita, but dope smuggling doesn't make very good copy anymore. It's become too common. Now, if you could set it up so the boys could dig up the big shots...
That is what we are going to do tonight, senor. As you say, there are many little men who smuggle dope. All of them work for this big shot. When one of the little men is captured, the big shot merely hires another small man to do his dirty work for him.
Yeah, and Mr. Big is too doggone smart to ever show himself.
Ah, but we have contact.
Oh?
You see, senor, in the dope division of the Border Patrol, there are only 50 men to guard 2,000 miles of boundary.
Yeah, I knew they were pretty badly undermanned.
50 are enough, senor. It is easy enough to smuggle the dope across the border. It is after it is in the United States that the arrests are made, when the contraband is transferred to the American distributors.
I should think that'd be the toughest part of all.
Oh, no. It is the contacts, the informers who make it easy. Some of these people we pay. Some inform because of dislike for dope smugglers. Oh, there are many reasons.
I see.
There is one man in town who is my contact, senor. He is a very important man. Many times he has given me information that has led to the capture of the smugglers and dealers.
Oh, who is this gent?
I will tell you his name, senor, because you must meet him. But again, I must ask you not to repeat. If his identity becomes known, the patrol will suffer greatly.
I understand perfectly.
His name is Pancho Florit, a naturalized American. He is an important man in town, a banker and politician. He has many friends among the peons. Many sources of information are open to him.
And does Senor Florit know the identity of the big shot?
Several days ago, a big shipment of marijuana came across the border. It will be worth many thousands of dollars when it is sold retail. Pancho has information that the big shot himself will be on hand to pay the money and receive the contraband.
Does Florit know where the transfer will take place?
Tonight, senor, Pancho will meet you and me at a secret place. He will give us the information we need.
You and me? Well, isn't the patrol going to be in on this?
Senor, as you know, I am a very excellent shot.
Yeah, but...
It would be a great honor to me to make this arrest alone. And to you, senor, would go the honor of what you call the scoop.
Rosita, if you hadn't held me prisoner for a whole day in Dead Horse Canyon a couple of months ago, I'd turn this deal down flat, but...
Oh, then you will do it, senor, see?
See, but for many more reasons than you think. There's just one thing. If you're seen so frequently in the company of Senor Florit, wouldn't it...
Oh, Senor Morgan, no one knows I am a member of the patrol. And this Senor Florit is young and very handsome.
I drove out of town about 10 miles and stopped at a motor court. At 10 o'clock that night, Rosita picked me up. We drove along the highway for half a dozen miles, then turned off into the desert. We came to a wide spot in a dirt road and parked, switching off the lights. There was a crescent moon hanging on the horizon and a soft breeze blowing. You sure your boyfriend will show up?
He is not my boyfriend, senor. Pancho is married and very happy with his family. I envy him.
But you said that...
That he is young and handsome? See, it is very convenient for the roles we both play in this game.
Ah, I see. Does the patrol pay Florit for the information he supplies?
Pancho will accept no money.
Oh?
He has 3 children. People who handle dope he detests more than the lowest form of life. He has seen too many lives wrecked.
Yeah, I can go along with him there. Listen. A car was approaching over the bumpy road, its lights out. In a moment, it drew alongside. A man got out, and Rosita introduced me to him. In the dim light, I could see that he was, as Rosita said, young and handsome. He motioned Rosita to get out, and they crouched over a smooth place on the ground. Barit drew a rough map with a stick, speaking rapidly in Spanish. And he scuffed out the map, said goodbye to me briefly, and drove away. Rosita and I started ahead along the gravel road. This is all very mysterious.
It is the only way the smugglers will operate when they make the transfer.
Oh, why is that?
It is very quiet on the desert at night. An approaching automobile can be heard a long way off.
I get it. Where are we going now?
There is a deserted range camp not far from here. It is there that the rendezvous will be made.
We reached the range camp in about half hour, and Rosita parked behind a clump of mesquite. Then she opened up the trunk compartment, took out a flashlight and 2 guns. She gave me one of the guns, and we went inside.
It will be a long wait, senor. You do not mind?
Not at all. I have charming company.
Gracias. But we must not talk or smoke.
Right.
The smugglers will arrive first with the dope. We must hold them prisoner until the man who is to buy it arrives.
So we waited. An hour passed. 2. The hankering for a cigarette was becoming unbearable. I was considering making a tent of my coat and lighting up when Rosita said...
Shh, listen, I think they are coming. This is strange. Pancho said they would arrive by horseback.
Something's gone wrong, do you think?
I do not know, but whoever these are, they will not be friends.
I had an uneasy feeling there'd been a hit somewhere along the line, but there wasn't anything we could do about it now. The car stopped outside, and we heard footsteps approaching the shack. It sounded as though there were a dozen or more. Then the door opened and people came in.
All right, get your hands up. Why, you get up.
Don't shoot again, senor. It is Miss Curtis. You have hit her.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, this was a fine kettle of fish. Lying on the floor, blood staining the right sleeve of her blouse, was Carol. Standing above her, a gun smoking in his hand, was Dave Walker. Behind Dave were 2 other Border Patrol officers. But all this was only subconsciously registered on my mind. All I could see was Carol lying on the floor. I crossed quickly and kneeled down. Carol, darling, blam up, speak to me.
Hi, Chucky boy.
You're all right?
As all right as anyone can be with a bullet lodged in her arm.
Oh, Miss Curtis, I am so sorry.
Rosita Gonzalez, what are you doing here?
Yeah, and what are you doing here, Chuck?
Never mind that. Right now, we've got to get Carol to a doctor. Rosita, let me have your scarf.
Here.
I'll bind this up, and then we've got to get out of here. Well, there wouldn't be any dope peddlers captured this night. If anyone had been within 10 miles of that range camp, they'd have heard the shots and yells. We drove back to town, rooted out a doctor, got Carol's arm fixed up. Then gathered in Dave Walker's office and were told where to head in.
Rosita, you were under strict orders not to pull a stunt like that.
I am sorry, senor. I only
Being
wanted to...
sorry doesn't help matters any. You're under suspension for a month.
Aren't you being a little rough on her, Dave?
If you want to know the truth, I'm being easy on her. What you people can't realize is that border patrolling isn't a game for a bunch of adventurers. It's darn serious business. As a result of tonight's escapade, we probably missed our one chance to pick up Mr. Big.
All right. Simmer down a bit, Dave. I don't blame you for being sore and throwing your weight around, but if this is such serious business, why did you have any part in helping Carol trick me into coming down here?
Oh, Chuck, that isn't fair.
Sure, it's fair. Well, Dave?
Yeah, you're right. It's my fault as much as anybody's. I apologize. Let's skip the whole thing. I'll probably be the one to be suspended when the boss hears about this.
Well, the boss won't mind if we hand him Mr. Big.
We've got a fat chance of doing that now.
I don't know. You know Max Craig was in town?
Sure. We've had a man on him ever since he got here.
Uh-huh. You think he's your boy?
If we did and could prove it, we'd have nailed him a long time ago.
Sure you would. By the way, who tipped you off about the rendezvous at the range camp?
Rosita isn't the only one who has good contacts in this outfit.
I should have known it. It is all my fault. I was thinking selfishly only of what a great honor it would be.
Skip it, Rosita. This will be a good lesson for you. The Border Patrol functions as a team. That's the only way it can be successful.
Yes, I know. I shall not forget again.
Have you got any ideas, Chuck?
Sure, I've got ideas. I've always got ideas. You want to hear them, Dave?
What can I lose?
Yeah, thanks. That's encouraging. Look, have you got anyone else spotted besides Max Craig who might be Mr. Big?
Sure. About 5. Why?
They all here in town?
Some are, some aren't.
Well, it doesn't matter, so long as none are farther away than Los Angeles.
I don't know what you're getting at. We've been trying for months to put our finger on the one man who handles the greater part of the stuff that comes over the line, and so far all we've picked up is small fry.
And it's high time you baited the big fish into your net. You know, whoever your boy is, he's probably already been told about the incident at the range shack.
How does that prove anything, Chuck?
The chances are that no one was close enough to identify any of us. As a matter of fact, knowing the type of people who handle dope, they probably hit for the border like a bunch of scared rabbits that sounded the first shot.
So?
So? Our friend Mr. Big is probably sitting at home right now wondering what the devil was happening at the rendezvous last night.
Well, what's your big idea?
Suppose we send a telegram to the 5 people on your list of suspects. Just say something like, meet me, rendezvous tonight, midnight, important.
And what do you think will happen?
All but one of the 5 who receive the wire will either disregard it or turn it over to the sheriff. The 5th will be the boy we want. Will be the only one who knows where the rendezvous is located.
And you think he'll show up at the range camp? No good, Chuck. He'd become suspicious in a minute.
I don't think so. He knows that something went wrong last night. He knows the smuggler won't contact him personally, but he'll understand that telegram.
Okay, now how are you going to get the smugglers there with their marijuana? Unless a transfer's made, we'll have nothing on the boy we want.
I'll be the smuggler, and you provide the dope, Dave. Just put a little in a box and fill it up with something to make it weigh as much as the shipment that came over the line a few days ago. Well, I finally talked Dave into it. Dave was in the position of a man who was willing to try most anything after the fiasco the night before. Frankly, I wasn't too hopeful that my plan would pay off. But I kept thinking that if this was a really big shipment, Mr. Big wasn't going to pass it up. There were too many other buyers who could take it over in small lots. So we sent the telegrams and then got some sleep. At 4 p.m., Dave checked the sheriff's office and was told that no one had reported receiving a mysterious telegram. Well, this wasn't surprising. The 5 men to whom the wires had been sent were all shady characters, and it wasn't likely that any of them would want any truck with the law. Just after dark, we all piled into my jalopy and drove out to the range camp. I parked in plain sight, told Carol to stay in the car, and if anyone showed up, to get down and out of sight. I didn't want her to get mixed up in any more shooting. Zita and I went into the shack. Dave and the other officer would come along, hid in the bushes. Waiting was a repetition of the night before, only this time it was easier. I was pretty sure our man was going to show up. About 11:45, we heard a car coming across the desert.
The car is coming, senor.
Yeah, I hear it. Get over to that window, but keep down, out of sight.
Oh, you needn't worry. You have the package?
Yeah, right here. Well, here goes. So I opened the door of the shack and stepped out, keeping in the shadows, the package under my arm. A car was parked next to mine. Glamorpus was nowhere in sight. I stood still and waited. At first, I thought the man behind the wheel wasn't going to get out. He just sat there, watching me. I didn't move either. After a while, the car door opened, and the guy got out and walked toward me slowly. He stopped about 10 feet away, his face in the shadows.
That's the stuff?
Yeah. You got the dough?
Yeah. Put the package on the ground. Back up.
So I put the package on the ground and backed away. The man waited a minute, then he moved forward. His hat was pulled down and his coat collar turned up.
Turn around.
So I turned around and waited. A couple of seconds passed.
Okay.
I turned back. The package was gone. There was an envelope lying on the ground. The man was backing toward his car. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my gun. All right, Pancho Florit, get your hands up.
Who are you?
Florit didn't get his hands up. He'd been holding a gun all the time. He lifted one arm, slammed a shot at the shack. There was a crash of glass. Then he dropped to one knee and took a shot at me. I let go with an answering shot. But Florit was on his feet, zigzagging toward his car. Dave and his pal were coming from their hiding places. But Florit slammed the door of his car and meshed the gears. Then a figure rose up behind him and smashed something heavy down on his head. He sagged forward like an empty sack. I went running up and found Glamorpus standing up in the back seat of the convertible with a heavy wrench in her hand. Glamorpus!
I'm sorry, Chuck, but I wanted to be in on this, too. Did I do all right?
Did you do... Glamorpus, remind me to tell you how wonderful I think you are the next time we're alone. I I told you that blonde secretary of mine had what it takes. She'd been watching the shack and had seen Rosita's face at the window and had guessed what was going to happen. Rosita, after all, was a woman and was therefore curious and couldn't resist taking a look at Mr. Big. When she recognized her contact, Pancho Florit, she was probably so startled she just stood there and gaped. Fortunately, Florit's bullet missed her. Well, by 4 o'clock that afternoon, Glamourpuss and I were back in L.A. telling the story to Pappy.
Chuck figured it all out, Pappy. Don't you think he's wonderful?
Oh, he's terrific. What's your arm doing in a sling, Carol?
Oh, never mind that. You see, Chuck reasoned that Max Craig wouldn't be stupid enough to show himself in Calexico driving his familiar yellow convertible if he were Mr. Big.
I see. You won't be able to run a typewriter for quite a spell, will you?
Oh, who cares? So then Chuck figured that this Pancho Florit had to be Mr. Big. You want to know why?
Was it an accident, or did Chuck break your arm?
All right, I'll tell you. Pancho was in the business, so he knew everyone else in the business. So when anyone else began to get big, he just informed on them and had them eliminated. And at the same time, he kept himself in solid with the Border Patrol through Rosita. Get it?
Chuck was pretty mad when he left here the other day. And
also, Chuck reasoned that nobody but Pancho could have had enough information to know about the trap we were setting up that first night. I don't want to sound catty, but I can't help being glad that Rosita wasn't as smart as she thinks. Do you think I'm being catty, Pappy?
Well, I'll tell you what I think, Carol, if you want to know the truth.
I do.
Well, then I think...
Pappy.
Oh, hello, Chuck. Are you still here?
Yeah, back on the payroll again. Look, Pappy, do me a favor, will you?
Now, Chuck, I told you that a leave of absence...
The only thing I want you to do is get out of here.
What?
Yeah, scram. Beat it. Get lost.
Well, if I'm in the way...
You are.
Well, okay. I'm the last man in the world to stick around someplace that I'm not.
So long, Pappy.
Bye, Pappy.
Glamourpuss.
Yes, Chuck?
Want to know something?
What?
You're wonderful.
Oh, Chuck.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. Chuck Morgan talking. You know, speaking of unusual stories, they never happen as frequently as most people think. Especially when you're a newscaster like me with 2 broadcasts a day over KOP here in Los Angeles. I made the mistake a couple of times of coming up with some off-trail material that really made good copy. Now my listeners expect me to do it every time. It isn't easy. But occasionally I do get a break. Like last week. Things have been pretty dull, and I was beginning to think my reputation might be at stake unless I pulled off some kind of scoop within the next few days. And, well, on Friday, I got back to my apartment just before midnight, looking forward to a nightcap and bed. What? How did you get in here?
Crawled in through the woodwork with the help of a skeleton key. Say, you're even better looking than they said.
Who said?
Friend of mine. How about a drink, dearie?
How can I refuse so subtle an approach? There's a bottle of...
I'm way ahead of you, dearie. Setups are all ready. Say when.
That'll do it. I don't want to seem rude, but I've always more or less thought of this apartment as my private domicile.
No. How can a man who's as much in the public eye as you ever think any part of his life is private?
I assume by that you know who I am.
That's why I'm here.
Oh?
I have a favor to ask for a friend.
Why doesn't the friend speak for himself, or doesn't he own a skeleton key?
You're cute. By the way, where were you a week ago last night?
I haven't the faintest idea.
I got news for you, dearie. You were with me.
Is that a fact? And what were we doing?
We were at the Sun Beach nightclub dancing between the hours of 9 and 12 in the evening.
Sounds like fun.
Afterward, you took me home and arrived at your own apartment at 12:30 a.m.
What? You mean you didn't ask me in for a nightcap?
The name and address are written right here, in case you're ever asked.
I see. Queenie O'Rourke, 999 South Belfast Drive. All right, Queenie. Suppose we stop fooling around and get down to cases.
We're down to cases, dearie. Except for this.
What's in the envelope? My instructions for further exploits?
Open it after I'm gone, dearie. And, dearie,
Yeah?
don't be sucker enough to get any ideas.
Now, wait a minute.
So long, dearie. Here's hoping you enjoy good health for a long time.
I didn't like that last crack. As a matter of fact, I didn't like any part of this. I felt like a dope for letting Queenie get out of there. Well, it was done now. I walked over to the table, picked up the letter, and studied it for a minute. It was a plain brown manila envelope, rather bulky. Well, I'd never know what was inside unless I looked. If the Japanese peace treaty had fallen out of that envelope, I wouldn't have been more surprised. I stared down at the pile of banknotes lying on the table. Stared down at $10,000 and $100 bills. It's amazing how a man can forget where he was or what he was doing on a certain date when asked point blank. March 28. Only 8 days ago. But as far as my memory served, it was like every other routine day. Something must have happened, though. Some tiny incident that was worth $10,000 to a gal named Queenie. Maybe to a lot of other people. Then I had an inspiration. I paid a blonde secretary named Carol Curtis to keep track of details like that. Maybe she might have some ideas on the matter.
Hello?
Hello, Glamourpuss.
Chuck, oh, what's the matter? I thought you were going to bed early. It's after midnight.
Glamourpuss, I have an important question to ask you. Ready?
Why, yes, I guess so.
Where were we on March 28th?
Oh, Chuck, you remembered. And I was so afraid you wouldn't.
Remembered what?
That was the night you proposed to me.
Holy smoke again.
What did you say?
Nothing, Glamourpuss, nothing. I was just thinking of something.
You do remember, don't you?
Yeah, sure, of course. Well, don't be silly. How could I forget? Look, Glamourpuss, I've got a wonderful idea. Tomorrow's Saturday. No broadcast, nothing to do all day long.
But, Chuck, I thought you said
I've got a better idea. Let's start out tomorrow and relive every moment of March 28th.
You mean do exactly the things we did on March 28th?
Even to the smallest incident.
Just so you can propose to me again?
Just so I can propose to you again.
Oh, Chuck, I think that's the most wonderful idea ever. It'll be sort of like an anniversary.
Yeah, like an anniversary. All right, honey, I'll pick you up at 11 in the morning. I picked up Carol at 11 straight up the next morning. I was tempted to tell her about Queenie and the $10,000, but she was so excited about the anniversary gag, I didn't have the heart to spoil her fun. We drove down to Santa Monica, headed north along the Coast Highway.
You know, Chucky, I just can't believe it.
Believe what?
Oh, that you could be so romantic as to think of an idea like this.
My Glamourpuss, I come from a long line of romanticists. As a matter of fact, my great-uncle, Charlie Morgan, had 5 wives.
I've got news for you, Chucky boy. You're only going to have one.
On the other hand, my great-uncle Phineas Snodgrass, on my mother's side, supported the school of thought that one wife was too many. He lived to be 97. Did you bring along the lunch?
Of course I brought the lunch. And your Uncle Phineas Snodgrass on your mother's side can go jump in the lake.
Okay, Glamourpuss, I was just kidding you. Now, the idea of today's adventure is to do exactly what we did last week. As I recall, we drove directly to Santa Barbara without a stop, right?
That's right. We had lunch on the beach, and then we went swimming, and then...
Once you start reliving a day like that, going over the same ground, doing the same things, the details come back with surprising accuracy. We ate our lunch in exactly the same spot on the beach where we'd sat on our previous visit. Later, we had our swim. Then sat on a rock and watched the sun go down. Still later, we drove to the beach club and ate dinner on a terrace overlooking the ocean. And then danced to the strains of soft music. I guess it was then, with Carol's blonde head on my shoulder and the moonlight dancing across the bay, that I got carried away with myself. At least Carol said it was. and fed me a straight line for a cue when it came time to pop the question. I popped it, but apparently the pop wasn't loud enough, a fact that Carol made no bones about reminding me of the minute we got started along the road home. Well, what, Glamourpuss?
You were a washout.
Who was? When?
You were. When we came to the big moment that was the reason for this entire day, you sounded as though you were asking some male friend to meet you for lunch and talk about horse racing.
Oh, that.
Yes, that. Well, what are you looking for?
I was Oh, yeah. There it is. That filling station. We stopped here for gas last week, remember?
Oh, why bother? My whole day was spoiled back there at the beach club when you didn't...
Here we are. Now, let's see. 10:15, right on the nose.
Oh, who cares what time it is?
Glamourpuss, it was exactly 10:15 when we stopped here last week. Besides, this is the time... Uh-oh. Here comes our same attendant. Hello there.
Good evening, folks. How many? Well, if it isn't the nice young couple who stopped here last week.
Chuck, he remembers us.
Remember you? My dear, how could I forget such happy faces, such romantic looks? Why, it was almost as if, you'd just become engaged.
Why, you little rascal, you. Did we really show it that much?
Ah, my dear, you're looking at Roscoe Buttle, a man who in his youth was known throughout the length and breadth of the land as Casanova Buttle.
Chuck, did you hear? Oh, he's wonderful.
Yes, I heard him. Look, Glamourpuss, it was about at this point that you went in to powder your nose while I... Jiminy crickets. It wasn't much, but it was the first thing that happened during that entire day that might give me a clue as to what was behind Queenie's $10,000. You see, the week before, Carol had gone in to powder her nose, and I'd sat there waiting. I'd been reaching for a cigarette when a black sedan drove up to the pumps. The timing was perfect, because I found myself out of matches and I wanted to smoke badly. I'd gotten out of my car and walked over to the black sedan. Hi there. You got a match?
Sure. Hi. Ain't you Chuck Morgan?
Joe Delaney. When did you get out, Joe?
Don't be funny, Morgan. I ain't been in, and you know it.
You haven't been in for 6 months, you mean? You still beating up respectable citizens in dark alleys for a living, Joe?
Why, you all...
Lay off, Joe.
Okay.
Your friend is giving you good advice, chum. The last time you made a pass at me, you came out with a broken wrist, remember?
Sometime I'll get you, you two-bit punk. Don't forget that. Sometime I'll get you.
Shut up, I said.
You see, Joe, even your pals know what a rat you are. And any time you want to even that score, just let me know. By the way, thanks for the match. Remembering this incident didn't prove anything. But Joe Delaney was a small-time operator whom I'd helped send up to San Quentin by exposing his rotten racket. Naturally, he hated my insides, and I had no love for him. Well, Carol came back this time from powdering her nose, and Roscoe finished dusting off the windshield and came up for his money.
That'll be $2.20, sir.
Okay, Roscoe. Here you are. Oh, by the way, do you recall the black sedan that was here at the same time we were last week?
Black sedan?
Yeah.
Oh, now that's asking quite a lot of little old Roscoe Casanova Buttle. I have many black sedans driving here every day.
It's only the ones that contain romantic couples like us that little old Roscoe remembers.
That's right, miss. Little old Roscoe Casanova Buttle. That's what they call it.
Yes, you mentioned that before. And okay, little old Roscoe Casanova Buttle, we will see you later. So we scored a blank for the entire day. Worse, Carol was mad because I hadn't put that certain oomph into popping the question. And I was mad because my bright idea hadn't paid off. So I left Carol at her apartment, stubbornly refusing to come in for a nightcap, and drove home. My phone was ringing when I unlocked the door. All right. Don't tear your shirt. Hello.
That you, Chuck?
Oh, hello, Pappy.
Where you been, for gosh sake?
I've been out proposing marriage to Carol Curtis. It's my day off, remember? What have you been doing?
Well, we've been trying to run down this Benny Benet story, among other things.
Hmm?
Look, Chuck, get down here, will you? Benet escaped from Alcatraz 8 days ago, and he's supposed to be in L.A. I've got every man on the staff phoning in copy. I've got to have you here for station break bulletins. This is the biggest story that's opened up around here in months.
No, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Benet escaped 8 days ago, and the story only just now is breaking?
Well, the police have kept it under cover, hoping to pick pick him up before releasing the news. Some hot tips have come in. He's right here in L.A., and they expect an arrest any time.
I see. Okay, Pappy, I'll be there in 10 minutes.
You won't be anywhere in 10 minutes, dearie. Just sit down and relax.
Well, now I had all the answers to the puzzle. 6 months ago, Benny Benet, Gangnam's #1 racketeer in L.A., had been convicted on an income tax evasion charge and sentenced to from 5 to 10 on the rock. He'd promised to escape, and now he'd apparently succeeded. The police had kept it quiet, hoping to pick him up before the press found out and lost up any plans they might have by snooping around. The escape occurred 8 days ago. 8 days ago, I had stood 5 feet from Benet when I was talking to Joe Delaney. I've always thought that a girl with a gun presented a rather ridiculous spectacle. Queenie was no exception. I figured I could talk her into listening to reason easy. That hope was short-lived. Well, if it isn't Queenie O'Rourke, you must be getting to feel at home around here.
More so than you think. Stay right where you are, dearie.
You handle that gun like an expert.
And shoot it like an expert.
Huh?
Keep away from me. Hey, you guys!
All right, Morgan, quit making like a hero.
Well. Benny Benet, the big shot himself. And Joe the Rat, too.
I told you I'd get you two-bit punk, and now my time is here.
Hey up, Joe. Morgan, get on that phone, call your radio station. Tell them you got a lead down on the southwest section, you're following it up.
And then what?
Then we'll all just sit down and relax and enjoy ourselves till the heat's off.
Don't be a fool, Benet. If I don't show up at the station in 10 minutes, half the staff will be here looking for me.
No, they won't, Morgan, because you're going to do like I said. Call old man Mansfield and tell him you got a lead. And you're going to keep on calling him on and off all night, making him think you're hot on the trail of Benny Benet.
And if I refuse to make those calls?
You won't, friend. You got feelings just like everybody else. You ready, Joe?
You're darn right I am. Got your gun on him?
Makes one move and I'll blast him wide open.
Then let's go. This is what I waited a long time for. You punk. So you.
Can't you stop that pacing, Carol? You're making me nervous.
Oh, sorry, Pappy. Oh, Pappy, you do think there's something wrong with him, don't you? You're scared just like I am.
I don't know.
In the first place, Chuck wouldn't have disobeyed your orders. And where could he possibly get a tip at that time of night? And why didn't he tell you about it? And why...
Oh, quit it. You're getting hysterical.
Maybe I am. But you can't convince me that Chuck isn't being forced to make those calls. And people don't force Chuck to do anything. So what does it mean? It means he wants us to know he's being forced for a reason.
What reason?
He's being held prisoner somewhere.
Where? Carol, are you sure Chuck didn't talk to anyone while you were celebrating your anniversary yesterday?
I've already told you 100 times. No one but that character at the filling station.
And just what was the nature of that dialogue?
Chit-chat. He said he remembered us, and we said we remembered him. And he said he was a romantic creature at heart, and then just before we left... Oh, say, wait a minute.
Well?
Just before we left, Chuck asked him if he recalled that a black sedan had been at the filling station while we were there 8 days before.
Well, did he?
No, but I do. It contained 2 men. Chuck borrowed a match from one of them.
Sounds normal. What happened to make you remember it so clearly?
Because Chuck recognized the man. He said his name was Joe something, and Chuck was responsible for sending him to San Quentin.
That must have been Joe Delaney. Chuck really laid that guy out.
That was it. Joe Delaney. Could it mean anything, Pappy?
Well, Joe was a bodyguard for Benny Benet.
That's it, Pappy. The other man in the car was Benny Benet, and they thought Chuck recognized him.
No, if they thought Chuck recognized Benet, they wouldn't have waited this long.
Oh, yes, they would. They knew the story wouldn't break for a week, so they took their time, knowing that when the story did break, Chuck would remember Joe Delaney.
Oh, you're grabbing at straws, Carol.
Oh, no, I'm not. Listen, they were waiting for Chuck when he got home last night. They let him answer your call, and then they grabbed him.
And did what with him?
Kept him right there. That's where he is now, and so is Benny Benet. Oh, don't you see it, Pappy? It's the perfect hideout for Benet.
Well, it's just a wild enough theory to have some merit. Still,
It's the only answer. Chuck's taking a beating from them to make it look authentic when he makes his phone calls. He knows if he can keep them there long enough, we'll figure out what he's doing. Oh, Pappy, I know I'm right.
Well, but first we've got to find out if he is there.
And I know just how we can do it. Listen, Pappy, if you'll just lend me your ear a couple
Queenie. Hey, Queenie.
Yeah, Benny.
That coffee ready?
Yeah, I'll be ready in a minute.
Okay, hurry it up, huh? Joe. Hey, Joe.
Huh? No, hello, boss. What time is it?
It's 8 o'clock. Wake Morgan up.
It'll be a pleasure. Come on, jerk, wake up. Oh, why? Wake up, I said. Don't give me none of your lip.
Okay. So I'm awake.
Are you now? Well.
That's enough, Joe.
Oh, boss.
That's enough, I said.
Okay.
Here's the coffee.
Okay, set it on there. Now listen, everybody. Who would that be, Morgan?
I don't know. The paper boy, I guess.
Let him go away. We don't want no one to know Morgan's here.
Now, wait a minute. I got a better idea. Answer the door, Morgan. Tell the kid you just got in, but you got another hot tip on Benet and you're leaving for Long Beach in 5 minutes. The kid'll be sure to tell someone. His phone calls are beginning to sound like a setup.
That's smart figuring, Benet.
Sure it is. All right, Morgan, get going. And remember, this heater of mine will be aimed right at the back of your head every minute.
Okay. Hello, son.
Hi, Mr. Moore. Gosh, what happened to you?
Well, I got banged up a bit last night chasing Benny Benet around town. Just got in a couple minutes ago.
Gosh, you sure did. Do you think the police will catch him, Mr. Morgan? Do you?
Well, they might. If I don't catch him first. I'm leaving for Long Beach in about 5 minutes.
Do you think he's down there?
I think so. You got my paper there?
Yeah, here it is.
Thanks. So long.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hmm?
I guess you forgot to pay me.
Pay? Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sorry. Here's a buck. Keep the change.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Morgan.
Sure.
Nice going, Morgan. You're learning fast.
Yeah, too nice going. Morgan, you ever seen that kid before?
What's the matter, Benet? Getting the jitters?
I asked you a question.
Sure, I've seen him before. I see him every morning. Didn't you hear him call me by name?
Sure, boss. This punk is so slap-happy, he ain't got sense enough to try pulling a fast one.
I still ain't so sure. You give him anything besides that dollar?
Sure. I handed him a large manila envelope containing a full story of your escape. I composed it while I was sitting here with my hands tied.
Funny man, eh?
Boss, you want me to work this joker over again?
Now, wait a minute. Let me think. I got a hunch. My hunches ain't never wrong. We gotta get out of here.
You're a dope, Benet. Where are you going? Every spot in town is covered by now.
Yeah, he's right, boss. We leave this place, we ain't got a chance.
Sure, and we stay here, we ain't got a chance either. Mr. Morgan wants us to stay. Why, Mr. Morgan?
I just can't stand being left alone.
I see. I was right. Okay, Joe, tie him up. We'll make him talk.
And that's all he said, Jimmy, that he was going to Long Beach?
Yeah, that's all, Miss Curtis. Gee, was his face a mess.
Oh, poor Jim.
And when you asked him for your money, he gave you $1 and told you to keep the change?
That's right, Mr. Mansfield.
Well, that proves Chuck knew it was a gag.
Well, how does that prove it?
Well, never mind now, son. Carol, you're sure you want to go through with the plan?
Oh, yes, Pappy. Let's hurry.
Okay. I'll check with Bill Meggs. You get started when you see my signal.
All right, Pappy. Be careful now.
Hold it, Joe. He's had enough.
That guy can sure take a lot.
Hey, he's out cold.
Get some water, Queenie.
Okay.
Hold it.
Chuck!
Who's that?
I don't know, but I don't like it.
Chuck, let me in. It's Carol.
That's Carol Curtis, Morgan's blonde secretary.
Yeah, quite a dish, too.
Never mind that, Joe. You and Queenie get over there behind the door.
What you gonna do, boss?
Gonna let her in? She knows Morgan's here. She wouldn't keep pounding on that door. We gotta talk to that babe. Now, get going, you two.
Chuck, please let me in. Pappy wants to see you. Chuck, who are you?
Come on in, sister. I want to talk.
Hey, boss, the window! All right, Benny. The cops!
Most of the credit for Benny Benet's capture goes to Carol, bless her. It was she who remembered the fire escape and offered to attract attention to the door while Pappy, Bill Miggs, and a half a dozen cops got set outside the back window. Carol stayed after the others had gone to nurse my wounds. Take it easy, Glamour Puss.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
No.
Here, let me put this salve on that cut over your eye.
That Joe Delaney packs a mean wallop.
I just wish they'd let you have 5 minutes alone with Joe Delaney before they sent him back to San Quentin.
Huh? Why? What would I do?
You'd knock the spots off him.
Glamour Puss, you're wonderful. Come to think of it, I mean it.
Mean what?
You are wonderful.
Oh, Chucky boy, you're just saying that because you think I'm wonderful.
You know, it really was smart of you to figure out about that newsboy.
Wasn't it, though? I knew that Benet wouldn't remember that you worked late, so you slept late.
So you got a new boy to deliver my paper instead of the regular one.
Sure. The regular one, knowing you slept late, left your paper outside the door and went away.
So you reasoned that when I saw a new boy who knocked on the door until I opened it, I'd figure you knew I was being held prisoner and would hold out a bit longer.
But what cinched it was when the boy asked you to pay him. That really must have convinced you.
Well, as I mentioned before, Glamour Puss, you're wonderful. The next time I get to pop that question again, it's going to have oomph. However, do you know, there's one thing that you and Pappy forgot.
What's that?
Today is Sunday. And on Sunday, I always get up early to pay the paper boy.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan again. Did you ever participate in a full-scale revolution? Well, I had that dubious pleasure less than a month ago. And when I say pleasure, I use the word loosely. Anyway, it made a good story, and I'd like to tell you about it. You see, Pappy Mansfield, owner of radio station KOP here in L.A., where High Workers newscaster, is a showman of the first water. When he heard rumors that the Ramon Escobar faction in the tiny South American Republic of Parana was going to attempt to overthrow the Leopoldo de los Rios regime, he contacted the powerful 250,000-watt station in Paolo, Parana's capital city. They set up a short-wave deal whereby I could broadcast the show back to the United States. Then he bought tickets for Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, and me on the Braniff Airlines. We left International Airport on a Sunday evening, and 2 days later, we're nearing our destination. Only a short while longer, Glamour Puss, and we'll set down at the Francisco Airport in Paola, and I'll bet you'll be glad to get there.
Oh, I don't do it. It kind of scares me. I don't know a thing about South America.
You don't? Why, Glamour Puss. South America extends from about 12 degrees north of the equator to about 56 degrees south of the equator.
Yes.
It covers an area of 7,200,000 square miles and has a population of 100,195,000.
Oh, get in.
Ta-ta.
Now I suppose you're going to tell me you also speak Peranian or whatever that is.
Fiddle-dee-dee, naturally.
Well, speak some at me.
Te amo mucho.
Well, I'll be... Oh, what does that mean, Chuck?
Oh, come on now, don't be stupid. Everyone knows what te amo mucho means.
Well, I don't. And I don't believe you do either.
Huh?
Oh, I think you're making it up.
Fasten your safety belts, please.
Uh-oh.
Fasten your safety belts, please.
Well, Glamour Puss, this looks like the end of the journey.
Yeah, they must go to bed early around here. I can't see a thing below.
That's because you're looking out of the wrong window, bird brain. Look over here.
Oh, Chuck, it's like a fairyland.
Isn't it?
Oh, there must be millions of lights. I had no idea Paola would be so big.
Well, what'd you expect, a backcountry settlement?
Oh?
Paola, my sweet, is one of the most modern cities in the world. As are most South Americans. Oh, there's the airfield. See it?
Yes.
You all set?
Oh, I'm as set as I ever will be. But I'm still scared.
Senor Chuck Morgan.
Yes, that's right. You must be Pedro Falcon.
I am sorry, senor. I am not Pedro Falcon. I am a member of the great and glorious forces of Ramon Escobar.
Ramon Escobar? But I thought that we were going to...
You North Americans think too slowly, Senor Morgan. The revolt led by General Escobar was successfully accomplished yesterday.
Oh, no.
General Escobar now sits in the seat of power formerly occupied by that scoundrel Leopoldo de los Rios. And you, Senor Morgan, are his prisoner.
The trouble with most Americans who travel abroad is that unthinkingly they're too sure of themselves. And unconsciously, Carol Curtis and I followed the pattern. We protested violently at being treated like criminals. We offered to show our credentials, and we didn't get the chance. In less time than it took us to realize exactly what was happening, we were detoured around customs and forced into a curtained automobile, persuaded by a couple of blunt-nosed pistols pressed into our backs. Our captor, Senor Pancho Ortega, he said his name was polite but adamant.
You will refrain from attempting to look from the automobile or in any way to attract attention. To do so would be most disastrous for both of you.
I'm going to be pretty disastrous with you, my friend. Just wait until the United States Consulate finds out about this.
The United States Consulate, I can assure you, is not going to find out.
No? Well, don't be too sure. Everyone in Piranha knows we're here tonight. We've had more publicity than your whole two-bit revolution.
Precisely, Senor Morgan. That is why you are our prisoner.
I don't get it.
You will get it, as you say, in due time, Senor.
We rode for about an hour, making a lot of turns and keeping at a moderate pace. Twice, in the distance, we heard sounds of gunfire, which indicated that Ramon Escobar's coup wasn't so completely successful as our friend Pancho had wanted us to believe. After a while, the automobile made a final turn and slowed down. We bounced along a cobbled street for a short distance and then stopped.
You will get out, please.
Now, look here, friend. You've gone far enough. If you don't...
Please, no talking.
But if we can't talk, how are we going
The same goes for you, senorita.
Oh, all right.
Pancho led the way through an unlighted doorway. We followed. His two henchmen were directly behind us. One of them produced a flashlight which revealed a flight of rickety stairs. We all went up. At the top was a small landing and a door. Pancho opened the door. We followed him inside. Someone snapped a light switch. It was a bare room consisting of a table, 2 chairs, and a couch. A naked electric light bulb hanging from the ceiling gave the place a dismal, unlived-in look. There was one window.
Very well, senora and senorita. You will wait here.
What for? How long? Listen, you don't seem to realize how you're sticking your chin out on this deal. If you don't let me talk to the United States Consulate,
Please, senor. May I suggest that you make yourself comfortable until I return? Rafael, Carlos, come.
Well, Senor Morgan, we're in a fine mess.
Oh, shut up. Relax, Glamourpuss. Locked. That doesn't surprise me.
Chuck, this window's got bars on the outside.
Yeah, well, that isn't surprising either. We wouldn't have been left alone if there was a chance of getting out of here.
Chuck, why were we taken prisoners? And why don't they let us see the American consulate? And what are we going to do?
You asked those questions as though you expected me to come up with the answers.
Well, you usually do have the answers. Oh, this is a heck of a time to conk out on me.
Come on, hang on to that sense of humor, Glamourpuss. You may need it.
If that's a sense of humor showing through, then I'm going to be grinning at my own funeral. Oh, say something nice to me, Chuck. I think I'm going to cry.
Now, look, Glamourpuss, get this. We're in a spot, and you start making matters worse by bawling... Uh-oh. Well, back so soon, senor?
I promised you only a short wait, remember? You will step this way, please.
The room we followed Pancho into was a duplicate of the one we'd left. Only this one had more lights, more furniture, and more people. The first person that caught my eye was a lovely raven-haired girl. She was sitting at a table directly beneath the electric light bulb. Beside her was a man. I looked at the man and felt goose pimples breaking out all over.
Chuck.
Yes, I see.
Oh, he looks exactly like you.
There is a slight resemblance.
Slight resemblance? Why, he's a dead ringer.
Buenas noches, señorita. Señor. Ah, so you notice it too, eh? It is most uncanny, no?
Yes. I mean, Chuck, say something.
I think our host wants to talk a while, Glamourpuss.
You are quite right, Senor Morgan. First, let me introduce myself. I am Leopoldo de los Rios, President of the Republic of Piranha.
De los Rios. But I thought...
You thought that my loyal follower Pancho was a member of the Ramon Escobar forces. Quite. Only by posing as such was he able to enter the airfield and drive you away as his guest.
Guest? Yeah, that's a hot one. All right, Rios, what's the rest of the story?
As you pointed out to my loyal supporter Pancho, your arrival here received more publicity than our, what was your expression, two-bit revolution.
Corny should have been the word.
That's the trouble with you North Americans. You treat a revolution outside your own country so lightly.
Nuts.
You're amused. Hundreds of people were killed, and you are amused.
Oh, no, Mr. Rios. We didn't think it was funny at all. Did we, Chuck?
Keep quiet, Glamour Puss. All right, senor. You read about me coming down here in the paper, so what?
And saw your pictures.
All right, okay. So there were pictures.
Please, Senor Morgan, this belligerent attitude will get you nowhere. Put yourself in my position, in the position of any Paranian. There is talk of a revolution. You plan to broadcast it over your radio as though it were some sort of cheap spectacle. Thousands of people have been killed, and you make sport of it.
All right. You said hundreds before, but never mind. You've got a point. I admit it. I apologize. Now, where do we go from here?
For the moment, senor, you will go nowhere. It is I who am going.
Well, that's okay with us. You go your way, we'll go ours.
Unfortunately, it will not be simple for you to go your way. You see, Senor Morgan, your thirst for publicity brought you much of it. Your picture was published and republished. And even I, Senor Morgan, could not fail to note the strong resemblance between us.
All right, okay, so we're twins. Now what?
Now, Senor Morgan, I will take your papers, all of your credentials, and escape from Parana.
What?
Yes, Senor Morgan. It is an excellent plan I have, well thought out, and it shall be well executed.
You're out of your mind.
No, far from it. At the moment, I am the deposed leader of my country. The police and the military are systematically searching the city. The time is short. It is inevitable that they will find my hideout here.
And when they do?
Ramon Escobar, Senor Morgan, has issued a decree. I am to be shot on sight.
Chuck, do you realize what that means? If he takes your
You
papers
keep
and...
quiet, Glamour Puss. Go ahead, Rios.
I think you understand the situation, senor. Since you North Americans make so light of our small revolution, since you think it is so amusing to come down here and make a spectacle of what to us is a most serious affair, you shall have your chance to be what is it you say, a sport about the whole thing?
I think I get what you're driving at, senor. You're going to take my credentials, and posing at me, you're going to take the first plane out of here for safety.
Precisely.
You're going to leave me here, and when Escobar's gang catches up with me, I'm going to be executed in your stead.
Oh, not necessarily. You are, I think, a clever man, Senor Morgan.
Gracias.
Perhaps you can avoid capture until I return from Cuba.
Cuba?
Yes, I shall leave the plane in Cuba. There I have many influential friends. There I shall reorganize my armies and one day return to Parana to liberate my people from the tyrant Ramon Escobar.
One day return. And when will that one day be, senor?
Who knows? A month, 6 months, a year?
And during that time, I'm supposed to hang around here, ducking the cops and the army who will stop at nothing to get a rope around my neck.
If you're still alive when I return, senor, you will be sent back to your country a free man.
Well, that's mighty white of you, chum. But I have other ideas.
So?
Yeah, so. Your flunkies have failed to frisk either one of us when they picked us up at the airport. All right. Did you ever see one of these before?
Yes, many times. That is a Colt 45 automatic, a very effective weapon. Do you intend to shoot us all with it, senor?
Only if you're stupid enough to try to stop us from getting out of here. Carol.
Yes, Chuck?
Go over and see where that door leads to.
No one in this room will attempt to spoil your fun, senor. It is outside the room you will be stopped.
I'll take that chance.
It's open, Chuck. There's a hole outside and the stairs we came up.
Good. Now stay where you are, all of you. One false move and you get it. Get out in the hall, Glamour Puss. As soon as I close the door, lock it.
All right.
I stepped quickly through the door, banged it shut. Carol turned the key. We spun toward the stairs, but we stopped. 5 men were gathered at the head of the stairwell.
Drop your gun, senor.
We had our choice of shooting it out or being shot ourselves, so I decided to shoot it out. At the moment, I couldn't think of any alternative. Drop to the floor, Glamour! escape had failed completely. The last thing I remember was dropping to the floor beside Carol, thinking what a crummy way this was to die. 6,000 miles from home in a country about the size of Rhode Island, and no forest lawn where a guy could get a decent funeral. Then something hit me on the side of my head, and it was curtains. I woke up on the couch in the room where Carol and I had spent the first 5 minutes of our imprisonment. But despite that throbbing ache in my head, I thought I must surely be in heaven. For standing over me was an angel. I shut my eyes and opened them again. She was still there. She had raven black hair and eyes the color of midnight, and a skin that would shame the petals of a rose.
The senor feels better?
Oh, yeah, like $1 million.
Drink this, please.
What is it?
It will stop the ache.
I took the stuff and drank it. What did I have to lose? It tasted like the devil. But the ache had stopped in my head. Then I discovered two things. There was a bandage tied neatly around my head. And the angel with the rose petal skin was a girl who had been sitting at the table beside De Los Rios. Ah, so it's you.
You feel better, see?
Yeah. Thanks. Where's Glamourpuss?
Glamourpuss?
Carol Curtis, the girl who was with me.
Oh, she's quite safe. I will take you to her in a moment.
Why not now?
First, I have to make what in the United States I believe you call the proposition.
Uh-oh. I hope you didn't mention to Glamourpuss that you were going to say that to me.
Let me explain, please.
Huh?
I am Conchita Cortez, the sister-in-law of Leopoldo de los Rios.
Well, baby, I wouldn't brag about it.
You must realize what a serious position you are in, Senor Morgan. Unless you permit me to help you escape, you will surely be captured and executed.
Now, wait a minute. Let's take this once over lightly, chicken. Did you say that you would help us to escape?
I did.
What's the catch?
The catch, as you call it, senor, is that you take me with you.
What?
I want to go to the United States. I must go to the United States.
Oh, I see. And you figure this is your chance of getting out of the country, eh?
It is more than that, senor. In North America is my fiancé. He waits for me there. A whole year he waits. We wish to get married.
Well, that figures. Now, about this plan of escape.
I know the city well. I have many friends and much jewelry to be used as gifts.
Well, I'm still in the position of having nothing to lose, so okay, Conchita. It's a deal. This was beginning to seem like a bad nightmare, the awakening from which was becoming increasingly uncertain. Conchita snapped off the light and took hold of my hand.
You do not mind?
No, to the contrary.
Follow closely, please.
Huh?
And do not make any sound.
We went through a door and into another darkened room. Stopped a moment to listen. Far off, the machine gun began its angry chattering. It was a dull explosion, sounding like a grenade. Then silence. We moved across the floor, and Conchita opened a second door. Sudden light exploded out at us. I heard the sound of quick footsteps. And then Carol had her arms around my neck.
Chuck! Oh, Chuck!
Take it easy, Glamourpuss. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, Chuck, I was afraid. Who's this?
This, sweetheart, is Conchita Cortez. Quite a kid.
Yes, I see she is. You can drop the little boy's hand now, darling. He's not afraid anymore.
I am so sorry. I did not intend. I was not thinking.
Lots of girls stop thinking when Chucky Boy turns on.
And then lay off, Glamourpuss, will you? Conchita's going to get us out of this mess. She's also going back to the States with us.
Oh, she is?
I do not want to appear rude, but there's so little time. That machine gun fire I do not like. It means there is still resistance.
All right, we're ready. It's any time you are, little one. Let's go. We stepped out into a cobbled alley, turned right, and headed for the lighted street. Near the mouth of the alley, we stopped. A man had suddenly appeared around the corner. He was in uniform and carried a rifle. He stood peering into the alley's gloom. He started towards us, and Conchita said,
"Wait! Do not move."
Her heels clicked away on the cobblestone. The soldier brought the gun down, but Conchita spoke to him softly, and he allowed her to approach. They stood a minute talking. Then we saw Conchita reach into her handbag.
Chuck.
Yeah?
You called her little one.
What?
You called her little one back there in the room.
Called her... At a time like this, you bring up a stupid... Listen, I called her Little One because that's her name. Conchita means Little One in Peranian.
Oh, Chuck, I'm sorry.
Well, you better be. Conchita returned, and she led us back to the street. The soldier had disappeared. As a matter of fact, there wasn't a soul in evidence anywhere. We crossed 2 intersections, then made a right turn, and the business district of Paola was before us, looking as much like 6th and Olive in L.A. as 6th and Olive looks like 6th and Olive. Only there weren't any people or traffic. I could feel Carol's hand begin trembling in mine. She was getting that same sense of eeriness. Suddenly, Conchita stopped, holding up her hand.
Listen. It is the patrol. They're coming this way. Quick! Beyond that building is an alley. In the alley is an automobile. We must hurry.
We didn't have a chance. The patrol came around the corner and saw us. There was a shout of command. The soldiers broke ranks and ran towards us. Quick, into this building! Hurry! Inside, both of you. Let me bolt the door. We were on the ground floor of an office building. There was a large plaque on the wall. I glanced at it, and then I did take. Look! This is station PAR, the radio station from which I was going to do that broadcast.
Chuck, if Pedro Falcon is here, he'll help us.
Yeah.
Pedro Falcon was taken prisoner yesterday. This station is now in the
You will raise your hands, please, all of you. Senor Leopoldo de los Rios, you are the prisoner of Ramon Escobar, President of the Republic of Parana.
You've heard the old American expression, out of the frying pan into the fire? Well, that was us. The man with the gun ordered us into a waiting room that had been converted into temporary headquarters for Ramon Escobar. The general himself, a short, swarthy man with a waxed mustache, sat behind a table that was big enough for a director's meeting at the AT&T. Inside of me, he leaped to his feet.
Rios, so you were unable to escape as you boasted, eh?
Now, take it easy, General. I'm not Rios. My name is Morgan. I'm an American.
Oh, you are not Leopoldo de los Rios, eh? Oh, come, Leopoldo. Do you take me for a fool?
He is telling the truth, General Escobar. This is not Leopoldo de los Rios.
Oh, and I suppose you are not Conchita Cortez, Leopoldo's sister-in-law.
Yes, that is true. I am Conchita Cortez. But you must believe me. This man is Senor Morgan, a citizen of the United States.
I see. And who is the lovely creature standing beside him?
I'm Carol Curtis, and you can tell his monkey face to let go my arm.
Well, such a fiery spirit. Corporal.
It was obvious we weren't getting anywhere with the general. Whether or not he believed I was Leopoldo de los Rios, he didn't seem to bother much. He had himself a couple of fine prisoners, and he was delighted. I was beginning to weigh my chances of getting hold of the corporal's rifle when something happened.
Hi, Chuck. Hello, Carol.
Pappy!
Now I've seen everything. How did you get here?
Oh, Pappy, I was never more glad to see anyone in my life.
Senor Mansfield, you know this Leopoldo de los Rios?
Leopoldo, my foot, that's Chuck Morgan. He works for me. The blonde girl is Carol Curtis, his secretary.
Ah, this is de los Rios. His face is very familiar to
Chuck's
me.
face is familiar to me. Listen, General, does your friend de los Rios have a Yankee accent, or hadn't you noticed it?
This is something I had not thought of.
Well, you better think of it beginning now. Come on, you two. We're getting out of here.
Okay, Pappy. Wait. The girl stays.
Which girl?
Conchita Cortez. She stays. She will remain as hostage. De los Rios will not attempt to leave Parana so long as he thinks she is in danger.
Now, just a minute, General. You're wrong again. Conchita goes with us.
So? And why is it you say this?
Because I made a deal with her. She agreed to help us escape if I promised to take her back to the United States with us.
Escape? But she did not succeed in helping you escape,
That's
senor.
not the point. We made a deal. She tried to keep her part of it. I'm going to keep mine.
And if I do not permit?
You'll permit, General. First, because it was Conchita who contacted the American consulate, which in turn contacted me. And second, because if I'm not back at the consulate in 15 minutes, that broadcast I was telling you about is going on the air. There were short waves set up over there, and the American people are just waiting to hear the details of this revolution of yours.
I see.
And a lot is going to depend upon the nature of those details. Your credit rating with the United States government, for one thing.
I see. Perhaps this would be important to the future of Parana, eh?
Well, it seems likely. You might as well count on Uncle Sam to get your country back onto its feet. Everyone else does.
Yes. This is most important. Most important indeed. Very well, it is a bargain. You will make the broadcast and explain to the people of the United States that the government of Parana is
now... Good old Pappy. And what a liar he was. There wasn't any short wave set up at the American consulate, but General Escobar didn't know that. However, I did make a brief talk from Station PAR, stating the facts of the revolution and refraining from any personal comment. Then the four of us were given safe escort to the airfield. That big four-motored Braniff airliner took off 5 minutes after we reached the field. Pappy squeezed himself into a seat beside the beautiful Conchita.
Pappy's sure having himself a time, isn't he?
Look at that old boy. He's getting a boot out of being so close to South American beauty. What does that mean?
So were you.
So was I what?
Getting a boot out of being so close to South American beauty.
Oh, now, glamour puss.
I found out something.
What?
Conchita doesn't mean little one.
Oh?
You just made that up.
Now, look, glamour puss, under the circumstances...
And I found out something else, too.
What?
I found out what Teo Mucho means.
You found out what Teo Mucho... What does it mean?
Well?
Well?
Say it in English.
Okay, glamour puss. I love you very much.
Oh, Chuck.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. Chuck Morgan speaking. Newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. You know, it's an interesting job, this newscasting. Sure, most days are like routine stories, routine happenings. But every once in a while, something comes up that's different. This was $500,000 different. I mean that jewel robbery out in Beverly Hills last week. They got away with a huge diamond clip and other trinkets which belonged or had belonged to Oscar Tennant, the movie mogul. You probably read that Oscar had passed into the great beyond a month before. Well, his widow, Dora Tennant, a wheelchair invalid, had decided to have a private showing for a small group. I was invited, as was my boss, Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP. And, of course, Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, had to tag along. So directly after my 7 o'clock broadcast, the three of us had dinner at the Plaza Hotel and then headed out for Beverly Hills.
What's the purpose of this show, Chuck? The old lady won't ever want to know how rich she is?
No, Pappy, I think it's a release of a long period of frustration.
Frustration? How can anybody who owns a $500,000 diamond be frustrated?
That's the point, Glamour Buzz. The well-remembered Oscar Tennant was kind of a screwball about his money. He started with nothing, you know, made a lot fast.
That's right. He began buying things he could never afford before and stashing them away. He got a bang out of knowing he had the stuff even though he never used it.
Yeah.
Do you mean Mrs. Tennant was never allowed to wear the diamond clip?
That's it exactly. All her friends heard she had the clip and were asking to see it, but Oscar never let her take it out of the safe. People began to wonder if the oversized diamond really existed.
So now she's going to prove to everybody that it does exist, huh?
That's the way I figure it, Pappy.
Golly, I can hardly wait to see a rock that size. Chuck, do you suppose...
No.
But, Chuck, you don't even know what I was going to say.
Yes, I do. I can't afford even a little one.
But, Chuck, after all, we are engaged, and Pappy would be...
No, I said. You tried having Pappy deduct payments from my salary once before, and I was broke for
Chuck,
6...
Look, I'd be...
No. The Tennant estate was one of those rambling, one-story deals with a lot of rolling lawn and shade trees. Must have been about 8:30 when we turned into the drive. Oddly enough, the house was almost dark. As a matter of fact, it looked to us as if only one light were burning, and that in the rear of the house.
That's funny. The place looks deserted.
Yeah. You sure you haven't got your dates mixed, Chuck?
Mrs. Tennant said the 6th. Today is the 6th, isn't it?
That's right. I happen to know because yesterday was the 5th and tomorrow is the 7th.
Right, girl. Okay, you two stay here. I'll go up and find out what the score is. Maybe it was crazy, but as I walked up to that darkened house, I had a feeling that something was very wrong about all this. No reason, except for the darkened house and the fact that there were no other cars parked in the drive. But it turned out that those reasons were enough. I pushed the doorbell button, heard chimes way inside the house. For a minute, nothing happened. Then I heard a step behind me and felt something all too familiar pressed into the small of my back.
All right, mister. Get your hands up.
What? Who the devil are you?
Never mind who I am. You're under arrest for stealing the Tennant jewels.
It was dark on the veranda. The man with the gun was only a vague shape. The gun barrel was still an uncomfortable pressure in my back. So I decided not to make a hero out of myself, but do as I was told. All right, so I'm a jewel thief. I came back to give myself up. What do I do now?
Get inside.
Sure. Only don't get trigger happy with that gun. I bruise easily. This was crazy. In the pitch darkness of the room we entered, I could have at least grappled with the man with the gun. He must have known that. I took a chance, swung wildly, and connected with thin air. Then there was a snap of the switch. The room was suddenly flooded with light. Across the room, one hand still on a wall switch, the gun in the other, was a small, gray-haired guy of about 50. In the middle of the floor was a woman in a wheelchair. She, too, was gray-haired, about the same age. She was leaning slightly forward. There was a bright gleam in her eyes, a sort of eager, anticipatory look, as though she were enjoying the situation.
So, this is what a jewel thief looks like. Upon my soul, you look exactly like a human being.
All right, I'll go along with the gag. I am a human being.
Ordway, don't let this man's innocent appearance deceive you. Keep him covered.
One false move and he gets it.
Well, you tell me what a false move is, so I won't make one, huh?
My, such impudence. You'll be singing a different tune, my fine young friend, when you're languishing in the local Bastille.
The local Bastille?
Oh, don't try begging for mercy. I intend to be absolutely heartless in this matter. Well, are you going to make a full confession, or shall we, what's the word, Ordway?
Sweat.
Yes, sweat. Or shall we sweat it out of you?
I'd like to be sweated.
You would? Ordway, did you hear? He wants to be sweated. Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to.
Mother, did you... What in the world is going on here?
Oh, come in, my dear. I want you to see what a real live jewel thief looks like.
A jewel thief? Well, who? Where? Surely you don't mean Mr. Morgan.
What was that, Isabel?
The man Ordway is pointing the gun at is Chuck Morgan, a radio newscaster. I'd know him anywhere.
Oh, no.
Oh, Mother, this is absolutely the last straw. I should think you'd be ashamed of yourself. How in the world are you going to apologize to Mr. Morgan? What if he uses the story on one of his broadcasts? It'll be the laughingstock of everyone in town.
That must be the rest of my gang now. Shall I let them in?
I'll go. Yes?
We're looking for Chuck Morgan. Is he here?
Come on in, Pappy Carroll. I was just about to be sweated.
What do you mean, sweated?
Yeah, and what's the idea of leaving us sitting out there in the car?
Please, Mr. Morgan, do you mind?
Okay. We'll keep it our secret.
Thanks.
Mrs. Tennant, this is my secretary, Carol Curtis, my boss, Pappy Mansfield. Mrs. Tennant, her daughter, Isabel, and, Ordway.
How do you do?
Nice to meet you.
Well, when does the show start? I've got to get back to the station.
But I don't understand. It was tomorrow night that I planned to put the jewels on display.
So you did get the dates mixed after all, Chuck.
Well, then my memory's taken a bad turn for the worse. I was positive you said the 6th, Mrs. Tennant.
She did.
But, Isabel, darling.
Mother, I was sitting right beside you when you called Mr. Morgan. You asked him out for the 6th.
Oh, dear. Oh, I'm so sorry. Will you ever forgive me, dear people?
Well, where's the harm? Now that we're here, why can't we have a look at the jewels?
Why, that's simple. They've been stolen.
Stolen? What? Do you mean you were actually serious when you thought that I had...
But of course, dear boy. Why shouldn't we think that you were the culprit?
Mother, I don't believe it. It's another of your wild attempts to be dramatic.
Well, then look for yourself, my dear.
I will.
I don't get this.
Seems as though something's wrong someplace.
Oh, I assure you, my dear, there's not a thing wrong. The jewels were stolen about 15 minutes before Mr. Morgan arrived.
15 minutes before... Have you notified the police?
No. Ordway and I planned to capture the thief ourselves. We almost did, too. I mean...
Mrs. Tennant, pardon us if we all seem a trifle confused, but just why did you think the thief would return?
Because he didn't get the diamond clip.
Huh?
Ordway and I knew that when he discovered that fact, he'd return. So we turned off the lights and waited. We doused the glim.
Well, I'll be darned.
Where is the clip now?
Right in the safe in a separate package where I placed it last night, ready for the showing.
It's true. The jewels are gone.
Of course, dear. All but the diamond clip. That's still in the safe.
I'm afraid you've overdone it this time, Mother. The diamond clip's gone, too.
There wasn't any doubt about the sincerity of Mrs. Tennant's concern when she heard that the $500,000 diamond had actually vanished. If she'd been playing at dramatics up to now, the show was over. The old lady practically threw a fit. Still, for my money, nothing much tied together about this screwy affair. However, I smelled a story, and a good one, so I decided to stick around. Pappy went to call the cops. Isabel did what she could for her mother, who by now was having genuine hysterics. While Ordway, Carol, and I went into the room where the wall safe was located. It wouldn't take a very smart safecracker to bust that one open. How many know the combination, Ordway?
Oh, just Mrs. Tennant and her daughter.
I see. Where do you fit into the picture, by the way?
Why, I've been chauffeur, gardener, and general handyman for the Tennants for years.
There's only one window in this room, Chuck. Up there.
Yeah.
It's too small for anyone to get through.
A small man might be able to do it. What's outside, Ordway?
A flower garden, sir.
You suppose you could scare up a flashlight so we could have a look?
Oh, yes, sir. There's one right here in this drawer.
Good. Carol, take a look at Mrs. Tennant, will you? She may need a doctor. If the police arrive... Oh, hello, Pappy. Get through to the police?
No. Chuck, this may be a screwy deal, but there's a lot about it that isn't screwy.
Yeah?
The telephone wires have been cut.
No kidding.
No kidding. Tell you what, suppose you stick around here while I drive down and report this.
That's a good deal, Pappy. See you later. So Pappy went off after the cops. Carol went in to lend a hand with Mrs. Tennant. And Ordway and I went out the back door and around the house toward the flower bed. There were no trees on this side of the house. The stars were bright, so Ordway didn't switch on his flashlight, which turned out to be a lucky thing. Or maybe it wasn't. We were within 5 paces of the flower bed when Ordway suddenly yelled,
"Look out, sir!"
It was too late. Something hit me behind the ear with the force of a pile driver. I went down and out, and stayed down and out for a long time. At least it seemed that way to me. Then I saw the stars up above dancing around like pinwheels. From a long way off, a voice kept saying over and over again,
"Mr. Morgan, are you all right? Mr. Morgan, are you all right? Mr. Morgan? Mr. Morgan? Shall I get a doctor, Mr. Morgan?"
Oh, no, never mind the doctor. What hit me?
I don't know who it was, sir. He jumped from behind that shrub. He had something in his hand, a club of some sort. I yelled, but he was too quick for me, sir.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, he ran off, sir, like a flash.
Why did you go after him?
Why, 2 reasons, sir. I thought you needed attention, and, well, I knew he couldn't get away.
What do you mean he couldn't get away?
Well, because he ran in that direction, sir. There's an 8-foot wall that nobody could get over without a ladder. Now, the only other avenue of escape is through the house or right past here, which means the man who hit you must be hiding on the grounds right now.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, if the man who belted me was still on the grounds, I intended finding him. My head was pounding like a voodoo drum. I wasn't very steady on my feet as Ordway and I started out in the direction he'd indicated, which accounts for the fact that I stumbled into the general handyman when he suddenly stopped. Sorry, what's the matter?
Oh, careful, sir. I just saw a movement behind that shrub.
Yeah? Well, turn your flashlight over that way.
Yes, sir. Oh, confound it, the battery seems to be dead.
Oh, no.
Oh, there it is again, sir. Look, it just moved.
Yeah, there is something there. Come on, Ordway, let's move in. Ordway and I began moving cautiously toward the shrub. There was a vague shape beside it. A shape that stood motionless until we were almost up to it. Then, come on, Ordway, after him! The man, whoever he was, must have held a track record. He was away from us like a streak of light. We kept after him, spreading out a little, so that when he came to that 8-foot wall, he'd have to turn back and run into one of us. Well, he came to the 8-foot wall, and he turned back right into my arms. I made a flying tackle, grabbed him around the knees, brought him to the ground. Ordway came running over, flung himself across the guy's chest, pinning him to the ground.
We've got him, sir. We've got him.
Yeah, we've got him. Get up on your feet.
Keep your hands off me.
Yeah.
How do you think you're throwing around?
Who do you think you're belting behind the ear with a baseball bat, huh?
Didn't belt anybody with anything. Ordway, tell this jerk, whoever he is, who I am.
So you know the young man, do you, Ordway?
Why, it's Mr. Avery, sir.
Yeah? Who's Mr. Avery?
Mr. Paul Avery. he's a friend of Miss Isabel.
I see. This is the way he does his courting, eh? Well, Mr. Paul Avery, let's get back to the house so we can take a look at you and ask a few questions. Paul Avery, a kid about 20 or 21 years old, was sullen and defiant. He didn't want to go back to the house, but he went with my help. When we got there, we found Carol and Isabel alone in the living room. The latter took one look at our prisoner and let out a cry.
Paul! Oh, Paul, what have they done to you?
It's okay, Isabel. I'm all right. They came charging at me and I ran. I guess they thought I was some kind of prowler or something.
The idea.
We thought it was more than that. In fact, we're practically sure he was the man who socked me behind the ear with a pile driver.
Socked you? Well, you big bully. Chuck, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Forget about it.
I've already told you I didn't sock anybody. I was just coming here to see...
Paul Avery, what are you doing here? Haven't I forbidden you this house? Haven't I told you 100
Mother, please.
No, Isabel. I made up my mind about this young man some time ago. He's not to be trusted. Ordway, what is Paul Avery doing in this house?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Tennant. We found him prowling about the grounds. Mr. Morgan had been attacked, and we thought that...
Naturally, you thought that it was Paul Avery who stole my jewels. I just examined the safe myself, and I'm sure of it. Ordway, will you please search Mr. Avery's pockets?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't rob any safe. I only came here to see Isabel. We were going to meet out there...
Steady, son, steady. It'll only take a minute, and it'll be painless.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
He certainly doesn't look like a safecracker to me.
Now, let's see here. Oh, what's this?
Why, Paul. It's one of Mother's rings.
I knew it. I knew it the minute I laid eyes on that young man. He's a thief. Paul Avery, where's my diamond clip?
I don't know. I don't even know what a diamond clip looks like.
Let's start with the ring, then. How did that happen to be in your pocket, son?
I don't know. I never saw it before.
Oh, that's rich. That's very rich indeed. Never saw it before. Then how did it get into your pocket, I'd like to know?
Well, someone must have put it there. Yeah, that's it. Someone had to put it there, and who else had the chance but Ordway and this guy here?
The idea. The very idea accusing Ordway or Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, I demand that you arrest Paul Avery at once.
Well, I'm not a policeman, Mrs. Tennant. If I were, I think I'd ask a few more questions and search a few more pockets before I arrested anybody. Well, there wasn't anything to do but hang around until Pappy got back with the police. At my suggestion, Paul Avery agreed to remain at the house. It looked pretty bad for him if he didn't. That was all right with Dora Tennant. She was positive the kid had the diamond clip, and she kept ranting on about how she was going to have him arrested the instant the cops arrived. I looked around for a flashlight that would work, couldn't find one, so I got a handful of matches from the kitchen. Carol and I went outside and started around to the flower bed.
Pappy's been gone long enough. Wonder what's keeping him.
I was wondering myself.
Chuck, do you think Paul Avery is the thief?
Could be.
Or how about Ordway?
Could be.
You didn't slip the ring into Avery's pocket, did you?
Oh, that's a bright question.
Okay. But I've known you to do such crazy things when unraveling one of these mysteries. Oh, what's this here?
It's a flower bed beneath the window of the room where the safe's located.
Oh, what do you expect to find?
I don't know. Let's have a look. I'll get down here. Yeah. Looks like a freshly planted bed.
There certainly aren't any flowers. As a matter of fact, there isn't anything.
Wait a minute. Here's something. This rounded mark in the dirt near the edge of the lawn here.
Well, it looks like... What's the imprint of the toe of a man's shoe?
That's exactly what it is, Glamourpuss. Someone came up to the edge of the bed, leaned over to pick up something.
But what? There's nothing there now.
Wait a minute. Ow. Wait, I'll add another match. There we are. Now look, I'll be the man. I stand on the edge of the lawn like this with the toe of one shoe on the flower bed. I lean forward and... Hey!
What is it? I still don't see anything.
That depression in the soft dirt over there.
Chuck, that's it. Someone threw something.
Yeah.
The box containing the jewels out of the window and then picked it up
No,
later.
no. That's wrong, Glamourpuss. The diamond clip was in a package by itself, remember? A diamond clip wouldn't weigh enough to make a mark in the dirt that deep. Wouldn't be shaped like that either. About 3 inches long and rounded.
Then what did make it?
I don't know. Let me think. How much a drop is that from the window? Would you say 8 feet, maybe? Yeah. Now, how much would an object dropping 8 feet have to weigh to make an impression that deep in soft dirt The consistency of which...
I know a good one like that, too.
Huh?
If a boat is traveling due west at a rate of 25 miles an hour, how old's the captain?
Sorry, Glamourpuss. I was trying to figure something out.
Oh, you were just showing off, and I'm not impressed. So let's get back to the business at hand.
Okay, let's go.
Go where? Aren't you going to try and figure out what was dropped from the window?
I did. Didn't you hear me?
Do you mean you weren't kidding with all that double talk?
Of course not. Didn't I ever tell you at school I was a whiz at mathematics? I remember once my teacher said...
Morgan.
Oh, Isabel. You looking for someone?
Yes, I'm looking for you. May I talk to you a minute?
Sure, go ahead.
Shall I leave?
No, stick around, Glamourpuss. Isabel doesn't mind. Or do you, Isabel?
Of course not. Mr. Morgan, Paul didn't steal Mother's jewels.
Huh?
I'm sure of it.
What makes you so sure?
Well, because I love him.
That figures.
Oh, quiet, Glamourpuss. Isabel, is the reason your mother doesn't want you to marry Paul because she thinks he doesn't have enough money?
That and because she doesn't want me to leave her. Since Father died, she leans upon me heavily for companionship and comfort.
Yeah. As I recall, your father died of a series of heart attacks, which began about a year ago.
Yes, that's right.
And it was right after that your mother became confined to her wheelchair.
Yes. I think her invalidism was due partly to the fact that the doctor told her father a little chance of recovering.
Pardon me for asking a dumb question, but what's all this got to do with the stolen jewels?
Everything, Glamourpuss, everything. Come on, let's go inside and I'll tell you why.
I can't understand why you've asked us all to gather in this room, Mr. Morgan. And I can't understand either why that man hasn't returned with the police. What was his name? Mansfield? Oh, yes, that was it. Mansfield. Or was it he who stole the jewels? Ah, perhaps I have something there. Perhaps he isn't Mr. Mansfield, or you're not Mr. Morgan. Well, Mr. Morgan?
Are you through, Mrs. Tennant?
I'm not sure I like the tone of your voice.
I'm afraid you're going to like it less when I finish. How would you like to know where your diamond clip is?
What? You know where my diamond clip is?
Oh, yes, I know.
Well, then give it to me at once.
Just a minute. Don't you want to know where the other jewels are that were stolen?
All right. Yes, of course. But it's the diamond clip that's important. It's worth more than all the others put together.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the reason you forgot your dramatics and practically had hysterics when you learned that the clip was missing. Because the diamond clip, Mrs. Tennant, was the only jewel that was really stolen. Well, I was playing a hunch with only a few facts to back it up, but it looked as though it were going to pay off. Ordway was standing near the outside doorway, the flashlight still bulging in his pocket. He looked at me blandly as I walked up to him. All right, Ordway, hand it over.
Hand what over?
The diamond clip, of course.
Are you kidding? Why, you can search every pocket in my clothes and you won't find it.
That's a good deal. I'll start in this pocket containing the flashlight. Just let me remove it, will you?
Give me that.
Give you what, Ordway? The flashlight? Why? It doesn't work. You said so yourself.
But...
Kind of light for such a big flashlight, Ordway. I wonder why. I'll tell you why. One of the battery cells have been removed. You took it out and threw it out of the window so you'd have a safe hiding place for the diamond clip, which you stole. You later recovered the cell from the flower bed after you slugged me.
Ordway, not you. You couldn't have...
Don't act so shocked, Mrs. Tennant. It was you who stole your own jewels. You and Ordway. That's why you weren't worried and you could play at dramatics until you found out that the clip was gone, too. You didn't want that stolen because there was no way of recovering it without admitting your guilt, and an insurance company wouldn't pay off without a real tough investigation.
Why, the idea. The very idea. This is terrible.
It's nowhere near as terrible as the fact that you're no more an invalid than I am.
What's that? What's that you said?
It's what you said that gave away your little game. You said you examined the safe yourself for the missing clip. That safe is more than 5 feet above the floor. Now, you couldn't very well search it from a wheelchair, could you?
Mother.
Wait a minute, Isabel. You better hear the rest of your mother's selfish tale. When she knew your father couldn't live more than a year after his heart attack, she decided to make herself dependent upon you so she'd never be left alone. So she confined herself to the wheelchair and worked in your sympathy. Then Paul Avery came along and you fell in love with him. Your mother was threatened with being left alone again. So she conspired with Ordway to have some worthless jewels stolen and to plant one on Avery. Then she invited me out, so the business would receive a lot of publicity. Only Ordway couldn't resist such a golden opportunity to pull a double cross and steal the clip. Am I right, Mrs. Tennant, or am I guessing?
Oh, Isabel. I was so afraid of being alone. Mother, you didn't. You couldn't have done such a dreadful thing.
All right, Morgan, and the rest of you, the show's over. I'll drill the first one who moves.
So I'd forgotten about Ordway's gun. Well, that's me, always forgetting something important. Only this time I wasn't too worried. I'd seen something that Ordway couldn't have because of his position near the door. Outside, a car had stopped at the foot of the veranda steps. Pappy Mansfield and 2 uniformed policemen had gotten out of it. So I only stood there and watched. I watched Ordway back up to the door, thinking this was perfect timing, and that Pappy was, as is usually the case, going to have the final word. Ordway put his hand behind him and opened the door. And there were Pappy and 2 cops waiting.
All right, Ordway, the show's over for you, too. Get your hands up.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan again. You know, being a newscaster on a radio station the size of KOP puts me in line to meet a lot of people. Statistics show that there are more than 5 million active criminals in the USA. These include the sneaking small-time petty thieves and the big-time operators who head up Murder Incorporated. They also include the racketeers, that group of sadistic, unscrupulous parasites who prey upon the weak, the innocent, the honest citizen. To my way of thinking, they're the worst, the ones we can best get along without. Especially those who deal in human emotions. Which is why when I reached my office last Thursday and found Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, entertaining a stranger, I listened to her story and really got burned up. Have you been to the police about this, Mrs. Ellis?
Yes, but what can they do? This woman, this Mae Dawson, she claims to be our baby's natural mother. She has a birth certificate to prove it.
You see, Chuck, Mr. and Mrs. Ellis adopted Betsy when she was only 7 months old. She's now 6 years. Naturally, they think of her as their own.
Oh, she is our own, Miss Curtis. Why, we love her more than if I were her natural mother.
What about the adoption agency?
Well, they went out of business a year after we took Betsy.
Yeah, it's the usual pattern. If you people who adopt youngsters would only investigate these so-called...
Chuck, Mrs. Ellis didn't come here to be lectured.
I'm sorry.
She knows she's wrong, but that doesn't alter things. She's in danger of losing her child, and she wants to know if there isn't something you can do to prevent it.
Well, I don't know what. The police's hands are tied. What about this Mae Dawson, the child's natural mother?
Well, she claims that after the child was born, she was unable to support it, so she left it with the adoption agency. And she told them that as soon as she was able, she'd come and get the baby and pay them for having kept it.
Yeah, that follows too. Oh, hello, Pappy. Come in. This is Mrs. Clara Ellis. Mrs. Ellis, Pappy Mansfield, owner of KOP.
How do you do?
Mrs. Ellis believes she's been victimized by one of those adoption agencies, Pappy.
Oh, one of those, huh?
Yeah.
She's going to lose her baby, Pappy, unless someone does something about it. And I think Chuck should do it.
Chuck? What can Chuck do?
Well, he can at least talk to that woman.
Now, wait a minute, Glamourpuss. Mrs. Ellis, have you said anything to this woman about money? I mean, did you offer her a sum if she allowed you to keep the youngster?
No, I was afraid to. My husband's a tool and die worker, Mr. Morgan. He makes a comfortable living, and we've saved $2,000 against Betsy's education. If Mae Dawson took that $2,000, then she'd want more. We'd be bled for the rest of our lives.
And if she didn't take the $2,000, then you'd have to assume that she was the child's natural mother. And you don't want to think that. Right, Mrs. Ellis?
Yes, that's right.
But whether she is or not, she hasn't any rightful claim to Betsy. Why, the woman hasn't seen the child since she was 7 months old. Now, how could she possibly...
Your mother instinct is getting the best of you, Glamourpuss. You know, that money angle might give us the answer we're looking for.
Now, just what do you think you're going to do?
Yes. Just what do you think you're going to do? I hope.
Well, if the woman were offered some money, a sizable amount, and took it...
It would prove the whole thing's a racket, and Mr. and Mrs. Ellis could keep their baby.
And if she didn't, Chuck would be a sucker. How much money were you thinking of offering, Chuck?
Oh, say $20,000?
Well, that's a good, neat figure. Now, just where are you going to get this tidy sum to offer the lady?
Where? Why, Pappy, I'm surprised. You're going to provide it, of course. Well, it wasn't an easy job selling Pappy on the idea he should risk $20,000 trying to expose what might or might not be one of the most vicious rackets in the books. He was only half convinced that Mae Dawson didn't have a legitimate claim, especially since Clara Ellis had no proof whatever that Mae Dawson wasn't little Betsy's natural mother. But, Pappy, that's what we want to find out. If it's a racket, then we want to know about it.
Why? We're not in the racket-busting business, Chuck. We're running a radio station. Why should we...
Because when you run a radio station or a newspaper or any other public service enterprise, it's supposed to be devoted to the best interests of the people who support it. And that's the public.
My, just listen to Miss Curtis.
Now, look, this is what I have in mind. Suppose I call her Mrs. Dawson. I'll represent myself as Mrs. Ellis's attorney. I'll tell her the Ellises are too upset to talk to her again. I'll hint around and finally offer them $20,000.
Of my money.
Oh, Chuck, I knew you'd do something. Mrs. Ellis, you haven't a thing to worry about from now on. Chuck will take care of everything.
Now, wait a minute, Glamour Puss. Let's not get Mrs. Ellis's hopes up. I can't promise a thing. There's still a 50-50 chance that Mae Dawson is legitimate. If she is, there's nothing anybody can do.
She won't take my baby, Mr. Morgan. I don't care who she is. She won't take my baby. I'll kill her first.
The more I thought about this thing, the more I wondered if I weren't being a sucker. Even if, after talking to Mae Dawson, I became convinced she was pulling a racket, what could I do about it? The whole thing didn't make sense, except that I kept thinking what a terrible tragedy it would be if Clark and Clara Ellis had their baby taken away from them, or if Mrs. Ellis carried out her threat to commit murder. So it was with considerable misgivings that I rang the doorbell of an apartment in West Los Angeles, which was where Mae Dawson had told Clara Ellis she was living.
Yes?
Hello, you Mrs. Dawson?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Dawson, but if you're selling...
No, I'm not selling anything, Mrs. Dawson. My name is Simpson. I'm an attorney employed by Mr. and Mrs. Clark Ellis.
Oh, yes, Mr. Simpson. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Would you sit over here, please?
Thank you very much.
I hardly know what to say about this, Mr. Simpson. I know exactly how the Ellises feel, and I certainly don't blame them.
Did I hear the bell? Oh, company, May?
Oh, Arnold, I'm glad you stayed home today. This is Mr. Simpson. He's an attorney hired by the Ellises.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? I can guess why you're here, Mr. Simpson. We both feel terrible about this, probably as bad as the Ellises.
But you are going through with it.
Well, you see
Mr. Simpson, if you or the Ellises could only see our side of the picture. You see, Arnold and I were married a year after I learned that the adoption agency had closed.
Yeah.
Our first baby died at 3 months. The doctor told me I couldn't have any more. It was the worst thing that ever happened to me. For a long while, I thought I'd never be normal again.
Well, didn't it occur to you and Mr. Dawson to adopt a child?
We talked about it, but... Do you know how it feels to have a child of your own, Mr. Simpson, and lose it?
No, I'm afraid I don't. I'm not married.
May took it hard, Mr. Simpson. I kept her under a doctor's care for about 15 months. Then one day I was going through some of her things, and I came across Betsy's birth certificate.
Oh, you didn't know about her first child then?
Well, I knew she'd been married before, but she never told me about the baby.
I was afraid of what he'd think of me for abandoning Betsy.
And what did you think, Mr. Dawson?
Well, it was quite a blow, but, well, I love my wife very much, Mr. Simpson. She was ill at the time, and I certainly wasn't going to condemn her for something that wasn't her fault.
Yeah. How long was it after that you decided to claim Betsy?
Not until last week. I had no idea where Betsy was living or who her foster parents were. And then, quite by chance, I met Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Harrison? Who's he?
Mr. Harrison owned the adoption agency where I'd left Betsy.
Oh.
I reminded him that he'd promised to keep Betsy for 6 months before letting her go. And he reminded me that he had kept her for 6 months and 1 week. And then that he only let her go because he decided to close the agency.
I see. And he told you where the Ellises could be found?
Yes, he did. Arnold and I talked it over, and then I decided to go see Betsy. I don't know what happened to me that day, only suddenly I simply had to have my baby.
Well, I think I can understand how you felt, Mrs. Dawson, but I can also understand Mrs. Ellis's feelings, too. By the way, I wonder if I can see that birth certificate.
Yes, of course. I'll get it for you.
Thank you. Well, Dawson got the birth certificate without hesitation. I took it over to the window where I could get a good look at it. Now, I'm no expert on birth certificate, but this one looked okay to me. It had been recorded in a small town in Rhode Island, properly signed and sealed. Still, there was something I couldn't put my finger on. Maybe it was because the Dawsons had been too willing to let me see the paper. While stalling for time, I turned the certificate over and back again, pretending to be studying it. But whatever it was that had hit me wouldn't gel. Well, it certainly looks okay. This is going to be rough on the Ellises. Mrs. Dawson, about adopting another baby.
I couldn't, Mr. Simpson. I just couldn't, knowing that Betsy's my very own.
Yes, that's true, but she's Mrs. Ellis's own, too.
Well, there's something else to consider, too, Mr. Simpson. It's expensive adopting babies these days.
Expensive? Well, I don't know much about this business, but I understand this is very
there's always a certain amount of expense involved in such a procedure. There's legal work, physician's fees, adoption fees, a dozen different items that all add up.
Well, in that event, I'd like to make a suggestion. If it's finances that bothers you, I'm sure the Ellises will be glad...
Oh, it's no use, Mr. Simpson. I want my baby, and I mean to have her.
But, darling, we can at least listen to Mr. Simpson's suggestion. What were you going to say, Mr. Simpson?
Well, simply this. The Ellises are willing to pay a sizable amount in order to be able to keep Betsy. Enough, in fact, to defray all the cost of adopting another baby and to secure the child's future and your own for a considerable period.
And what would that amount be?
$20,000.
$20,000?
Oh, Arnold, no. I don't care how large the amount is. Can't you understand that it isn't money I want? It's my baby.
I understand perfectly, my dear. But what could we do for Betsy? We're in rather poor circumstances, you know. And if we had our own baby with enough money to rear her properly, wouldn't it be best all around?
Well, it is worth considering, Mrs. Dawson, and think of what you'd be doing for the Ellises.
I know. But Betsy's mine, my very own, and it's she who I want.
Oh, you're upset, darling. Believe me, I don't want you to think that I'm weighing money against your child. But there's so many other factors to consider. I tell you what, let's think it over and talk it over a little before we give Mr. Simpson our answer. There'd be no harm in that.
All right.
Fine. Now, is that satisfactory with you, Mr. Simpson? Say, a day or maybe 2 or 3 days.
Oh, of course. I'm sure the Dawsons will be agreeable. Here. I'll give you my phone number where I can be reached. So I scribbled my home number on a slip of paper and gave it to Arnold Dawson. Wondered if he'd check up the location, and wondering also if he'd look up Attorney Simpson in the city directory. Then I remembered I hadn't given him my first name. There must be 100 or more attorneys named Simpson in the L.A. area. But the way I had it figured, Arnold wouldn't bother to check anything. He wanted to get his hands on that $20,000. Also, he wouldn't wait 2 or 3 days either. I was right. He called me that evening and said that he and his wife had decided to take the money and adopt another baby. Well, I got down to the office early the next morning and found Pappy and Carol waiting. I'd called Pappy the night before and told him what the score was, and was therefore not surprised at the reception I got, which wasn't promising.
Are you crazy, Chuck? Everything you've told us about your visit yesterday proves that the Dawsons aren't phony.
Give me a for instance.
Sure, I'll give you a for instance.
Good.
If they were working a racket, they'd ask for cash. And you told me last night they were willing to accept a check.
Now, don't let him talk you out of it, Chucky boy.
You keep out of this, Carol.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to let him talk me out of it, Glamour Buzz. These two are phonies working the smelliest racket I've ever known.
Be reasonable, Chuck. Agreeing to take a check
They'd be dopes to ask for cash, Pappy. It'd be a dead giveaway. They're phonies. I can prove it.
How?
Number one, they were too willing, almost eager to have me examine that birth certificate.
Is that your proof?
Number two, they asked for 2 days and took 2 hours before accepting the offer.
Attaboy, Chuck.
Carol, I've already told you.
I'm sorry, Pappy, but Mrs. Ellis called me again last night and...
I don't care if the Queen of Sheba called you last night. I'm not going to pour $20,000 down a rat hole just to hear the noise it'll make.
Number three, I saw something on that birth certificate that definitely proves it was fake.
Yeah? What was it?
I don't know.
Now, that's a good answer. You know what it sounds like? Sounded like Chuck Morgan trying to be cute.
I'm not kidding, Pappy. The clue is on that birth certificate. I'm sure of it. But I've got to get my hands on the certificate and study it again.
And the only way he can do that is to buy it with $20,000.
Which means we expose the racket and have a whale of a story.
And Mr. and Mrs. Ellis will be happy again.
And my $20,000 will be gone.
Pappy, I promise you it won't. If it is, you can take it out of my salary.
Take it out of your salary? Why, that'll take
I know how many years it'll take. I should live so long. Will you stop being so hard to get along with and open up that checkbook, please?
Okay. But just remind me to shoot myself directly after lunch, will you? Hand me that pen.
So Pappy wrote out the check for $20,000 with a trembling hand and an unhappy expression on his face, and I took it, and I got out of there before he changed his mind. I started for West L.A., and then suddenly I changed my mind. A thought had occurred to me, a very bright thought indeed, and instantly I felt better. I pulled up at a drugstore, phoned Carol, gave her some precise instructions. Then I phoned Bill Meggs at police headquarters and asked him if he could meet me for a round of golf at the Burnside Country Club. He could and did. I told him the whole story. It was at the 9th hole where there's a water hazard. Then I remembered what was on that birth certificate that made it a phony. I told Bill about it, too. He agreed I had a case. So Bill and I had lunch and we parted. It was 2:55 when I finally pushed the doorbell of the Dawson apartment.
Oh, hello, Simpson. Come in.
Thank you.
Mrs. Dawson's rather upset.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're not going to change your mind, Mrs. Dawson.
I don't know. Every time I think of my own baby...
No, stop. This makes me feel like a kidnapper. Perhaps if I talk to Mr. and Mrs. Ellis.
Mrs. Dawson and I have made our decision, Mr. Simpson. Now, let's get this over as quickly as possible. You brought the check, of course.
Yes, I have it right here.
Excellent. Now, I've prepared a paper relinquishing any claims we have on Betsy. We've both signed it.
Well, I'm not so much interested in such a paper as I am in that birth certificate.
Birth certificate, Mr. Simpson?
Of course. Without that, any claims you might make would be worthless. So I'm afraid I'll have to ask you for that certificate in exchange for this check.
Yes, of course. I understand. And I may...
Yes, I'll get it.
So May went into the other room after the birth certificate. And sucker me didn't figure it out. She came back a minute later.
Here you are, Mr. Simpson.
Which was when I made my mistake. I turned and... Arnold must have had a pair of brass knuckles hidden in his pocket. Nothing else could have hit me harder or knocked me colder faster. Time passed, or I suppose it did. I was in no condition to check. All I know is that when I could see again, there wasn't anything to look at except a crack of light, which apparently came from beneath a door. Also, I was well trussed up, and the same old voodoo drum was beating its familiar tattoo inside my head. Then I heard a door open in the room beyond, and there was another sound, which was sweet, sweet music.
Well, there's no one here, Pappy.
No, it looks like we're wasting our time. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute, Pappy. Listen.
Hey, sounds like someone's in that closet.
It's Chuck.
Well, so it is. Well, fancy.
Oh, Pappy, stop being funny. He's hurt. Here, Chucky boy, let me untie that gag. Pappy, loosen the ropes.
Sure.
There. Chuck, what happened? Are you hurt?
Don't touch my head, that's all. Just don't touch my head.
Now, there you are, my boy. You're as free as the wind again.
Thanks, Pappy. Did they get away?
Who, the Dawsons?
Yeah.
Well, there's no one here but us, so they must have. You got the birth certificate, of course?
No, but I remember what was on it that was phony.
What was it?
Before you answer that, there's just one question. Did they get the $20,000?
Yes, but don't worry. I'm not that dumb.
What do you mean you're not that dumb? If they've got that check, what stopped them from cashing it?
Because I waited until almost 3 o'clock before getting here. They couldn't get to the bank in time. They'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to cash the check, and we'll be on hand to greet them.
Well, you idiot.
What do you mean, idiot?
Knuckle-headed idiot.
No, wait a minute.
Everything occurs to you but the right thing.
Huh?
This is Friday, and on Fridays, the Los Angeles banks are open all day.
A quick call to Pappy's bank confirmed the fact that the Dawsons had been there and cashed the check, and a quick exit by me prevented Pappy from firing me on the spot. 20,000 smackers. I began figuring how long it would take me to pay it back at the rate of $50 a month, but lost track when I became 70 years old. After all, I'm no Einstein. Brother, I'd really pulled a boner this time. Well, I went back to the office prepared to face the wrath of Mr. Mansfield. But luckily, Pappy wasn't in. But good old Glampus was waiting for me with a kind word and a cheerful smile.
Never mind, Chucky boy. Pappy will forget the whole thing as soon as he cools off.
Yeah, but it's going to take more than my winning smile to cool him off $20,000 worth.
Oh, fiddly-dee. You know Pappy.
Sure, tomorrow I'm going to be saying it's been nice to have known Pappy.
Oh, don't be silly.
Silly, she
Look,
said.
I've got an idea that will make everyone feel better.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, in the disappointment of failure, all of us forgot the noble purpose of your venture.
Please, darling, don't
Ellises
remind
will
me.
now be able to keep their little Betsy, and we haven't even told them.
You know, you're right. Listen, give them a ring.
Well, wouldn't it be better if we went out and told them in person?
Huh?
Well, after all, there'll be a good deal of satisfaction in seeing the expressions on their faces and hearing their thanks. $20,000 worth, maybe. And also, it might be a good idea if you stayed out of Pappy's sight for a while.
Oh, Glamourpuss, you're a genius. Let's go. So Glamourpuss and I headed for the address that Clara Ellis had given us. As we got near, I found myself looking forward to this experience. After all, I hadn't failed in my purpose. Not by a long shot. The Ellises were going to keep their child. And by golly, that was worth 20 grand of anybody's money, even Pappy Mansfield. The Ellises lived in a white stucco apartment house halfway up a hill on Melrose Avenue, east of Vermont. They had a ground floor apartment with an outside entrance. Carol rang the bell. Hello, Mrs. Ellis. Remember us?
Why, it's Mr. Morgan and Miss Curtis.
Yes.
How's Betsy, Mrs. Ellis?
Betsy? Oh, she's fine, just fine.
Well, maybe come in a minute. We've got some good news for you.
Well, that is, could you make it some other time?
Well, you don't understand, Mrs. Ellis. Our good news is about Betsy. You don't have to worry anymore.
There was something wrong about this, something very wrong. Mrs. Ellis had suddenly lost her role of stricken mother and was either scared or mad. Why? I didn't have to spend much time trying to figure the answer to this one. The answer appeared behind Mrs. Ellis. The door to another room opened and two people appeared. One, a man carrying a suitcase.
Clara, where's my...
The man was Arnold Dawson and the woman Mae Dawson. For about 2 seconds, all five of us stood frozen in a state of shock. And in that 2 seconds, the whole dirty picture was revealed to me as clear as a newly washed window. We'd been taken in by one of the smoothest rackets I'd ever come across. The Dawsons and Mrs. Ellis had conspired to extort $20,000 from Pappy Mansfield. There wasn't any little Betsy, or stricken parents, or long-seeking mother. It was all a gag. But it was the fact that they'd made a goat out of me that made me mad. I not only saw red, but all the other colors of the spectrum. It didn't make any difference that at that moment Dawson dropped his suitcase and reached for a gun. I went into that house like a charging bull.
Out of my way, woman.
Chuck, look out!
All right, you two-bit chiseler, you just missed your only chance. Make a sucker out of me, will you?
It was over as quickly as that. Dawson was down and out, and I had his gun. The two females had been too scared to move, so now they didn't have a chance. Get Bill Meggs on the phone, Glamourpuss. If one of these stricken mothers makes a move, I'll blast her from here to Sunday. So that's how it was that a half hour later, Carol and I were driving back to KOP to bring the glad tidings to Pappy Mansfield. Pappy was alone in his office when Carol and I walked in.
Hello, Pappy.
Hi, Pappy.
Hello. Chuck, you and I have got to have a talk.
But, Pappy, wait a
Now,
minute.
wait a minute, Glamourpuss. Let Pappy have his say. Go on, shoot, Pappy.
Well, I've been thinking about that $20,000.
Yeah?
I don't know, Chuck. I guess I was a little hasty.
What?
Well, after all, you did keep the Ellises from losing their kid. Well, that was your intention, and I guess that's worth $20,000.
Pappy.
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. Don't get the idea that I'm an easy mark. I'm not. One more dumb-headed deal like that.
Pappy, I love you.
I not only love him, I'm going to kiss him to prove it.
Now, look here, Carol. I'm an old man.
Yeah, Pappy, and an old man shouldn't be pouring $20,000 down rat holes just to hear the noise they make. So, here's the bundle back again.
What? Hey, is that real? Holy smoke, Chuck, what is this?
It's your $20,000, Pappy, every dime.
The whole thing was a frame, Pappy. There wasn't any little Betsy.
Or stricken mothers.
All three of them were in it together. Chuck and I went out to tell Mrs. Ellis she wasn't going to lose her daughter, and the Dawsons were there.
So we called Bill Meggs, and I retrieved the doll.
Oh, Chuck was wonderful. He licked them all.
Well, of course, two of them were women.
Well, I'll be... No kidding. Well, I'll be... No kidding?
Well, now, come on, Pappy. You can think of something better to say than that.
Sure I can. Well, I'll be... No kid... Say, Chuck.
Yeah?
I hate to admit this, but one of the reasons I didn't fire you was because I want to know how it was that you knew that birth certificate was phony.
Yeah, how about that?
Miss Curtis, Mr. Mansfield, under the circumstances, I'll be glad to tell you without undue delay.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
Stop saying yeah, Glamour Puss. It isn't ladylike.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I read the birth certificate, I took it to the window to get a good look. I couldn't help noticing the watermark on the paper. It was dated 1950, which meant that the paper was manufactured that year. And since Betsy was supposed to be 6 years old, her birth certificate couldn't have been written on paper that wasn't made until 3 years after she was born. Get it?
Well, I'll be. No kidding.
And so will I. No kidding.
Yeah, no kidding. Come here, Glamour Puss.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster speaking. The other day, while shooting a round of golf with my friend Lieutenant Bill Meggs of police headquarters, I learned something that surprised me, and I'm sure will surprise you as well. That is that the Mafia, or Black Hand, is still actively operating in this and other countries. You know, the Mafia originated in Sicily several hundred years ago. It was originally designed to protect the common people against the tyranny of landowners and royalty. But today, members of the Mafia are a bunch of gangsters, thugs, murderers, and lesser criminals who use it to further their own ends. The most effective weapon they have is fear, instilling fear in the hearts of their victims. Well, the story I'd like to tell you about tonight is a good example of how the Mafia works. Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, and I were having dinner at Nick Adele's following my 7 o'clock broadcast. And we're wondering what kind of a feature yarn I could use on the 11 o'clock show.
How about those two jokers who think they're going to race their hot rods up Mount Wilson? Maybe you could build that into something. They're both war veterans and... Chuck.
What were you saying, Glamour Puss?
What was I saying, Glamour Puss? For heaven's sakes, why can't you pay attention when I beat my brains out trying to... What in the world are you staring at?
That man talking to Nick. I think he wants to see me. Yeah. Nick just pointed this way and he's coming over.
He looks scared to death. Do you know him?
No, total stranger. There's something wrong with him, that's for sure.
You Mr. Chuck Morgan?
Yeah, that's right. I'm Morgan.
Can I talk to you a minute?
Sure, sit down.
Alone.
Oh, pardon me.
Sit still, Glamour Puss. This is my secretary, Carol Curtis. She's harmless.
Thanks, pal.
I'm sorry, Miss Curtis. I didn't mean to be rude.
Sit down. Tell us what's on your mind.
Oh, yes, well, thank you. My name's Frank Dawson. You've never heard of me. I'm just an ordinary person, clothing store clerk.
What's on your mind, Frank?
Well, it's taken me a long time to work up enough courage to tell somebody this. You see, I'm a very frightened man.
Oh, that's easy to see.
Is it as obvious as that? I try to cover it up, but it's no use.
You sound like a man whose conscience has been bothering you and you can't take it any longer.
Yes, that's it exactly. You see, 4 nights ago, I witnessed a murder. I saw Elmer Hatfield shot to death.
Elmer Hatfield? Well, he's the councilman who was murdered for cracking down on rackets around town.
Yeah, and the police have been on a sweat trying to find out who did it. Did you recognize the man who fired the shots, Frank?
No, but I recognized the man who was driving the getaway car.
Uh-huh. Who was that?
Jack Stone.
Now we've got a real fine situation. Jack Stone, head of the gambling syndicate, huh? Well, he's a logical suspect for the killer of the man who was trying to undermine his gravy train.
You must have a good reason for not going to the police with this information.
Yes, I have a good reason, Miss Curtis, a very good reason. And it's here on this card.
Dawson reached into his pocket, took out a small white card, and laid it face up on the table. There was nothing on the card, except for the imprint of a black hand. Meigs hadn't told me that story about the Mafia or Black Hand, I would have thought this was some corny routine being played by a practical joker. But Bill had told me the story, and had showed me facts and figures. And here was this Frank Dawson looking dead serious and scared to death. And there was that white square of card with the imprint of the Black Hand on it lying between us on the table.
Well, that's nothing but a picture of Black Hand. Does it mean something?
Means plenty, Glamourpuss. Haven't you ever heard of the Mafia?
No. Have you?
Certainly.
When?
Last week.
Oh, last week.
Yeah.
Well, how about that? Acting as though you'd known about it all your life. Well, my
That's
goodness.
enough, Glamourpuss. So that's why you haven't gone to the police, eh, Mr. Dawson? You're afraid of what will happen to you if you do.
Telephone call for Scrappy Lambert.
Well, not what will happen to me. I think I could take it. But I have a wife and 2 kids. And I'd do anything to protect them.
Even if it's refusing to do your duty as a citizen?
My first duty is to my family, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, same old story. Same old runaround. It always works.
Well, what do you expect Chuck to do, Mr. Dawson? And if he does it, won't you be endangering your family as much as though you told the police?
Well, I hope that... Well, it's...
That I wouldn't let it be known you'd told me, huh? That somehow I'd have Jack Stone arrested and charged with Hatfield's murder without bringing your name into it. Just how you expect me to do that? You're the only witness to the crime. The police haven't got enough evidence to arrest Stone on suspicion, let alone to convict him. No, I'm afraid without you to testify, Frank, it's a dead issue.
I can't, and I won't. They'll take my little girl. They told me they would.
Who told you?
The man who gave me the card. I didn't know that they'd even seen me. When I heard the shots and saw what was happening, I ducked into a doorway. Then the man who had done the shooting came running out of an alley and jumped into the car that Jack Stone was driving. They roared away, and then the other people in the cars appeared, and all I could think of was to get out of there and go home. And so I started, running most of the way. I was almost there when a car came up behind me and...
Hey, you! Hold it!
Were you calling me?
Yeah, I was calling you. What's your name?
Well, I don't know why I have to answer that. Don't.
What's your name?
It's Frank Dawson.
Where do you live? Come on, talk.
2 houses down the street. But don't hit me again.
And talk pretty. Where'd you come from just now?
From work. I'm a clothing store clerk. The store stays open Friday nights.
Yeah? Where's this store located?
It's on the corner of Melrose and Catherine.
Melrose and Catherine, eh? Then you must have walked down Catherine to get here, that right?
Yes, that's right.
You're the guy, all right. What'd you see in that alley?
I didn't see anything.
What'd you see?
Nothing. I didn't see a thing.
What'd you see?
Nothing. I didn't see...
What'd you see?
Don't hit me again.
And talk.
I saw the shooting.
That's better. You got any kids, Dawson?
Yes. 2.
No kidding. Kind of make you feel bad if anything happened to them, wouldn't it?
Oh, no. No, you can't. You mustn't. My kids didn't do anything. You can do what you want to me, but don't touch my kids.
I thought so. You and your old lady'd be kind of put out if one of those kids should disappear and you never saw him again, wouldn't you?
Why, you dirty...
Not so fast, Jim. Just take it easy. I'll break you in 2. You want some more?
My kids!
Nothing will happen to your kids if you're smart. Now, let's have a little rehearsal. What'd you see tonight?
I saw the shooting.
You saw what?
Nothing. I didn't see anything.
That's better. Just remember, you didn't see nothing. Not a thing. You didn't even come home that way. You walked down another street. Get it?
All right. I walked down another street.
And don't forget it. You walked down another street and you didn't see nothing. Remember it and nothing will happen to your kids. Forget it and one of them will be dead. You get that straight?
Yes. I understand.
Good. And just so you won't have a lapse of memory, here's something to keep it...
What did this character look like, Frank?
He was a big man with sandy hair and kind of a flat nose. Well, he must have weighed well over 200.
Yeah, that'd be Doc Zerby, Jack Stone's first lieutenant. Was Stone in the car?
No. Zerby must have dropped Stone and then cruised around until he saw a lone man hurrying home. In another 2 minutes, I would have been safe.
Oh, how about the card with the Black Hand on it? When did he give you that?
I found it in my jacket pocket after I got home. I don't know how long I lay there on the sidewalk. And when I came to, the man and the car were gone. Somehow I reached the house and I got inside without Sue and the kids seeing me. I went up to the bathroom. I wanted to clean up as best I could. And I found the card when I took off my jacket.
Did you tell your wife what had happened?
No, I was afraid she might call the police.
But how did you explain the bruises on your face?
Oh, I told her I got into a fight at the store.
And she believed you?
No, but Sue's pretty understanding. She knows something is wrong. She's just waiting for me to tell her.
Telephone call from Mr. Frank Dawson, Hillside number.
That telephone call's for you, Mr. Dawson.
For me? Why, nobody knows I'm here.
Somebody does. You better answer.
Oh, yes, I'd better. Excuse me a moment, please.
So Dawson went off to answer the telephone. And I had an uneasy feeling that the message he was about to receive wasn't going to be good. He thought that no one knew he was here. So what did that mean? It meant that he'd been watched ever since the night of the murder, just in case he was foolish enough to think he could get away with telling his story to the police or someone else. So Carol and I waited, and both of us were thinking the same thing. We knew the minute Frank Dawson returned to the table, the worst had happened. Dawson was wild-eyed and his mouth was trembling.
They've taken little Sue. They've kidnapped her. They told me that unless you promised to forget everything I told you, that I'd never see her again.
Sit down, Dawson. You're attracting attention.
But they've taken Sue. Don't you understand what that means? I was a fool.
Sit down. Get hold of yourself. We'll get your youngster back.
You won't go to the police, though, will you, Mr. Morgan? They'll kill her if you do. No, promise me you won't.
Not while they have Sue, I won't.
Oh, Chuck, this is terrible. What if you don't tell the police? That isn't going to get Mr. Dawson's little girl back. And when Mrs. Dawson finds out that Sue is missing, she isn't going to keep quiet.
I know, you're right, Clamopus. Whatever we do, we'll have to work fast. Frank, do you think you can keep your wife from reporting Sue's disappearance for 24 hours?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to make up some story about taking Sue to see her grandmother or something. I don't know.
You'd better think up a story and sell it to your wife if you ever want to see your youngster again.
But, Chuck, 24 hours is so short a time. You can't possibly do anything.
Maybe no, maybe yes. Every man has a weakness, no matter how tough or cold-blooded he is. If my memory serves me right, Jack Stone's weakness is a nightclub singer named Bubbles Deering.
Do you mean that redhead at the Silver Slipper?
Yeah, that's the one. She's Jack's girl, and he's nuts about her. Wonder how he'd feel if she were kidnapped.
Oh, Chuck, for heaven's sakes. You're not thinking of kidnapping a full-grown woman.
No, not kidnapping. Have something else in mind. Glamorpus, by the way, you wouldn't mind if I made a couple passes at Bubbles, would you?
Made a couple of... You wouldn't dare. Chuck Morgan, if you ever dream of making...
All right, Glamorpus, okay, take it easy. This is strictly business.
Strictly business. You're just using it as an excuse. That dizzy redhead. If she ever got her claws on you, she'd...
Shut up.
What?
I said shut up. A child's life is being threatened and you're carrying on like a schoolgirl. Are you going to be sensible, or I'm going to have to knock you over the head with this water pitcher?
All right, I'm sorry. But, Chuck...
Yeah?
You wouldn't...
Only if it's absolutely necessary will I ask Bubbles for her autograph, Glamorpus.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
I haven't any illusions about my personal charm, but as a news reporter, it's my business to know all I can about what goes on in the underworld. The story about Jack Stone and his girl, Bubbles Deering, was common gossip. He'd imported her from New York about a year ago. And she hadn't been working at the Silver Slipper a month before he let it become known that Bubbles was his private property. A couple of guys had argued the point, but now they're in no position to argue or do anything else. So Jack Stone's chain of armor developed a weak link, huh? Well, if it was weak as I hoped, I might be able to cash in on it. So I sent Carol back to KOP with instructions to have a sub do my 11 o'clock broadcast if I didn't show up. And then drove out to the Strip where the Silver Slipper was located. I caught the tail end of the first floor show, which featured Bubbles doing her song and dance routine. And sitting alone on the edge of the dance floor, I did my best to let her know her act was being appreciated. I had the feeling she was aware of my presence. Afterward, I went backstage and found a door with a star on it.
Yeah, who is it?
Hello, Bubbles.
What? Hey, what are you doing here?
I just thought I'd drop around and tell you how much I enjoyed your act.
Yeah? Well, now you told me, get out.
Wait a minute. I've got a proposition to make.
I ain't interested in no proposition. Hey, does Jack know you're here?
Jack? Who?
Jack Stone, the guy who owns this place. Ain't you never heard of him?
Well, now that you mention his name, I guess I have.
Huh. You better had. The last guy who came prancing in here is dead.
Sure, it's like that, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that. Now, if you're smart, you'll beat it.
Well, I appreciate the warning, but first I've got to state my proposition. How about coming to work up in San Francisco for me at twice your present salary?
Huh? Say, who are you?
My name's Jones. Bill Jones. I own the High Tide Club in San Francisco.
Never heard of it.
Ever been to San Francisco?
No.
Yeah, that explains it.
Okay, so all right, I ain't been around. And I ain't interested in getting around.
What's the matter, Bubbles? Scared?
Scared me? Huh? What?
Jack Stone.
Jack Stone? Oh, it's a laugh. Hey, listen, Buster, I got news for you. I'm Jack Stone's girl. He's in love with me, see?
Are you in love with him, Bubbles? Or do you just hang around here because you're scared of what will happen if you leave?
I ain't scared of nothing. I tell you nothing.
How do you like being someone's personal property, Bubbles? Not being able to even talk to another man. Only going out when Jack Stone says so. And then only to the places he chooses. You can't call your soul your own, can you, Bubbles?
Ah, you're crazy. You're talking yourself right into a dose of lead poisoning.
Pretty dull routine for a girl as young and pretty as yourself. What you need is freedom to move around without the knowledge that you're being spied on, without being afraid all the time.
Yeah? You think I'll get that freedom in San Francisco? Jack's got connections up there, too.
Not as good as mine. Stone may be a big shot down here, but up there he's small fry.
You mean I wouldn't have to go around looking over my shoulder all the time? You mean I'd have protection?
Plenty. He'd be as free as the breezes.
Huh? I don't know. The guy's got me pegged. He'd follow me no matter where I went. He'd kill me. He said so. No, I ain't taking the risk.
Well, you better think it over, Bubbles. It's probably the only chance you'll have to get out of this trap.
Trap? Yeah, that's it. I'm trapped in this stinking club till Jack Stone gets tired of me and throws me aside. I can't go no place. I can't talk to nobody but Jack Stone and a couple of old biddies who wait on me. I hate it.
Of course you do, Bubbles. Any normal girl would. Now, up in San Francisco, you'd be...
Yeah, how am I going to get up there? How am I going to get out of here? Look, he's got guys watching me all the time.
Yeah? Well, then they're pretty lax. No one saw me coming in here. Now, look. There's a plane for the north leaving Burbank in an hour. That'll give you time to go home and pack and get over to Lockheed. I'll meet you in the St. Francis Hotel tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, and, well, suppose one of Jack's boys asked me where I'm going.
Jack's out of town in San Diego. I checked that before coming in here. If anyone asks you questions, tell him you had a phone call from him. He wants you to join him in San Diego.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, you know, it might work at that.
Sure.
Well, it just might. Hey, Jonesy, you made yourself a deal. Well, see you at the St. Francis tomorrow.
Well, maybe this would work, and maybe it wouldn't. Anyway, it was the best I could think of at the moment. I went outside, crossed Sunset, and got into my jalopy, which was parked on the other side. After a while, Bubbles came out of the alley that led to the stage door of the Silver Slipper and got into a cab. The cab started west. A sedan pulled away from the curb and followed. I made a U-turn and followed the sedan. Both cab and sedan turned left on Doheny, then made a right turn. The cab stopped in front of an apartment house, and Bubbles went inside. The sedan parked about a half a block up the street. I parked about 50 yards this side. A light came on in the upstairs apartment window. I caught a glimpse of Bubbles as she came over to draw the shade. 15 minutes later, the light went out. I got out and strolled up toward the sedan. Reaching it just as Bubbles came from the apartment house and headed for the cab. The guy in the sedan started to get out. Hello there. You got a match?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah?
These won't work. They're wet. They probably got that way from the clam who's been holding them.
Hey, what is this? Let go my arm.
Sure, Mac. There you are. And here's something else. Well, so far so good. Bubbles was on her way up north, and no one knew where she was going but me. I went back to KOP and found Frank Dawson in the waiting room of my office with Carol.
Any luck, Chuck?
Yeah? I'm doing all right, I think.
Did Bubbles fall for that winning smile of yours?
Oh, never mind that. Go find Pappy and tell him to put on a sub for my 11 o'clock show.
Well, where are you going to be at 11 o'clock?
At the Silver Slipper, picking up Sue. Now get going. And remember, both of you, not a word to anyone, not even Pappy. It would ruin everything. So I went into my private office and called Lockheed Airport in Burbank and asked if Flight 183 had gotten off all right. They said it was just leaving the ground. So that was that. The gorgeous Bubbles was out of reach for at least an hour and 3/4. So then I began dialing the Silver Slipper.
Silver Slipper.
I want to talk to Doc Zerby.
This is Zerby. Who's calling?
Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster.
Oh, yeah? What's on your mind, Morgan? Going to give us a little publicity for a change?
Yeah, that's exactly what I have in mind, Doc. I don't suppose you have a guest over there named Sue Dawson.
Never heard of her. Why? She's somebody important?
Yeah, she is. You know, we've a guest over here named Bubbles Deering. Thought you might like to know.
What the devil are you talking about?
Just what you think, Doc. Shall we make a deal?
You're nuts. Bubbles is on the floor right now doing her turns.
That's so. Well, suppose you take a look and see.
Hang on.
Sure. So Doc took a look. I could hear a door bang and loud voices at the other end of the wire. Then Doc was back on the phone again.
Morgan, you dirty rat. If you snatch that babe, you'll get a bullet through your head. You know that, don't you?
And if Bubbles isn't at the Silver Slipper when Stone gets back from Dago, you'll get a bullet through your head. You know that, don't you, Doc?
What's the deal?
Bring the kid to that office where you are right now. I'll be over and pick her up in 15 minutes.
What about Bubbles?
As soon as Sue's safe at home, I'll give you a ring and tell you where Bubbles is.
How do I know it won't be a double cross?
You don't. But the way I look at it, you haven't got much choice in the matter, have you, Doc?
Okay. Be here in 15 minutes. We'll have the kid.
I knew what Doc was thinking. He was thinking he could snatch one of Dawson's kids anytime, but he couldn't get Bubbles back anytime, and he wasn't hankering for a hole in the head. So I told Carol and Frank Dawson to sit tight, and I drove out to the Silver Slipper again. The second show of the evening was over, and the handkerchief-sized dance floor was mobbed. I wandered around until I found a door that looked as though it might lead to an office. It did. Inside, Doc Zerby and a couple of his strong-arm boys were sprawled out in chairs. There wasn't any youngster in evidence, and I didn't like the sneering expression on Doc Zerby's face. I started to say something. And just then, a door across the room opened, and Bubbles Deering walked in. Well, there wasn't much time to figure out a plan of action. One thing I was doggone sure of. Bubbles wasn't on that plane to San Francisco, and that meant I was a dead duck. Doc Zerby started to speak, and one of his boys reached toward his gun. I put my hand behind me, jerked open the door, and jumped backwards, banging it shut. But instead of trying to lose myself in the crowded room, I flattened against the wall behind the door. The door banged open, and Zerby, his two boys, and Bubbles came pouring out. I jumped inside the office again, slammed the door, and locked it. Then I sprinted for the door through which Bubbles had entered, found myself in another room, and also found myself staring down at the tear-stained face of Susie Dawson. There was a window that opened onto an alley. I threw a chair through it, picked up Susie, and dropped into the alley. Just as the rear door of the club opened and Zerby and his boys came out. They started for me, and I started for Sunset Boulevard, holding Susie. A couple of bullets passed too close to comfort, then someone was yelling.
Chuck, this way.
It was Glamourpuss. She was getting out of a squad car that had just pulled up to the curb. Bill Meggs and a bunch of cops and Frank Dawson were all on the sidewalk. I was within 10 feet of them when, of course, I had to stumble. I went down and cracked my head on the pavement, trying to keep Susie from getting hurt. That was the last I knew for quite a while. When I came to, I was in the back seat of the squad car, my head on Carol's lap. A cop was driving. Oh, what the...
Hi, Chucky boy.
I thought I told you to stay back at the office.
Aren't you glad I didn't?
No. I mean, yes. How'd you know where I was?
Well, you told me, remember? Besides that, I listened in on the extension phone to your conversation with Doc Zerby.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. And that's how I knew Susie would be at the Silver Slipper, and it would be all right to tell the police.
I wonder why I didn't think of that.
Because you're honest, Chucky boy. You made a deal with Doc, and you intended to keep it. You're honest and good and fine.
Shut up. Where's Susie?
She went home with her father.
Where's Doc and his boys?
In jail.
Where's Bill Miggs?
He went to the airport to meet Jack Stone.
Where's Bubbles?
Oh, she's gone somewhere to make reservations on a plane for San Francisco tomorrow. She said every seat was taken on Flight 183. And she says she has to be at the St. Francis Hotel tomorrow to meet a man named Jones.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. That's what she said.
That reminds me.
What?
I have to be in San Francisco tomorrow myself. A very important date at the St. Francis Hotel.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. Chuck Morgan, KLP newscaster speaking. You know, for the most part, people associate deeds of crime with the male of the species. Unfortunately, that isn't always the case. The story you're about to hear concerns a woman, one of the most ruthless and cunning of any of the hardened gangsters I've ever run afoul of during all my years as a reporter here in L.A. The opening incident of the story took place in a deserted warehouse some weeks ago. A man and a woman were target practicing with a revolver.
Okay, Nick. Wait a minute. Take a look at the target.
How am I doing?
You're doing all right, Nicky boy. 8 bullseyes out of 10 shots.
Yeah? Not bad, eh, Trixie?
Not bad at all. I figured you'd get better with a little practice. Guess we can handle that bank job anytime now.
Bank job?
Yeah, the First National Trust, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Look, Trixie, let's forget the bank job, huh? I got an in on the numbers racket with Bugs Flambeau.
Bugs Flambeau, that small-time punk.
Okay, then we'll get into something else. Banks is out of my line, Trixie, honest.
Well, they're gonna be in your line from now on, chum. Get that and get it straight.
Oh, listen, Trixie.
You listen. Trixie Talbot, don't waste your time on nobody and then let them walk out in the sea. Nobody.
Okay, Trixie, okay.
You tied up with me so as I'd get you out of the small time. Okay. So I went to work and began teaching you the angles. All right. So now we're ready to move and you ain't Welshing, see?
You didn't say nothing about a bank job.
Didn't I? Well, I'm saying it now. It's the First National Trust tomorrow at noon. Or do you still want to go back to the numbers racket?
Trixie, you wouldn't...
Wouldn't I, Nicky boy? I guess you don't know Trixie Talbot. See what I mean?
Yeah, I see. 4 of them right in the bullseye. You're good, all right, Trixie?
You're darn right I'm good. I got a reputation and I'm keeping it. Nobody ain't gonna say they walked out on Trixie Talbot. She can't afford to have that kind of talk going round.
I get it, Trixie. You got your reputation to think of.
I like you, Nicky boy. I figured you were smart. I figured we could go places together. That's why I let you come in with me.
Sure, Trixie. You give me a chance, all right. I ain't forgetting it.
Come here, Nicky boy.
Yeah, Trixie.
Put your arms around me.
Yeah.
See what I mean, Nicky boy?
Yeah. You're all right, Trixie. I'm crazy about you.
That's better. We'll get along.
Sure, Trixie. We'll get along all right.
Tomorrow at noon, we begin moving in on the big time. We start going places. You and me. Tomorrow at noon. This is it, Nicky boy.
Yeah.
All set?
Sure. Sure, I'm all set. Let's get going.
Take it easy. Don't get nervous. Remember what you're supposed to do?
Yeah. We've been through it enough times. What are we waiting for?
All right, Nicky boy. Relax now. Hold the bank book in your left hand like you was going to make a deposit. Keep the other hand on the heater in your pocket.
I know.
Okay, let's go.
cop.
Shut up. That guy'd fall over in a faint if he thought there was going to be a stick-up. Here we are, dear. Give the man your book.
Yeah. Okay, pal. This is a stick-up. Don't move or you get it.
Yes, sir. Well, what do you want?
What do you think we want, chump? Shove that folding green stuff this way.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now go into the vault and bring out everything you can carry.
Forget that, Trixie. We got all we
Shut
can
up.
take.
Go on, you.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't forget there's a gun pointing at your back.
Trixie, look. That cop.
Forget the cop, I said. He ain't
He's
on.
onto us.
All right, you two, drop those guns.
Why, you dumb flatfoot.
Trixie, don't.
Grab that door and let's get out of here. Why, these dumb punks. Let them have it, Nick.
No, we shouldn't.
Give it to him, Nick. Give it to him. We'll show him. Dirty punks.
Lieutenant Bill Meggs at police headquarters dropped into my office to tell me about the robbery and the murders. Now, Carol Curtis, my secretary, and I have known Bill a long time. We both suspected the purpose of his visit was more than to just give me a good news story.
Well, that's the story in a hole-up, Chuck. You got any ideas?
Chuck's always got ideas. What we want to know is, what idea have you got up your sleeve?
Never mind, Glamourpuss. What does your file record show, Bill?
I've checked the files and records in every daylight bank robber in the country. This pair didn't follow the customary pattern at all. More than a week, my boys have been bringing in and questioning every known daylight hold-up man in the city. So far, they haven't even made first base. Now, the way I see it, they've been looking in the wrong places for the wrong kind of guy.
That makes sense.
Yesterday, a young trooper, Sidney Richards, in an upstate town, he noticed some smoke and some signs of life coming from what he supposed was an abandoned house. Went up to investigate and hasn't been heard from since.
Wait a minute. If he hasn't been heard from since, how do you know he saw signs of life? And how do you know he went up to investigate?
Stands to reason. We found the tire marks of his motorcycle in the lane that leads to the house, but none returning.
So you figured that whoever was living in the house prevented him from returning, huh?
That's exactly what we think.
Well, why don't you go up there and find out, for heaven's sake?
If you use your head, GP, you wouldn't ask such a nutty question.
It's like this, Carol. Suppose the people who are occupying the house are our bank robbers, and that they've taken Trooper Richards prisoner and are holding him as hostage.
Well, suppose they are. They can't hold him forever. What are you going to do? Just sit around and wait for...
The life of one state trooper, Carol, is worth the lives of a dozen criminals. Now, we have a plan whereby we can keep young Richards alive.
Here it comes.
Let's have it, Bill.
2 days ago, the San Francisco police captured one of the most ruthless killers this country's ever known.
Yeah?
Now, you've probably heard of him. He's called the Professor.
The Professor?
Yeah. I did a story on him a while ago.
Uh-huh. And now, the Professor's being held incommunicado by the San Francisco police. Chuck, we want you to go up there and look him over.
What's the gimmick?
I'll bet you wish you'd never asked.
Well, assuming that the people in the abandoned house are our bank robbers and that they're holding Trooper Richards, there's only one person who could get to him without arousing their suspicions.
I get it. You want me to assume the identity of the professor and make a call on the fugitives, huh?
No.
That's it, Chuck. You look a little bit like the professor, and I think you could get away with it.
No, I said.
You stop getting in a sweat, Glamourpuss. There won't be any danger.
No danger. Are you out of your mind? The first thing those two are going to ask is, how did you know they were hiding in the house?
We've taken care of that, Carol. 2 days from now, there'll be a daylight holdup in the neighboring town of Bolton. Crime will be laid to the professor.
The professor? But you said...
Crime will only be attributed to the professor. Newspaper, radio broadcasts will attest to that fact.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I could use the story myself.
Uh-huh.
You see, Glamourpuss, it'll be only natural for the professor to take refuge in the abandoned house.
That's it. Now, these two fugitives did, and why not the professor?
I still say it's crazy. What if they've met the professor before? What if
It isn't likely that any small-time operators would know a big shot like the professor by sight. He'd be careful not to let him.
No, I won't buy that. Chuck can't go.
Listen to her. Now, listen, GP. Don't you realize a man's life's at stake?
Yours will be too if you're sucker enough to agree to this plan. Anyway, your birds might have flown by the time you got there.
Not a chance. The house has been watched night and day.
You're outvoted, GP. Suppose you pipe down.
Okay, go ahead. Get yourself murdered. See if I care.
If I don't go, Trooper Richards will be murdered.
Well, then, I'm going too.
Isn't that bright? You sit down at that typewriter and get to work.
Chuck Morgan, don't you manhandle me.
I haven't touched you. Come on, Bill. Let's catch a plane for San Francisco.
Right.
Chuck! No, come back here.
So long, GP. Take it out on the typewriter.
Oh, that dizzy idiot. If he thinks that I... Well, I'm not, but I won't. And he'll wish he hadn't.
Hi, Nicky boy. Come on in. How's Trooper Richards this morning?
Okay, I guess. Look, Trixie, do we have to keep that guy tied up all the time?
Do we have to keep him tied up? Nicky boy, sometimes I think you got softening of the brain.
Okay, maybe I have. Maybe having to stay here cooped up in this lousy dump's driving me nuts. Maybe...
Shut up.
No, I want to get out of here. I was a sucker to listen to you in the first place.
You got anything else to say, Nicky boy?
Oh, Trixie, put that gun away.
Yeah, I'll put it away. One more crack out of you, chum, and the next time I won't miss.
Okay, Trixie. Okay. You don't need to worry about me.
I better not need to worry about you, you dumb punk. Why, if it wasn't for me, you'd be cooling your heels in a cell right now.
I know it, Trixie. You're right. Forget I said anything, will you? If we could only get out of here.
We'll get out when the heat's off, not until.
But suppose they find us.
Don't be a dope. I've had this hideaway case for weeks. Nobody won't find us here.
The motor cop did.
All right, so the motor cop found us. Why? Because you were dumb enough to light a fire. Why, just for that I ought to shoot your ears off.
Okay. I already admitted it was my fault, didn't I?
That's a big help admitting it. How do I know you won't pull some other dumb trick?
I won't, Trixie, so help me.
You wouldn't want to.
How long do we have to stay here anyway?
Well, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. Depends on how things look.
2 more days. Look, Trixie, that cop's going to be missed. They'll come looking for him.
Let him. We're in the driver's seat no matter which way you figure it. Anybody comes here looking for that cop, we make a deal with him. His life for ours. Now quit worrying, will you? We're doing okay.
I guess you're right. Besides, if they was looking for the cop, we'd have heard it on the portable radio.
Sure we would. Turn it on. Let's have some music.
Okay, Trixie.
And it has now become definitely established that the lone bandit who shot and killed the paymaster at the Roberts oil fields was the gangster known as the Professor. State police are making an intensive search of the countryside near Bolton.
Well, how do you like that? The professor's operating again. And in Bolton, too.
The professor? I thought he was laying low after the Chicago job.
Looks like he got tired of laying low. Huh. Them dumb cops thinking they can catch the professor. Nicky boy, there's a character I'd like to meet. Him and me could go places together. Yes, sir. There's a guy who's got what it takes.
You ain't never met him, Trixie?
Of course I ain't, and there's few that have. He's a smart operator, that lad. Nicky boy, you ought to study the professor's technique. Maybe you'd get someplace.
Ah, Trixie, ain't I doing all right?
That professor. Yes, sir. Him and me could really go places together.
Hey, Trixie, listen.
It's an automobile.
Look, it's coming up the lane. It's the cops. I knew they'd...
Shut up.
They'll get us. We ain't got a chance. I knew they...
Shut up, I said. You dumb cluck. That ain't no cop.
What do you mean? It ain't the cops?
Because there's only one of them. You think a cop would come driving up here in broad daylight like that?
A trooper did.
Nuts. This is some punk who's lost his way or maybe wants a drink of water or something.
What are we going to do? If he sees that trooper...
You won't see no trooper. Go on over and open the door.
What are you going to do? What's the idea of the gun?
Never mind. Go on and do as I say.
Trixie, you ain't going to...
Ain't I? Nicky boy, you got a lot to learn in this business, and you might just as well start now. Open the door.
No, Trixie. Look, I'll talk to him. Maybe I can send him away. Only don't...
You jerk. You do like I say, or I blast you, too.
Okay, Trixie. You're the boss.
Now, the the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, with the help of Bill Meggs and the San Francisco police, I'd met the professor and talked to him. He was a tall, soft-spoken man with an excellent command of the English language, which I suppose was responsible for his nickname. The fake bank robbery was pulled, and my broadcast on it recorded. I was then given a black bag full of money, which I was still carrying when I knocked at the door of the deserted house.
Yeah? What do you want?
Oh, for a moment you rather startled me. I thought there was no one at home.
What do you want?
I was wondering if I could use your telephone. You see...
Tell him to come in.
Come on in.
Of course. Thank you. Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know there was a lady here.
You guessed right, there ain't. Okay, who sent you?
Sent me? I don't believe I understand. You see, I was on my way
Come on, quit stalling. Before I bump you off, I want the answers to a few questions.
Bump me off? Do you mean you intend shooting me?
You catch on fast, copper.
Copper? My dear young lady, are you referring to me as a police officer?
Busty, you sure put on a smooth act. Hey, Nick.
Yeah, Trixie?
See what he's got in that bag.
Okay. Give me the bag, bud.
No, just a moment.
Give him the bag.
But... Very well. Here you are, my man.
Thanks.
What's in it, Nick?
Jeepers!
Well, what is it?
What is it? Take a look.
Well, greenbacks, bundles of them.
Oh, come. There isn't so much there. I call that my small change purse.
Small change? Say, who are you, anyway?
Trixie, I know. That radio broadcast. The professor.
Wait a minute. Let me look this lug over.
Did the radio broadcast give a detailed description of the professor, Trixie?
How do you know my name?
My dear girl, your associate here has called you Trixie at least 3 times since I entered the house.
Oh, he did?
And you referred to him as Nick. Trixie and Nick. Could it be... No. Trixie Talbot would never allow herself to become involved with... Forgive me, I've said too much.
You ain't said nothing. What's the matter with Trixie Talbot?
There's nothing the matter with Trixie Talbot.
Oh, I get it. Hey, Nick.
Yeah, Trixie?
Go on outside and take a look around.
Oh, look, ain't I
Go on, quit arguing.
Okay, Trixie. You don't have to get sore.
That's better. Now shall I finish what I was about to say, Trixie?
You don't need to. I know. So you're the professor, huh?
At your service, my dear.
I like that. At your service, he says. Yes, sir. Professor, you're just like they said, a real gentleman.
Thank you, my dear.
Sit down, Professor. Over here.
Thank you.
We got a lot to talk about. Yes, sir. We got to get acquainted.
Can't you drive a little faster, Bill? Chuck may be dead by now.
If he's dead, then there's no need of driving faster.
Very funny. You cops are all alike, cold-blooded.
Now, take it easy, Carol. Your boyfriend can take care of himself.
I'm worried. One of those hold-up artists was a woman, don't forget.
Ah, so that's what you're worried about.
Well, that and other things.
What other things?
Well, suppose Chuck doesn't get away with his elect. Suppose they know he isn't the professor.
In that case, as you yourself pointed out, he's dead.
Oh, you...
Sorry, but there's no need getting into a sweat until we know there's something to worry about.
Bill Meggs, you're heartless. Either that or you've never been in love.
Well, there it is.
There what is? Oh, the house. You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I've checked it enough times during the past few days.
What are we stopping for? Aren't we going up there and save Chuck?
Oh, sure. We'll drive right up the lane, blowing the horn so they'll know we're coming.
You don't have to be sarcastic.
Bill, I'm scared.
So am I. Okay, how'd you get?
What are we going to do?
Don't know yet. Let's take a look around.
Professor, I gotta hand it to you. You done all right for yourself.
You flatter me, Trixie. And now, about the proposition you mentioned a few minutes ago.
Yeah, the proposition. Professor, how much dough is in the small change purse of yours?
Possibly $10,000.
Just like that, huh? 10 G's and you don't bat an eye. Brother, you kill me. Now look, see that bag sticking out from under the couch?
Not unlike my own.
It's just like it. And what's in it is just like what's in yours, too. Only there's more.
More?
Yeah. There's more than 15 grand in that satchel, Professor.
You don't say.
Yeah, I'm saying it. You add that 15 to the 10 you got, and it makes a pretty good stake, don't it?
Indeed it does. Yes, a very good stake, Trixie.
You get it, then? We start out with 25 grand, see? You and me together.
But, my dear girl, I have only 10.
Sure, so I chip in 5 more than you, okay. You got brains, you got fancy talk, you're a smart operator. I need a guy like you. We could go places together. Is it a deal?
It seems fair enough, but there's one tiny item I'm afraid you've forgotten.
Yeah?
Yes. Nick.
Nick? Oh, don't be a dope, Professor. You and me know how to handle guys like Nick. Why, when someone gets in our way, we just...
Trixie, there's a guy in a base sneaking up through the woods.
What?
They're coming here. Cops.
Let me see. Hey, Professor, come here.
You see something, Trixie?
I'll say I do. Look out there.
Out where? Good heavens. It's...
Something wrong, Professor?
Yeah. Put the gun away, Trixie. You can't...
Friends of yours, maybe?
Yeah, they're a couple pals of mine. What was that? Sounded like it came from the next room.
It did.
It's the state trooper. Maybe he's getting loose. Shall I go look, Trixie?
Young Sidney Richards, eh? So he's still alive.
How'd you know about him?
I read about it in the newspapers, heard it on the radio.
You never. It wasn't in no newspapers, and it wasn't on no radio. Trixie, he's
Shut up, Nick. So, Mr. Professor, you thought you could put one over on Trixie Talbot, huh?
Trixie, my girl, I think the time has come for us to be frank with each other.
Yeah? Nick.
Yeah, Trixie?
Go out the back way and take care of them two outside.
Stay here, Nick. If you do as Trixie says, you'll regret it. I'm telling you.
Pipe down, you. Go on, Nick. Do like I say.
Listen, Trixie.
You gonna obey orders, Nicky boy?
I'm going, Trixie. You don't have to get sore.
Now, Professor, this is going to be a pleasure.
You'll get twice as much pleasure if you let me explain who I am.
For a guy who's going to be rubbed out, you got a nerve, mister. Who are you, anyway?
The name is Morgan. Chuck Morgan, the newscaster.
Chuck Morgan? Well, what do you know? I thought that voice sounded familiar, but it doesn't... Well, that takes care of your friends, Mr. Morgan. You got any prayers you want to say before you join them?
I've got a lot of things up.
That you, Nick? Come on in. I want you to watch this.
Tough, Trixie. The guy behind you isn't Nick.
No? Don't try to kid me, pal. All right, Nick, speak up.
The name isn't Nick, lady. Drop the gun.
Why, you...
Too bad, Trixie. Bill had the situation well in hand. Trixie was considerably messed up in the fracas that followed. Nick was no problem at all. We found Trooper Richards uncomfortable, but unharmed. Carol and I got back to the office with only an hour to go before my late broadcast. So I started dictating the facts at once.
Wait a minute, Chucky boy.
Well?
You don't expect your listeners to believe that stuff, do you?
What stuff?
That it was a woman who influenced Nick to turn bank robber?
I certainly do. If it hadn't been for Trixie's influence, Nick never would have.
Nuts.
How was that?
I said nuts.
I thought you said.
Women never influence men to do anything. Men are stubborn and self-centered and
Yeah? Come over here, Glamour Puss.
Well?
I am about to demonstrate that your theory is cockeyed.
No kidding?
No kidding. Now, I'd planned on going bowling after tonight's broadcast. Why don't you influence me to take you out dancing instead?
Hey, that's a good idea. Pucker up. Influenced?
I'm influenced. We go dancing.
Stand by for crime. Hi, Chuck Morgan speaking. I'm a newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. Like most newsmen the world over, I found it smart to have contacts in as many government agencies and among as many stratas of society as possible. You get tips on stories that way that might otherwise be on the wires a day before you become aware that it happened. Well, my contact with the local police is Lieutenant Bill Meggs. Bill is more than a contact. He's a personal friend, which is an added help. He's never given me a bum steer. So when I reached my office a couple days ago, my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, told me Bill had called and wanted me to meet him at a certain address in Sereno, a small town north of Los Angeles. I smelled a good yarn. What's it about, Glamour Puss? Did Bill say?
No. He just said if we came out, it would be worth our while.
Did he say we?
No, but I did. Bill expects me.
Oh. And what makes you think that?
Well, because he always expects me to be along when you go after a story.
I see. What's at this street address where he wants me to meet him in Sereno?
I don't know.
Has there been a murder?
I don't know.
How long will Bill be there?
I don't know.
Are you a parrot?
I don't... Oh, funny man. Well, how can you expect me to answer your questions if I don't know the answers?
I don't know. Now you've got me saying it. Get on your hat and shoes and we'll go see if Bill knows the answers. Sereno is a small town about 20 miles north of Los Angeles. It's a residential community for workers in L.A. industries. There are a few large estates, but mostly the town is inhabited by small homeowners who take pride in their lawns and gardens and tree-shaded streets. It was in one of those quiet streets that we found Bill Meggs. He was parked beneath a huge pepper tree, slouched down behind the wheel, smoking a cigarette. We swung in behind him and walked up to the open window of his car. Hello, Bill. How's things?
Oh, hello, Chuck. Hi, Carol. Suppose you two getting back. Let's have a little talk.
Okay, sure.
This sounds like something important.
Okay, Bill, let's have it.
Well, last night a man named Gladstone Smith was murdered. Took us quite a while to identify the body. His face was badly smashed. Either of you ever hear of Mr. Smith?
I haven't.
Someone important, Bill?
Nope. Works in the city hall here in Sereno. He's an auditor in the tax department.
Wait a minute. If he lives in Sereno and works in Sereno, what are you doing on the case? You're in the L.A. force.
The murder was committed in L.A.
Oh.
However, that's one of the reasons I asked you to come here.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, you can do a lot of things I can't do because you're not restricted. Now, take a look around you and tell me what you see.
Nothing very exciting. Pleasant street, small, neat homes, trees, lawns, shrubs. Nothing unusual.
Well, there's a filling station on the corner.
That's unusual?
Well, Bill asked you to.
You both missed it. You know what I see when I look around?
What's that?
Well, I see security. I see comfort and relaxation after a hard day's work. I see pride in the things that a man lives for. I see freedom from fear and want. I see a piece of America that everyone should look at and be glad exists.
Well, well, well.
Is this our Bill Meggs talking?
Sure, it's corny. Go ahead and laugh. I'm supposed to be a hard-boiled cop. I wouldn't say this to anyone but you two. Because I thought up to now you might have enough imagination to go along with the gag.
Ouch. Well, that's putting it on the line. Okay, Bill, what else do you see?
Well, I see the confidence and trust that the people who live in these houses put in cops like me.
Yeah?
I see a community where people should be able to walk along a dark street at night without fear of violence.
I'm beginning to get it, Bill. Don't stop now.
No, for heaven's sakes. I'm beginning to see things myself.
Good. All right, here's the deal. A resident of one of these small homes is murdered. His face is smashed beyond recognition. Just an ordinary guy. Nothing to set him apart from his neighbors. He's been an accountant for 25 years, has a family, owns an automobile, pays his bills, belongs to a lodge, attends PTA, and goes to church. So last night he becomes a corpse. Why? Well, there's an answer, and it's got to be a good one.
Now, wait a minute. You're talking like a cop again. Let's get back to the sentiment. You want to do more than find this murderer. You want me to play it up big, make a terrific story out of it, so that the other people in this community and all other communities where decent, law-abiding people live could be reassured.
That's about it. Chuck, you've always fancied yourself as a half-baked detective. Why don't you snoop around the neighborhood and see what you can pick up?
Listen, I resent that crack about me being a half-baked detective. Because I am. All right, I'll go along with you on it, Bill. But it seems to me there's one thing you've overlooked.
Yeah? What's that?
Suppose I snoop around and find that Mr. Gladstone Smith has been having a romance with his neighbor's wife, or he's been stealing funds from the city, or something worse. Then where will your great big sentimental theory be?
I've already told you that this murder was committed in my district, Los Angeles. Would it help matters any if I told you that I know who murdered Mr. Smith?
Well, when Bill Meggs announced that he knew who murdered Gladstone Smith, I didn't know whether he was throwing us a curve or not. It wasn't like him. But one thing I was sure of. There was a whole lot more behind this murder caper than he was admitting. He had a long-range plan that somehow involved me and the publicity I could give the results. Well, that was okay. But before committing myself, I wanted the answer to a few questions.
Oh, wait a minute, Chuck. Before you say anything, I have a question I want to ask.
Okay, Glamourpuss, go ahead.
Bill, if you know who murdered Gladstone Smith, why haven't you arrested him?
That's a good question.
Because the man who murdered Gladstone Smith is a sneaking little cur named Spider Morelli.
Well, that's a good answer to a good question.
Why? What difference does it make what his name is? If he murdered Gladstone
Because, Glamourpuss, Spider isn't the man that Bill wants. Spider's a paid murderer. He kills for money, not motive. Bill wants the man with the motive, the man who hired Spider.
That's it.
And he thinks that I, under the guise of a newsman looking for a story, can find that man.
That's it.
So we'll just drift around the neighborhood, talk to Gladstone Smith's friends, and see what we can pick up.
That's it.
Bill, do me a favor, will you?
Sure, Carol.
Stop saying that's it. And there's one other thing. If the man who hired the sneaking little cur to murder Gladstone Smith gets suspicious of what Chuck is up to, which he probably will, then he's going to hire the sneaking little cur to murder Chuck. Did you think of that?
Sure I did.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, what if Chuck is murdered?
Well, then Chuck will be dead.
Now, don't worry, Glamourpuss. Bill isn't going to let that happen. Oh, by the way, Bill, Smith's family has been notified, I suppose.
No, they haven't.
Huh?
We haven't told anyone about this thing yet, so you'll have to work fast.
But the family should be notified, Bill.
Yes, they should. I thought I'd let you two handle it.
Let us. Uh-huh. Bill, you're supposed to be a friend of mine, aren't you?
Well, yeah, sure. I've known you for years, Chuck. Why?
Get lost. It wasn't an easy task that Bill had handed us. Ordinarily, I would have balked. But I was still convinced he had an underlying motive that he couldn't let us in on at the moment. Well, Carol and I found the Smith home a block from where we'd met Bill. It wasn't unlike any other house on the street, except that the small, well-cared-for lawn was enclosed by a white picket fence. We went up the flagstone walk and rang the front doorbell.
Yeah?
Hello, are you... No, I'm sorry. You wouldn't be Mrs. Smith. Is she in?
There isn't any Mrs. Smith. If you want to talk to the lady of the house, I'm your pigeon. What are you selling?
We're not selling anything. Are you related to Gladstone Smith?
Yeah, I'm his daughter. Flo's the name. Why?
May we come in? We'd like to talk to you a minute.
What about? Oh, okay, I guess it's all right. Come on in. Well, what's the old man been up to now?
I'm afraid we have some unpleasant news for you, Flo.
Yeah, what is it?
Your father's dead.
My father's dead. No kidding. And you call that unpleasant news? Why, that's the best news I've had in years. What'd the old man die of? Squeezing nickels?
He was murdered.
Murdered, huh? Well, now that's something I'll buy. That's a wonder someone didn't do the job long ago.
You mean there's a lot of people who had a reason for murdering your father?
Sure. Everyone who knew him.
Including yourself?
Yeah, including myself.
Seems to me you're talking rather strangely for a girl who's just lost her father.
Does it? Then you should have lived with my old man. He was mean and he was stupid. Stupid? I'll tell you how stupid he was. Last week he paid the real estate tax bill. Paid it to his own office, and it bounced. How do you like that? It bounced. Oh, brother, did Barney get a laugh out of that one.
Who's Barney?
Oh, he's my boyfriend. The guy I'm going to marry.
I should think you'd have married him long ago just to get away from your father.
The old man wouldn't let me. He said Barney was too old. He used to get a big bang out of reminding me he was still boss.
How old are you, Flo?
17. But don't get me wrong, Buster. I've been around.
Yeah, I can see you have. Around the wrong places and the wrong people, I'm afraid. Well, I suggest you don't do anything as rash as to marry this Barney until the juvenile authorities have a talk with you. Also, I suggest you don't leave town until the police have learned just which one of your father's friends or relatives hated him enough to commit murder. Well, it seemed to both Carol and me that Bill Megg's dream of a quiet, peaceful, law-abiding community had come to an abrupt ending. So the Smith family was an example of the type of people who lived along these tree-shaded streets. It was a toss-up whether Glamour Puss and I felt more sorry for Bill or more disgusted at Gladstone Smith's charming daughter when we left that house. Well, anyway, a green coupe was parked at the curb, and Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP, was sitting in it.
Hey, you two. Come over here.
Hi, Pappy.
Pappy, what are you doing out here?
Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, saw your car, and thought I'd find out what you were up to.
Yeah, You didn't happen to see Bill Meggs first, did you?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I did.
Did Bill tell you why we were here?
Well, partly. How'd you like Flo?
Do you know Flo?
Known her for years. She's a stinker, isn't she?
That's putting it mildly.
You know, Pappy, I smell something and I don't like the odor. First, Bill Meggs tells us a sentimental story about a beautiful community with flowers growing around doorsteps and birds twittering in treetops.
Now,
Then
just calm down, Chucky boy. Bill knows what he's doing. You know that.
Do I? Now, look, I don't mind being a fall guy if it pays off with a good story, but this is going too far.
Now, this'll pay off, too. Bill's got a good idea. His hands are tied, so let's give him some help. He called me because he knew I was a friend of Gladstone Smith, and he wanted you to know something about the man's character before you made the next move.
Gladstone Smith was a friend of yours, Pappy?
I've known him ever since he adopted Flo, 17 years ago. I gave him a character reference.
What? Flo's adopted?
That's right. She's a living example of heredity over environment. She began giving the Smiths a bad time from the minute she could walk. When she was 5, Mrs. Smith died, and Gladstone's friends urged him to turn the kid over to one of the societies who handle such cases. But Glad felt she was his responsibility, so he kept her.
Well, I'll be darned.
He did everything he could to give the kid a break. Good schools, the companionship of his friends' kids, summer camps, everything. But it didn't do any good. Just about broke Glad's heart.
Well, then Mr. Smith isn't the louse his daughter claims.
Glad? Why, Glad Smith was one of the finest men who ever lived. I'm proud to have known him. You'll find out that all his friends feel that way when you get to talk to them.
When we get to talk to them? Are we going to talk to them?
You are. Carol isn't. She's coming back to the office and work up a human interest angle on this yarn.
Oh, I am?
Yes, you am. Chuck, the next man you're to talk to is B.L. Darcy.
Who's he?
He's the tax collector of Sereno, man Glad Smith worked for.
So, what am I going to talk to him about?
Tell him Glad's been murdered. Ask him questions about Glad, about his work, about Flo. You'll find out why we want you to talk to him, and you'll get a more surprising reaction than you did when you talked to Flo.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
Well, this was a switch in my usual procedure, and I wasn't sure I liked it. So what if I didn't? Pappy Mansfield was my boss. Bill Meggs was my friend. And Carol was all in favor of letting me continue to stick my chin out. So I drove over to White Oaks Avenue and found the address of B.L. Darcy given to me by Pappy. It was one of Sereno's small estates, a comfortable ranch-style house set on 2 acres of well-landscaped ground with shrubs and shade trees. No one answered when I rang the front doorbell, so I walked around back and found a man in shirt sleeves burning some trash in an incinerator. He was in his middle 50s, well-dressed, pleasant appearing.
Hello there. Looking for me?
If you're B.L. Darcy, I am.
That's right. I'm Darcy.
My name's Morgan. Chuck Morgan, newscaster on KLP.
Oh, sure. Listen to you a lot.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Morgan?
I guess you haven't heard about Gladstone Smith's death.
Glad Smith dead?
That's right.
Finally caught up with him, eh? A pity.
What caught up with him?
He had a heart condition. Been favoring himself for years.
Oh, no, it wasn't his heart, or at least the police don't think so. They believe Smith was murdered.
Murdered? Glad Smith?
Huh?
Well, that's a hard one to believe, Mr. Morgan. Who would want to murder harmless old Glad?
Well, that's what the police are trying to find out, and I'm trying to work up a story on the case. Do you mind if I ask a few questions about Smith and his family?
No, not at all. Just wait till I stuff the rest of these papers into the incinerator.
Sure.
There we are. Let's walk back to the house, and I'll buy you a drink.
What kind of a man was Smith, Mr. Darcy?
None better. Quiet, unassuming, credit to his job.
Huh?
Sit down here in the patio, Mr. Morgan. I'll go mix us a drink.
No, I'm afraid I'll have to skip the drink. Thanks, just the same. What member of your department will replace Smith as auditor?
You could work up a good case there without half trying. Harry Thomas has been after Glad Smith's job for years. Now he'll get it.
What kind of a man is he?
Different type than Glad, but equally as reliable. No, Mr. Morgan, I'm afraid you'd be wasting your time if you tried to make a murderer out of Harry. He isn't the type.
Well, I think I'll have a talk with him anyway. Thanks for your time, Mr. Darcy.
I'm glad to be of help. Anytime you want a favor, just call on Barney Darcy.
Well, I'll do that. And wait a minute.
Yeah?
Barney Darcy. You're not the Barney who's going to marry Gladstone Smith's daughter, Flo.
Why, yes, I am. We'll be married as soon as Flo comes of age. Anything wrong with that?
I went away from B.L. Darcy's in somewhat of a daze. Mr. Darcy had put it right on the line. What's wrong with me marrying Flo Smith, he'd asked. What was wrong with a 55-year-old man marrying a 17-year-old girl? It happens all the time among some of our best families. Only somehow, this deal didn't ring true. I drove down to the Sereno City Hall and found Harry Thomas. He was a little, wizened-up man, maybe 40, maybe 50. He was willing, almost eager to answer my question.
Glad Smith dead? Say, that means I'll get an automatic promotion into his job. Been waiting for this day for years.
Well, don't you think it's more important to think about finding the murderer of Smith at the moment than it is your promotion?
Sure, I'll do anything I can to help. But we've all got to go sometime, you know, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, that's right. But the method of going is sometime more important than the going. And how about your boss, B.L. Darcy? You like working for him?
Oh, sure. Barney's okay. Works hard, never misses a day. Fair to everybody who works in his department. Yep, Barney's all right.
Did you know he was planning to marry Flo Smith when she comes of age?
No, just talk. The kid's infatuated. Barney's a handsome sort of guy. His wife died last year. He's lonesome. Probably gets a bang out of the kid's interest.
Well, he told me an hour ago he intended marrying her.
That's so?
That's right.
Well, that's his business, if that's the way he wants it.
Yeah. By the way, are the tax books open to the public?
Tax books open to the public? Well, that's a funny question. Nobody ever asked it before. Why, sure, I suppose they are. You want to look at them?
Yeah, I'd like to see what kind of an auditor Gladstone Smith was. I'd asked that question on impulse. I didn't know what I was trying to prove. Anyway, Harry Thomas showed me the books, and I began going through them haphazardly, not knowing what I was looking for. But all of a sudden, finding something. It was there in the third book I looked at, and the only reason I found it was because the book fell open to a certain page when I picked it up, as though someone had been looking into the same book not too long ago. Well, 10 minutes later, I was back at the Gladstone Smith house, talking to the charming Flo.
Where's the blonde babe? She give you the brush?
Never mind that. I want to see the tax check your father wrote that bounced.
Oh, you do, huh? Why?
Just go get it. I'll explain later.
Oh, you will. Look, jerk, who do you think you're ordering around?
Play it for all it's worth, Flo. I happen to know you can't show me that check because there is no such check.
What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you I saw it with my own eyes?
Prove it. You gave that check away to protect the murderer of your father.
Are you nuts? Okay, just to show you what a knucklehead you are, I will prove it. It's right over here in this desk. The old man kept all them things in his drawer.
Well, Flo?
It isn't here. Hey, what kind of a game are you trying to pull anyway? Look, I don't like you. I don't like your looks or the sound of your voice or nothing, so get out. Get out before I call the cops.
Sure, Flo. Sure. I found out what I wanted to know. So long. Well, I was beginning to see the light at last. So I called my office, told Glamourpuss to tell Pappy and Bill that everything was going fine, and put a sub in on my 7 o'clock broadcast. At 9 o'clock that night, I parked on a street running parallel to White Oaks Avenue and tore my pants climbing a fence into Barney Darcy's backyard. The house was dark. But I waited 10 minutes before making a move. Nothing happened. So I sneaked up to the incinerator and carefully opened the door. Then something did happen. There was a quick step behind me. And suddenly, I was lying on my back, looking up at the stars, trying to recapture full consciousness and failing. Way, way off, I heard voices.
Nice going, Spider. He didn't see a thing.
You want I should finish him off here, boss?
No, get him out of here. Downtown. Same place, same method.
Okay, boss. Look, boss.
You'll get your money as soon as the job's done. You got it before, didn't you?
Okay, boss, okay. Help me lug this guy out of the car. He's heavy.
It was just about then that the reeling stars came into focus. They were blotted out as a figure leaned over me and put his hands under my shoulders. I reared up and took hold of his neck. You dirty...
Spider, hit him!
Get away from me.
I can't. He's choking me.
This'll fix him.
This time, I didn't have the reeling stars to look at. I was out like a candle dipped into a bucket of water. The next I knew, I was lying on the floor of the back seat of an automobile with my hands tied. I could tell by the sounds of traffic we were in downtown L.A. I began working at the ropes, but there wasn't a chance of getting loose. The car made a sudden left turn. I got up to my knees, and I saw we'd entered an alley. The headlights of another car suddenly appeared at the other end of the alley, and a moment later, headlights appeared behind us. Spider cursed and rammed on the brakes. The back door to a building stood open on our left. Spider saw a chance to escape, and I saw a chance to stop him. I looped my bound wrist over his head and yelled, "All right, Spider, this is the end of the road for you, you lousy. Let me go." Not a chance, Spider. You couldn't get out of this back at Darcy's, and you can't now.
Chuck.
Yeah, fine friend you are, Meggs. I might have been killed.
You wouldn't have been killed. You haven't been out of our sight for the past 10 hours.
You all right, Chuck?
Yeah, sure, he's all right. He's just mad because he thought he was going to be murdered and because he's got a hole in the seat of his pants.
Well, the thing wound up about as Bill Meggs had planned. He'd had a tail on Barney, Spider, Flo, Harry Thomas, and myself ever since the caper started. They'd overheard the conversation near the incinerator, so all 3 members of Serena's police force had closed in on B.L. Darcy the minute Spider had driven me off. Bill wanted Spider for himself, which is why he let the rat back into Los Angeles. I went home, changed my clothes, then met Carol, Bill, and Pappy at Nick Adele's for dinner before doing my 11 o'clock broadcast. So you had the whole thing worked out beforehand, eh, Bill?
No, I wouldn't say that. I talked to the Sereno police. We suspected Darcy, but we also suspected Harry Thomas, and we figured Flo was mixed up in it somehow. We didn't have any proof, which is why it was necessary to bring someone in from the outside. That's why I suggested you. You're not a cop, and we wanted to keep this as quiet as possible. Sereno's a nice town.
Was Flo mixed up in it, Chuck?
No, she wasn't putting on an act when she discovered that the canceled check was missing. You see, it wasn't a check that had bounced. It was a check that would prove that B.L. Darcy was guilty of juggling the Sereno tax books.
Well, just how do you figure that?
Because Gladstone Smith had occasion to check the books one day, Pappy, probably for some other purpose entirely, and found that his own taxes were in arrears. This bothered him because he knew he'd paid them. He went home, dug out his canceled checks, and found the one that paid the bill. He must have said something to Flo about it. And she thought he was talking about a check that had bounced.
Sure. Flo thought it was a good joke, and she mentioned it to Barney Darcy.
Mm-hmm.
So Darcy knew that Gladstone had to be liquidated or his little racket would be exposed.
So he hired Spider.
A lot of other things made me suspicious about this Darcy. A man as well off as Darcy wouldn't be burning his own rubbish in the middle of the day, especially a man who had the reputation of never missing a day at his office.
So you went back to the incinerator to find out what he'd been burning, hoping to find a fragment of Smith's canceled check.
That's it.
So Darcy and Spider will probably go to the gas chamber. The charming Flo is taken over by a welfare society. And Harry Thomas gets to be tax collector.
That's it.
Wait a minute, Chuck. That's my line.
What's your line?
That's it.
Oh. Okay, Bill, it's your line. Here comes Vince with the check. Bill will take it, Vince. That's it, Bill.
Stand by for crime.
Hi. Chuck Morgan, KOP newscaster speaking. You know, there are a few of us who realize the tragedy of the displaced person. To appreciate just how tough it really is. Imagine yourself having to leave the place of your birth, severing connections with all relatives and friends, and being set down in a new and strange land where no one even speaks your language. It's not pleasant to think about, is it? Well, here in Los Angeles, we have our quota of DPs. It just happens that my blonde secretary, Carol Curtis, goes on frequent welfare kicks, which is why when I arrived at my office last Wednesday morning, I was given some first-hand information about our local DPs.
You're like 90% of the people in this town, Chuck Morgan. You just haven't a sense of responsibility.
I haven't? Oh, by the way, that typewriter guy fixed my machine?
Chuck, you aren't listening.
Oh, sure I am, Grandma. Let's go ahead and talk. Yeah, seems to be running all right.
I see. A year ago, you made a hero out of yourself, raving about how we should bring the DPs over here and give them a new start in life. And now that we've got them here, you don't care that they're being blackmailed.
You know, Grandma, sometimes... What do you mean, blackmailed?
Just what I said. It's the most disgraceful thing that was ever done in the name of American democracy. There are 5 families of displaced persons living in a tenement house on Bulletin Street, and every one of them is paying so-called protection money to a gangster named Igor Petrov.
Are you kidding? What's he protecting them against?
Against harm being done to their relatives who are still behind the Iron Curtain.
No.
Well, it's terrible. Those poor people don't understand. They think that Petrov actually has a pipeline to Joe Stalin. Not one of them makes more than a bare living wage, and to have to turn half of it over to a dirty...
Half of it?
Yes, half of it. And what's being done to stop such an outrage? Nothing. Because people like you...
All right, wait a minute, Grandma. Let's take it easy. If such conditions exist, someone would have heard about it before now. Why haven't they gone to the police?
The police? Oh, Chuck, don't you know what the word police means to those people?
What does it mean?
It means beatings and being thrown into a concentration camp and being tortured. It means everything but what it should mean. Justice.
So this small-time gangster has got them coming and going, huh? He knows they won't go to the police, and he's got them scared into paying off to him or else. That's about the lousiest racket in the book. Hello, Pappy. Come in.
Hello, Chuck. Morning, Carol.
Hi, Pappy.
Say, Chuck, you got anything hot for your first broadcast tonight? Because if you haven't, I have.
Yeah, what's that?
A murder, you see?
Another routine murder. Pappy, look, Carol's come up with something that's really
There's nothing routine about this murder. The victim's name is Jan Darvis. He is, or was, a displaced person, living down on Bulletin Street. It seems he went to the police to complain about some kind of a holdup being pulled on him, and he was liquidated.
Pappy Mansfield is owner of KOP. Usually he lets me alone regarding the nature of the stuff I use in my broadcasts. But occasionally he gets into a sweat about a particular story and demands that I give it the full treatment. Only got into a sweat about this one, which accounts for the fact that 5 minutes after he'd announced the murder of Jan Darvis, Carol and I were on our way to Bulletin Street. We found Bill Meggs of police headquarters and a couple of uniformed cops at the scene of the murder, which was an alley behind a pool hall. Hello, Bill.
Oh, hi, Chuck. Hello, Carol.
Hello, Bill.
I wondered when you two would be along. Pappy tell you I called?
Yeah, he told us. This is where they found the body, eh?
Yes, only it wasn't a body when they found it. Darvis was still alive. He didn't die till they got him to the hospital.
Did he say anything before he died?
Well, he told us he'd gone to a policeman about the protection money he'd been forced to pay, and that's why he was beaten up.
Did he tell you the policeman's name?
Nope, but we'll find out.
Bill, you don't think this policeman had...
Sure I do. And don't give me that shocked look. We cops aren't all lily-white any more than everybody in every other business is. So far, we've a pretty clean record. It's going to be cleaner when I get my hands on this particular cop.
Any clues, Bill?
Well, yes. A set of brass knuckles, for one.
Yeah. Blood on them, too, huh?
Oh, what horrible-looking things.
Not pleasant, that's for sure.
You got any theories worked out, Bill?
Yeah, I have. From the looks of Darvis's body, I figure that whoever beat him up didn't intend to kill him. We're just going to use him as an example for the rest of the DPs. That's why whoever called emergency hospital and reported the thing wasn't interfered with.
I get it. They wanted someone to call the hospital.
That's right. This Petrov character is too small time to risk getting mixed up with murder.
Have you had Petrov picked up?
Not yet. Most we could do is hold him for 24 hours for questioning.
Yeah, I don't suppose any of the other DPs will talk.
No, it's the same old story. They're scared stiff. They don't want the same thing to happen to them or their families.
A rotten mess.
Bill, what are you going to do about it?
Well, just what you and every other representative American would expect me to do, Carol. I'm going to find the murderer of Jan Darvis and send him to the gas chamber.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough job, Bill. Anything we can do to help.
I know something we can do to help right now.
Yeah? What's that?
Have you talked to Anna Darvis yet? She's Jan's mother.
No. That's where I plan to go from here.
Well, don't. Let Chuck and me see her first. She's frightened of the police. She has another child, a 12-year-old girl, and she's terrified of what might happen to her.
But look, if she won't talk to me...
I know her, Bill. I've been calling on her once a month for almost a year. She trusts me. Maybe I can persuade her that the police in America are different, that they actually want to help her.
That sounds like a good deal, Bill. At least you can't lose anything, man.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, you two go up and have a talk with the lady and report your findings to me at headquarters.
Bulletin Street is one of those crummy districts that few of our respected citizens are aware exist. As Carol and I walked along that dirty, noisy pavement, I marveled at the fact that she'd been making trips down here all by herself once a month just to check on our DPs and other unfortunate families. Well, we came to a 2-story adobe tenement house that was sandwiched in between 2 larger but equally disreputable-looking frame buildings. We went inside. We walked up a flight of dusty stairs, down a short hall, and stopped in front of a door that was hanging on one hinge with the latch sprung. What happened here? Looks as though someone broke the door down.
Wasn't like this when I was here yesterday. Listen.
Yeah.
It's Anna, poor thing. Let's go in.
We pushed open what remained of the door and entered the tiniest living room I've ever been in. A single window opened onto an air shaft. The room itself was spotless. The furniture, though old, was neat and in good taste. Snowy white curtains were at the window. To the right, a door led to the kitchen. What we could see of it was as meticulously clean as the living room. It was in this room that we heard the sobbing. It had stopped now. There was an ominous silence. We crossed to the kitchen and entered. A woman, perhaps 50 years old, was seated at the table. Her face was bruised and bloody. One eye was blackened. The look she gave us was wild and terrified.
Oh, Anna, what happened? Oh, you poor thing.
Go away, please. Do not stay here.
But we want to help you. That's why we came.
No. Everyone is evil in this wicked America.
Do you think that I am evil, Anna? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
I cannot say anything.
What happened to your face, Anna?
Nothing. It is nothing.
Oh, Anna, this is Chuck Morgan. He's a radio newscaster. He wants to help you, and so do the police.
The police?
Now, we understand why you feel the way you do, Anna, but if we're going to help you, you must tell us what happened.
No. Telling would not bring back my Jan. My Jan is dead. Now I have only little Maria. Poor little Maria. She's so frightened. It is like in the concentration camps. But then we always had the dream of coming to America. It was a beautiful dream, America. If it were not for that dream, most of us would have died. And now...
Please, Anna. Please.
Where is Maria now, Anna?
No, I will not tell. The evil men will not have my little Maria. They can kill me and I will not tell.
Anna, perhaps if you
wait
knew
a minute,
what...
Chuck. Anna, you trust me, don't you?
You have been kind, Miss Curtis. Of all the people, you have been kind.
And if I were to make you a promise, You know I'd keep it.
I will not tell. I will not.
Anna, the only way we can help you as we want to do is to have your cooperation. We understand how you feel, how much afraid you are. We don't want anything to happen to Maria either. That's why I suggest that you let us take you away from here. You and Maria both.
Take us away? Away from them?
Yes, away from them. I have an apartment up on Wilshire Boulevard. You can stay there. Miss Curtis will stay with you. We'll have a half a dozen policemen guarding the place until this rotten mess is cleaned up.
Then I'll not have to stay here alone.
It's a promise, Anna. You have my word for it.
But first you must tell us what happened.
Yes. Then I will tell you. It was last night, about 9 o'clock, I think. I was alone here in our home. Someone knocked on the door. Yes? Who is it, please?
Never mind who it is. Open up this door before I break it down.
No, this is my home. You cannot come in.
No, I can't, eh? Don't tell me what I can't do, old lady. In this district, Igor Petrov goes where he pleases and no one stops him, see?
Then you are Igor Petrov?
You heard me. Where's that yellow-livered kid of yours?
If you mean Jan, he is not here. Now you must go.
I'll go when I get ready.
Oh, no, please. You must not break our furniture. We have so little.
Yeah? Well, you're gonna have a lot less when I get through. Where's the kid?
I do not know. Oh!
Where is he?
No, please. My boy is not here.
He's hiding. Where?
I will not tell you. I will not.
Listen, you old buzzard. I ain't got much time. That red-faced brat of yours went to the cops. He squealed. Now, don't tell me you didn't know about that.
Yes. My boy did go to the police. I am proud of him for doing that. He is brave, my Jan. He wants what is right, and no more. He does not think that here in America it is right for evil men to take any part of money that is hard earned by honest people. This America is to us a wonderful land, and we believe the police will protect us if we tell them the truth.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you something, old lady. The cop your kid squealed to is on my payroll. Get that? He does what Igor Petrov says. And so does everybody else in this district. I'm boss here. Nobody crosses me. Nobody. And that goes for that punk kid of yours. Now, where is he?
I will never tell. Never.
No? When I get through with you, you'll tell, or you'll think that concentration camp you were in was a bed of roses. Where is he?
No.
Oh. Where is he? Where?
No.
Where? Where?
It was horrible. Yes, it was horrible. Worse, I think, than the camps.
Did you tell him where your son was, Anna?
No. Jan came home while Petrov was still here. He is a little man, my Jan. He was no match for the man who was beating me.
How awful. Did Petrov take Jan away?
Yes, he took Jan away. And now my Jan is dead.
Anna, no one can blame you for your present opinions of Americans. Except for Caro, our people haven't been very well represented among those you've met. That's going to change, beginning right now. Caro, I want you to pick up Maria, wherever she is, and take both her and Anna out to my apartment. I'll phone Bill Meggs, tell him the story, and ask him to send some cops out.
All right. But, Chuck...
Yeah?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to make a call. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to make a call. I want to demonstrate to a certain district gang boss that here in America we don't tolerate gutter rats.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
News people learn to get hard-boiled about human suffering and human weaknesses. They have to. If they didn't, it wouldn't last long. But every once in a while, you run across something that hits you personally. Then it's different. Then you cease to be a newsman for a little while and become yourself. That's what happened to me after listening to Anna Darvis's story. It affected me personally because I was an American, and Igor Petrov was representing himself as an American. And when I thought of it, I felt unclean. There was a fighting desire inside of me to correct the situation.
so I wouldn't be ashamed of being a citizen of these United States. All right, maybe I wasn't using my head, but that's all right, too. I was boiling mad when I opened the door of the joint that Igor Petrov called his headquarters. The place seemed deserted. Then a human rat came shuffling out of the gloom and leered up at me.
Hello, Morgan. You looking for somebody?
Well, if it isn't little Benny Capek, San Quentin's latest contribution to the scum of society.
Lay off, Morgan. You can't talk to me like that. I ain't the easy pushover I was 2 years ago.
Oh, you ain't you? For my money, Capek, you always be a cross between a weasel and a wharf rat. What have you done, tied in with Petrov?
Yeah, I've tied in with Petrov. Which means that neither you nor the cops can touch me.
No? Wouldn't you be surprised if you found you bought yourself another ticket to San Quentin? Where is that tin horn boss of yours? I want to see him.
What did I tell him you want to see him about?
I want to remind him how to act when he talks to a lady. Out of my way, slime face, before I start in on you.
You come back here. You can't go in there.
Capek, this is all I needed for an excuse. Hello, Petrov.
Morgan, who let you in here?
I invited myself. Rat, come from behind that desk, brother. This is something I'm going to enjoy.
One, two, get back, Spider!
That's right. Call your rats, but first I want to give you a little lesson in good manners. Am I getting my point across, Petrov?
Boys, help! Get back!
Calling yourself an American. Why, you aren't fit to lick the boots of those people.
Help! Boys! Okay, boss. Coming! Come on, boys! Get in! Get in!
Me if you can.
But, Bill, Chuck's been gone almost 3 hours. That means he's either in trouble or dead. How can you and Pappy calmly sit here smoking cigarettes and not even worry about him?
I am worried about him. When he called me on the phone, he asked me if I'd give him until 6 o'clock before I picked up Petrov. Said he had a plan.
Chuck's plans usually pay off, Carol.
Oh, not always. Why, I've seen him so beaten up he looked as though he had been run through a meat grinder.
I didn't say he didn't get himself worked over occasionally. He's a glutton for it. But he usually gets what he goes after.
Oh, you men. We have Mrs. Darvis's story. Isn't that enough to arrest Petrov on, for heaven's sake? She was an eyewitness.
Not to Jan Darvis's murder. That's why Chuck wanted some time. He thinks he can get the information that'll pin the murder rap on Petrov. My guess is he'll do it, too.
Mine do.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Carol, why don't you quit saying for heaven's sakes and just sit down and relax?
Relax? How would you feel if your boyfriend were in danger of being murdered?
I haven't got a boyfriend.
That's not very funny, Pappy.
Sorry.
Oh, forget
I
it.
tell you what I'll do, Carol. If we don't hear from Chuck within the next 15 minutes, all three of us will take a run down to Bulletin Street and have a look around. Okay?
Do I have a choice of answers?
15 minutes isn't long to wait. The chances are, right now, Chuck is on his way back here with Petrov as his prisoner and a full confession in his pocket.
Oh, my head.
Take it easy, Morgan. You'll live.
Capek.
Yeah, Capek. Only now the situation's a little different. Ain't it, Morgan?
You dirty rat, untie my hands.
Yeah, I'm apt to untie your hands.
Oh.
Having fun, Capek?
Yeah, I'm having me a dandy time, boss.
Petrov, if you had a brain in your head, you'd know you couldn't get away with this.
I've got a brain in my head, and I am getting away with this. You ready to talk, Morgan?
About what?
You know about what. You hit the old lady and the kid.
I've already told you. They're in my apartment on Wilshire. There are 7 cops guarding the place.
And I say there ain't no one in your apartment on Wilshire.
And I say there is.
And why don't they answer the phone?
Maybe they don't want to. If they're not in my apartment, they're at police headquarters. Why don't you call the chief?
Okay, Morgan, suit yourself. You ready to play some more, Capek?
Boss, ain't nothing I'd rather do.
All right, you got 15 minutes. Make him talk in that time, or you and me is going to have an understanding.
Oh, I'll make him talk. Just leave me alone with him. I got my own particular methods.
So Petrov went out of there, and Capek began having his fun. Only this time I wasn't as cooperative as before. I passed out almost at once, or pretended to. This made Capek mad. There wasn't any fun beating an unconscious man. But it also gave me time to think. I told Bill Meggs I had a plan. That was partly to keep Bill away from Bulletin Street until I had had a go at this deal myself. And partly because there had been an idea in the back of my head. But what was it? At the time, I'd been too mad to analyze its worth. Then I remembered. The brass knuckles that Bill had found. But what about them? There'd been dried blood in those knuckles. Sure, that was it. Dried blood. Well, it wasn't much of a plan. But in my present situation, who was I to be choosy? I cautiously opened one eye and saw Capek sitting 2 feet away, watching me.
Okay, Morgan. You ready for some more?
Hold it, Capek. I've got something to say.
You bit ahead. Go on. Talk.
What about the brass knuckles?
Huh? What about the brass knuckles?
They're going to prove that you murdered Jan Darvis. They're going to send you back to San Quentin, this time with a reserved seat in the gas chamber.
He ain't going to prove nothing. Now, cut out...
Wait a minute. There was blood on those knuckles, Capek, your blood.
So how's anybody going to prove that?
Easy. The cops will take a sample of your blood, compare it with the blood on the brass knuckles, and you'll be charged with murder.
Hey, you're crazy. Anyway, they want my knuckles. I didn't have nothing to do with...
With what, Capek?
None of your business. Now, you going to see...
So far, you've been nothing but a small-time operator, Capek. Murder's out of your line. The only way you can save yourself from the gas chamber is to tell me who owns those brass knuckles. Turn me loose.
Shut up. I won't do it.
I can save you from the gas chamber, Capek. I'm the only one who can. Petrov would double-cross you in a minute. The cops are on their way here right now. You haven't got much time.
You kidding me, Morgan?
I'm giving it to you straight. Mrs. Darvis has already told her story to the police. The only reason you and Petrov haven't been picked up yet is because they didn't have proof of the murder. Now they've got it with the blood on those brass knuckles.
You'll see that I don't get no murder rap?
Yes.
I don't want to take no rap for nothing I didn't do.
Then you won't. It's a promise.
Okay, Morgan. I'll take a chance. But if you pull a cross on me...
I never pulled a cross on anybody in my life. Now hurry up. We haven't got much time. I held my breath while Capek worked on the ropes for fear he'd change his mind. One hand came free. The little weasel was working on the last knot of the second hand when the door opened.
Capek! What the devil...
Take it easy, Petrov. Capek and I have made a deal. He's going to turn state's evidence on you, and I'm going to see that he doesn't take a rap for a murder you committed.
Why?
Come on, Capek, let's get him. You're a lousy shot. Too bad, because you won't get a chance for another. Well, Pappy, Bill Meggs, Glamourpuss. Fancy meeting you here. Well, Anna Darvis and her daughter Maria are back in their tiny apartment on Bulletin Street. They like it there. To them, it's heaven compared to what they've been used to. They like America, too. The American way of life. Their dream has really come true. They'll make good citizens. Petrov is awaiting trial for murder. There's no longer any district gang boss on Bulletin Street. There never will be again if Bill Meggs has anything to do with it. And Bill has a lot to do with such things. Speaking of Bill, after my 7 o'clock broadcast that night, he and Carol, Pappy and I went over to Mike Lyman's for dinner.
Say, Chuck, before we leave here, I've got just one question I'd like to ask you.
Yeah, and after you answer that one, I've got a question, too.
And at the risk of sounding parrot-like, I have a question also.
Shoot, Pappy.
About this dried blood gimmick, comparing it with a sample of blood taken from a person. Who told you that a comparison would establish identity?
Nobody.
Then how'd you know?
I didn't. Does it? You see, you don't know either. So how could Capek be expected to know?
You mean you just made that one up out of thin air because it sounded like a good idea?
Why, sure. Now, what's your question, Bill?
How about that deal you made with Capek? What right had you to promise him he wouldn't have to take a murder rap if he turned state's evidence?
Because I have a friend on the police force who was a very nice guy and who I knew would stand behind me. His name is Bill Meggs.
Oh.
You see, you can't win with this man. He talks his way out of everything.
And now, at last but not least, we come to your question, Glamourpuss. What is it?
Oh, never mind. I just answered it myself.
Oh?
When I said you can't win with this man, or can I?
Glamourpuss, as far as I'm concerned, you won 3 years ago. The day I hired you, remember?
Oh, Chucky boy, you say the nicest thing to me.
Stand by for crime.
I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster on radio station KOP here in Los Angeles. You know, being a newscaster with 2 shows daily, you sometimes have to scratch around to dig up a yarn that's different from the run-of-the-mill stuff. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you care to look at it, I came up with a couple of jackpot stories a while ago, and now my listeners expect me to do it at least once a week. That's why when one day last month I had nothing very exciting on the fire, I was beginning to feel a bit desperate. And that's why also when the phone rang and a mysterious voice said that if I'd come to a certain address, he'd give me a story that would jack up my Hooper rating at least 5 points, I decided to go, even though the address was 35 miles away in the Elizabeth Lake region. So Carol Curtis, my blonde secretary, and I climbed into the old jalopy and headed north along Highway 99. Well, Glamourpuss, how do you like this country?
I like it. Gee, I had no idea there was such lushness so close to L.A.
Yeah, there's a lot more now that you're here.
Oh, you're just saying that because you...
I know, just because I meant it.
Oh, you're a cute, Chucky boy. Oh, gosh, look down there in that canyon.
What?
There's a creek with real honest-to-goodness water in it.
Sure, that's Elizabeth Lake Canyon Creek. Runs a year round, which is unusual for Southern California.
Oh, how do you know it runs the year round?
Oh, I've been up here before.
Doing what?
Just riding around.
Oh, I see. Who was with you?
Who was with... Glamourpuss, you're jealous.
I am not. Who was with you?
Nobody. I came up to get some material on that Elizabeth Lake monster story.
Oh, sure, I remember. It was that yarn about the monster that used to rise up out of the lake and frighten the Indians in the old days.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where we're going now?
Yeah, we're almost at where we're going now, if the directions Amos Bugsby gave me are correct.
Just who is this Amos Bugsby, anyhow?
That's what we're up here to find out.
Well, don't you know anything about him?
Mm-mm.
What he does, or what he looks like, or why he phoned instead of coming in, or anything?
No. All I know is he said he had a hot story, and if I wanted it, come on up and give it to me.
Oh, he sounds like one of those crackpots to me.
Let's hope so. Makes the trip more interesting. Well, there's the cliff.
What cliff?
That cliff with the niche in it. Bugsby said the road at his place turned off to the left just before we got to it. Yeah, there it is.
Good gosh, it doesn't look as though a car had been here for years.
I hoped we'd find something like this.
Why?
More chance of a good story. There's the cabin.
Oh, it's just a shack hidden away in the bushes.
Looks deserted, too. Well, let's get out.
Wait a minute, Chuck.
What's the matter?
It isn't deserted. There's a rifle barrel sticking out of that window.
Yeah, and a man behind it. Duck, Glamourpuss, he's going to shoot. That rifle bullet came too close for comfort. I began to think that this Bugsby was not only a crackpot, but one of those crackpots about whom I'd broadcast something at one time. And now he'd baited me into a trap to get his revenge. Anyway, we were ducks in a barrel sitting out in the open with no chance of a getaway. I was estimating the chances of reaching the comparative safety of the heavy undergrowth when the door of the house opened. And a man carrying a rifle stepped out. He was the ugliest man I'd ever seen. Besides normally twisted features, he had a ragged scar running from the corner of his mouth to his right ear.
Don't move. Either one of you. I got you covered.
We're not arguing that, my friend. What's the idea of using us for target practice?
Are you Chuck Morgan?
That's right.
Let's see your driver's license.
I showed him my driver's license. His whole attitude changed at once. He apologized for shooting over our heads and explained that his own life was in danger and he couldn't take any chances with strangers. Well, we got out of the car and followed him to his shack.
Sit over there, Miss Curtis. I think you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you.
Look, this is all very fine.
Oh, yes,
but
yes, I know, Mr. Morgan. I don't blame you for being annoyed, but every minute of every day, my life is in danger. Well, I haven't slept for more than 2 hours at a time for weeks. I don't dare step outside this cabin in the daylight.
Well, what's it all about, Mr. Bugsby?
Yeah, you said you had a story for me. What is it?
I have, Mr. Morgan. And when I've finished, I think you'd agree that your trip up here was worthwhile.
Shoot.
So I better begin at the beginning. As you can see, I'm a very ugly man. And that means I'm a lonely man. Loneliness is just about the hardest burden a man could have to bear. And that's why I answered the ad in the newspapers.
Now, don't tell me you joined one of those Lonely Hearts clubs.
Oh, I understand your contempt, Mr. Morgan. And I hope when I've told you the rest of my story, you'll change your attitude. I did more than join a Lonely Hearts Club. I replied to an ad which stated that a young widow desired correspondence with a middle-aged gentleman who lived in the country. My home is in Lancaster. I have a wheat ranch there. Well, we corresponded, and eventually Helen Cutler, her name is, asked me to visit her at her home in Santa Monica. I accepted, but with a certain amount of misgiving.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Cutler?
Yes, I am.
I'm Amos Bugsby.
Amos Bugsby, after all these weeks. Oh, this is exciting. Please, come in.
Then you're not disappointed?
Disappointed? Why, what a strange thing to say. Why should I be?
Well, that is my looks.
Nonsense. I'd be a fine one if I were just interested in a man because of his looks, now wouldn't I? You just sit down here and make yourself comfortable. We've a great deal to talk about.
Well, yes, we have, Helen. You know, I was really worried about letting you see me. It was foolish of me, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Now, come in, Bob. I want you to meet Amos Bugsby. Amos, this is my brother, Bob.
Oh, well, how do you do, Bob? How do you do?
What'd you say the name was?
Bugsby. Amos Bugsby.
Bugsby, eh? Helen, is this the man you've been telling me about?
Yes. I've been urging him to come and see me for weeks, but up to now he's been afraid I wouldn't like his looks.
Well, now, his looks are unimportant. But there are other things that are. Remember that, Helen.
But, Bob...
See you later.
Oh, dear.
Well, what's wrong? Did I do something to offend your brother? What'd I do?
Oh, it isn't that, and Bob didn't intend to be rude. It's just that... Well, since my late husband died, Bob has been taking care of me. We aren't very well off, and he's so afraid I'll marry some man who hasn't the means to...
Oh, well, he needn't worry about that as far as I'm concerned. Oh, my, no.
Really, Amos?
Yes, indeed. I have a wheat ranch, you know. It's a big one, too, and I've saved my money. I'm a rich man. I guess I'm worth nearly $500,000.
Oh, Amos, that's wonderful.
I can well afford to support a wife. Yes, I can.
You're embarrassing me, Amos.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't intend to appear forward. You're not angry?
Of course not.
And you will let me call again?
Well, of course. I want you to call just as often as you can. Can't be too often to suit me.
Well, that's the way it started, Mr. Morgan. Exactly as I have told you.
But didn't you become suspicious? It seems to me that both those people were pretty obvious about their intentions.
Suspicious? Yes, I suppose I was. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Well, then why in the world didn't you do
Miss Curtis, do you know what it really means to be lonesome?
Why, yes, I suppose I do. There have been times...
You know what it means to wake up every morning of your life and know that you have to face each day completely alone? That among all the people you'll meet, there's not a single soul who cares. And there's no one to do little things for you, or for whom you can do little things. That when night comes, you'll go to bed in an empty house and you'll lie awake there, longing for the sound of a friendly voice or the touch of a loving hand. Well, that's the way it's been all my life, Miss Curtis. I've never been without an ache in my heart and a longing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. That's all right. I just want you to know why I closed my eyes to those suspicions and why I only saw and heard the things I wanted to see and hear. Oh, yes, I knew, but the happiness I experienced during the 2 weeks before Helen and I were married was worth every moment of the misery and the fear that followed.
Then you were married?
Oh, yes. We were married. Yes, indeed. We were married by a justice of the peace. And after the ceremony, we stopped by Helen's home so she could pick up some things before starting on our honeymoon. Well, here we are, my dear. You run in and get your suitcase, and then we'll drive directly to the airport. I got the plane tickets right here in my pocket.
Come on in with me.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. Oh, Helen.
Yeah?
How about a little kiss?
Nuts. Come on inside.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. Oh, well, there's time enough for that later, eh?
Yeah, time enough for that later.
Well, here we are. Now, you hurry along. Don't be too long. I'm an impatient husband, you know.
Oh, you are, huh? Bob! Hey, Bob!
Well, the newlywed, huh? So you got him, eh, Helen?
Yeah, I got him. Everything ready?
Everything just dandy. Okay, stupid, get in here.
What's that? You talking to me? Well, what do you mean in here?
Look, monkey face, don't ask questions. Just do like you're told.
Well, Helen, what's the meaning of this?
Just do like my brother says, darling, and you'll find out.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Why are you pointing that gun at me, Bob?
So you'll know I mean business. Are you going to do like I say, or do you want it right here?
Well, doesn't he understand that I'm your husband? That you're in love with me?
In love with you? Are you kidding? Who could fall in love with a mug like that?
But, darling...
Don't darling me. Look, knothead. Let's face it. You fell for a sucker game, and now you're going to pay off.
Sucker game? Do you mean that you don't love me? That you think I'm ugly?
Ugly? Why, you don't even look like a human being. You think I'd fall in love with a clumsy oaf like yourself? You're crazy.
Yeah, but you did fall in love with me. You married me. You're my wife.
I won't be for long.
What do you mean by that?
Just what you're thinking, old man. Right now, I'm your wife. 10 minutes from now, I'll be your widow and heiress to $500,000.
Oh, no, Helen, you can't mean that. Well, you wouldn't...
All right, lover boy, cut out the sob stuff and get in here.
No, you can't. Why, not in cold blood. Well, give me a chance. I'll pay you. If that's what you want, I'll...
Hey, who's that?
How should I know?
We can't ignore it. His car's out front.
I'll take care of him. I'll answer it.
Okay, lover boy. This will fix you.
What happened after that?
I woke up on the floor of an adjoining room. I heard voices in the next room. There was some talk of overdue rent, and I didn't wait to hear any more. I got out of there as fast as I could.
And then what did you do?
Well, I didn't dare go home. I knew they'd be after me. I was so confused and disillusioned. I spent the night alone in the motel.
Why didn't you go to the police?
I thought of that the next morning, and then I read in the papers that Helen had beat me to it.
Beat you to it?
Yes, Helen was very clever. She told the police that I had married her and then deserted her. So now the police are looking for me, too.
Helen and her alleged brother are clever, all right. Even if you did go to the police, what kind of a case did you have? The records show you were married. You have no proof other than your own word that she and her brother had threatened to murder you. On the other hand, you'd run away.
That's it, Mr. Morgan. That's it exactly. But until I'm dead, Helen cannot inherit my estate. And that's why I'm hiding out here. That's why every minute of every day I live in fear for my life.
Yeah, vicious circle. On the other hand, Helen and her brother won't leave town until they do locate you. And in order to exist, they've got to continue with their lousy business.
What do you mean by that, Chuck?
I mean, I know something about this racket. Helen and her brother move from city to city, working on people like Amos. This is probably the most important job they've ever run afoul of. So they'll stay here until they find Amos, working the same gag, only under different names.
And what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to watch for the next newspaper ad to appear. Then I'm going to answer it. And marry Helen myself. There are more than 300 marriage bureaus and lonely hearts clubs that dot this broad land of ours. Some are on the level and some aren't. Of those that aren't, the vast majority stop at merely fleecing the poor, unsuspecting victims of their life savings. And then there are those, like the one that sold Amos Bugsby down the river, that go in for cold-blooded murder. Well, Carol and I left Amos in his mountain hideout and drove back to town. I'd made him a promise and intended keeping it, but it was going to take a lot of doing. I had a talk with Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP, and 2 days later an ad appeared in the papers that could have been inserted by the same gal who trapped Bugsby. This time her name was Mary Hayden. She was living in Pasadena. She was still a young widow who wanted to enter into correspondence with someone living in the country. I answered the ad, got a fast reply, and for 2 weeks we kept up the hottest correspondence you ever read. Then came the inevitable invitation to visit her. So on a Thursday morning, I drove out to the address she'd given me in Pasadena. It was a small frame house set in among some pepper trees. The girl who answered my ring fitted the description of the woman Bugsby had married perfectly. Are you Mrs. Hayden?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm Jim Sawyer.
Jim Sawyer? Well, this is a surprise. A pleasant surprise. Won't you come in?
Well, thank you. It's a pleasant surprise for me, too, Mary. You don't mind my calling you Mary?
Oh, not at all, Jim. Why is it a pleasant surprise for you?
Well, I hardly expected to find so attractive of a girl being lonely.
Well, it's because of my brother Ray. Since my late husband died, he's been taking care of me. We haven't much money, and Ray is very particular with whom I associate, especially men.
I see.
But tell me about yourself, Jim. You hardly look to me like a fit character for a lonely existence.
Well, as I told you in my letters, I work for an oil company and spend most of my time in the field. Never any women around, and when you're boss of a crew, you don't get to know your men very well.
I understand perfectly. Oh, here's Ray. Ray, this is Jim Sawyer. Jim, this is my brother Ray.
Hello, Ray.
What did you say the name was?
Sawyer, Jim Sawyer.
Sawyer, Ray. Mary, is this the man you've been telling me about?
Yes. Isn't he attractive? I knew he would be. He wrote such nice letters.
His looks are unimportant. But there are other things that are. Remember that, Mary.
But Ray...
See you later.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter with him? Did I say something wrong?
Oh, it isn't that. Ray didn't intend to be rude. It's just that... Well, he's so afraid I'll marry some man who hasn't the means.
Oh, well, he needn't worry about that as far as I'm concerned.
Really?
When I said I was in oil, I meant I had shares in several wells. My income runs around $50,000 a year. You think that'd satisfy your brother?
Oh, Jim, that's wonderful. I didn't mean to be prying.
I didn't mean to be proposing marriage at this early stage. You will let me call again, won't you?
Well, I shall be disappointed if you don't.
Thank you.
Come as often as you like. You'll always be welcome.
Well, the whole thing was following the Amos Bugsby pattern perfectly. That pair read their lines without a fluff. Ray had entered on cue. The entire act was running as smoothly as the oil on my alleged wells. During the next 10 days, I saw a lot of Mary. We did the town. And in spite of myself, I had a pretty good time. Especially since every tab I picked up was on Pappy Mansfield. I was glad that Carol Curtis wasn't around to witness some of our cozy rendezvous. She'd have blown her top. As a matter of fact, she came pretty close to doing just that when I told her the date was set for Mary's and my wedding.
From where I sit, Mr. Morgan, marrying this female is entirely unnecessary to the success of your nutty idea.
And from where I sit, Miss Curtis, marrying this female is entirely necessary to the success of my plan.
Why?
Because she's already married to Amos Bugsby, remember? If we can't get her on anything else, we can charge her with being a bigamist.
Well, I still don't
then
see
stop
why...
trying to see. I'm going through with it. I've worked for a month on this story, and I'm not going to junk it just because some dumb blonde... I'm sorry, Glamour Puss.
Oh, Chuck, please don't do it. I'm worried.
About what?
Well, what if they decide not to murder you until after the honeymoon?
Decide not to murder... Oh, Glamour Puss. You're wonderful. Well, I went through with it, all right. Only it didn't turn out as I'd planned. Something happened I hadn't counted on. Something that very nearly threw me for a loss. The Amos Bugsby pattern held through the ceremony, which was performed by a justice of the peace. But when we started back to Mary's place to pick up her things, it changed. Mary didn't say 2 words until we stopped in front of the house. And she just sat there. Well, what's the matter, sweetheart? You don't look very happy.
I'm not.
You get over it. Lots of brides are unhappy the first couple of hours. Come on now. Get your things and we'll get...
No, Jim, no. I don't want you to go in there.
Well, why not? I want to say goodbye to Ray.
Ray isn't home. He had to leave town this morning on business.
Well, look, I'm not going to let you carry those heavy
They
suitcases.
aren't heavy. I can manage them all right. You stay here and wait for me. I'll be right back.
I sat there a minute or two trying to figure this one out. Then I saw a car pull up to the opposite curb. Bill Meggs and Pappy Mansfield were inside. They sat there watching me. Well, this was it. I signaled them to go around back of the house, got out of the car, and started up the walk.
You two-timing little chisel, you think that's going to make any difference? I mean, you...
Don't, Jim, you can't. I won't let you.
What's going on here?
Well, if it ain't the brand new groom, all in a sweat to get started on his honeymoon. So stand over there, jerk.
Put down that gun, Ray. It might go off and hurt someone.
Well, now, that's just what it's going to do, and you're going to be on the receiving end, punk. And my name ain't Ray, it's Bob. Before that was Joe, before that was Charlie.
Stop it, Ray, stop it. Oh, wow.
Shut up, you little tramp. I don't care whether you fall in love with a square or not. To me, he's just another sucker walked into our little trap. I'm going to knock him off. And you're going to inherit his dough and split it with me just like we always done.
Please, Ray, please. He's my husband. I'm in love with him. I didn't think it would ever happen to me, but it has. It's the first decent feeling I've ever had. I don't want him to die. I want him to live.
Why, you dope.
Just
Listen,
a minute,
if you...
Ray. Mary, in a way, I'm glad this happened. Now you know how the others felt. They had good, clean, decent feelings, too. Men like Amos Bugsby.
Amos Bug? Who the devil are you?
Not the man you think, Ray. I'm Chuck Morgan, newscaster on radio station KLT.
Newscaster? Mary, did you hear that?
I don't care who he is. He's my husband, and I'm in love with him.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm not your husband. Not while Amos Bugsby and a few others are alive.
And you don't love me?
I despise you, Mary, for a cheat and a murderess.
Oh, no, you can't mean that. You do love me. All those things you said.
None of them were anywhere near as bad as the things you said or did to men like Bugsby. You're no good, Mary. Instead of winding up in a honeymoon, you're going to wind up in a gas chamber.
Well, listen to that, will you? Wind up in a gas chamber. And just how do you think you're going to pull that one out of the hat? You know, if you got an idea you're going to walk out of here without a hole in your head, you're nuts.
I'm not altogether a fool, Bob. Listen. You hear that? That's the police coming in the rear door. The minute I give the signal, they'll be coming in the front door, too.
Why, you... not before I take care of you, they won't. Mary, stand back. Get out of the way.
No, you're not going to shoot him. I don't care what happens to me. I love him.
Get out of the way, I said.
No, I don't care what happens to me. You're not going to shoot him.
Mary.
You little fool.
Let him have it, Bill. Wait,
Well, Pappy and Bill Meggs didn't arrive any too soon. As far as Mary, or Helen, or whatever her name was, is concerned, they arrived too late. Bob's bullet caught her squarely between the eyes, killing her instantly. It's probably just as well. Her fate would have been the gas chamber, as it will be the fate of Bob, her alleged brother. Bill Meggs was on Bob like a leech the second after he pulled the trigger. It was an easy matter to subdue him. Well, that's the way things go. People who think they can get away with any kind of racket usually wind up behind the 8 ball. As for Amos Bugsby, he's back on his wheat ranch, a wiser and happier man. He's no longer interested in romance, which is a decision I almost reached myself when I asked Carol Curtis and Pappy to have dinner with me that evening.
Nope. I never go out with married men. It's against my principles.
Listen to her, against her principles. Listen, bird brain, I'm not a married man. My wife died this afternoon. She was shot to death.
Oh, that's so, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't go out with widowers either. That's against my principles, too.
How do you like that? Pappy, what would you do with a babe who had so many principles?
I'm not a babe.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd do, Chuck. You remember that red-headed niece of mine I told you was coming down from San Francisco for a visit?
What red-headed niece?
She's 22 years old and a real knockout.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I was thinking, Chuck, if I bought the tickets, you could...
No.
What? Oh, but Carol, if you no longer want to...
Pappy Mansfield, you deserted me. Oh, I hate you. I didn't know you had a red-headed niece who was good-looking. And if you think for 1 minute that
Cerebral Cinema hopes you have enjoyed this movie of the mind.